The Spa on a Friday. Excitement for the weekend to come, but first, Miss Vivian takes the stage today. Fast mare in from Canada, 6 straight wins in turf sprints. Her Saratoga debut in the Friday feature. But the favorite is Zeitlos. Hasn't won in a while, and her next win on grass will be her first. Has the right people in her corner. Steve Asmussen, North America's all-time leading trainer. And Jose Ortiz, brother Arad sideline. Jose in a zone. Won with 10 of his last 16 mounts. Incredible. Tomorrow, Ortiz to ride Minaret Station. Lukewarm favorite in the Grade 1, Christophe Clement. Wearing out that jolly ball, Minaret Station. Here on this Friday in the Capital Region, live look, Saratoga Racecourse, Saratoga Springs, New York. So glad you could join us. This is Saratoga Live on YouTube and the Fox Sports app just outside the paddock alongside handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. It was a long night. Apologies. We're all going to have to grin and bear it. Champion jockey Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Exciting Friday. Is it as exciting as Thursday night was, though?
No, actually, I was actually at home early last night. But they say you're not supposed to wear sunglasses on TV. But since we're on YouTube, I said, why not wear sunglasses?
You're gonna get
you know what I'm saying?
Get your opportunity.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
He wouldn't read the Open.
I was going to. We should have planned it a little bit better.
The Friday program gets started in 9 minutes. The early pick 5. So what are we looking forward to most?
I think the Philly sprint on the turf later today, Smart and Fancy. I think it's a really interesting race. You've got enough speed to make it a trip for a closer, but I just thought it was a really competitive race.
5.5 furlongs on the Mellon Turf Course. Solid addition, as Richie mentioned. Number 9, Zeitlos, 2-1, morning line favorite, in part because of her latest, the Caress, July 11th. Richie Zeitlos, she fires, battles inside, big effort, and then ambush late.
Yeah, I mean, she made a winning move that didn't see it through, which is a little bit problematic because she's never found the winner's circle in a turf race, has run some very big races, but this was a good effort. Just came up a little bit short.
I would take anyone's challenge to a worse bet in racing than short price closers and turf sprints. I'm not saying that they don't win, but it just feels like you're looking for trouble taking a short price. Now look, you like a horse at 12-1 to close. Get involved. I worry that Zeitlos will be too short. She was short in her last race as well.
The combination of the fact, classy mare, yes, yet to win on grass, and have to go back to Preakness weekend, 11 starts ago to find her last win in 2025.
She ran a winning race last time, though. That's the problem for me. But like I said, if she's going to be too short of a price, and they're going to bet her in here because there's so much speed. There's 3 speed horses signed up, and when that happens, people love to gravitate towards the closer, making them too short of a price. And a lot of times, the speed of the speed wins these types of races.
And she couldn't have gotten a much better trip than she did last time. Got to save all that ground and had that inside run.
Is this the day for a Zeitlos to revisit the winner's circle? We'll find out. Then you have the quick mare from Canada in Vivian, and all she does is win. JK, as seen in the Grade 2 Highlander at Woodbine.
And she doesn't just win.
This is the Gulfstream race.
Gulfstream race. But it's still, you know what I was going to say applies to this one, too. She didn't just win, she just wins with open links. You look through all of her wins, she wins by 2, by a length and a half, by almost 3, by 2.5, by 4. I mean, in turf sprints, to be winning by open links is screaming something, and it's screaming that she's very, very good.
And she also is ridden by Pietro Moran, who not only won the Sovereign Award last year in Canada as top apprentice, he also won the Eclipse Award, joining very elite company, and he's already a King's Plate winner as young as he is.
Is she the quickest on paper? How much pressure can she expect to face early on?
Yeah, she's got a horse to her inside in the 2 Delightful Flame that's fast, and a horse to her outside the 7 Itzel that's is also fast. One of them could challenge her if they wanted to, but if you're in front of her, you're probably going too fast to be able to hold her off.
Yeah, excited to see her today. It's her Saratoga debut in the Friday feature, later on in the Smart and Fancy. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. As promised, early pick 5 in moments. Race 1, pick 6 starts in the 5th. And coverage moves to FS2 at 4:30. 10-race program today at Saratoga. Main track fast turf courses. Firm temperature around 78 degrees. Riders up, and let's meet the field for the opener. $75,000 allowance optional claimer. Post-parade presented by the New Belmont Park. Racing returns to Belmont September 18th. Visit newbelmont.com to learn more. We saw Into the Light, who was the favorite, move through this competitive field quickly. There's Who's Your Zaddy?
Going backwards here with Who's Your Zaddy. In the barn of Orlando Noda, who is 43% so far for the meet.
There's Into the Light, the second at the level last month.
Now, this is who I like. Good inside draw. He's a horse that took a little while to figure it out, but he's been steadily improving.
Jets Rio make the rider Ricardo Santana.
They say that the first trainer you see, I saw Ron Moquette, so I don't know what to do with that.
Hashtag analysis. There's Bold Love, followed by another contender. Stick Up Without a Gun. Jose Ortiz takes over.
This horse has some back races, but the last two races, I don't care how tough the company is, being beat 50-something lengths
Not good.
is not encouraging.
First Blessing, last seen, closing day, Aqueduct.
Yeah, but last seen going a mile up here in Saratoga at the Wilson Chute was probably this horse's best effort.
Off to the Wilson Chute. First of 10 races, early, pick 5 in moments. And these $75,000 allowance optional claimers. There's so much terrific racing still ahead this summer. September 18th, opening day of the brand new Belmont Park, and we're going to reopen it. Just kind of a nice, quiet, soft opening, Richie. Not much going on that opening day or anything.
If you call the Jockey Cup Gold Cup with the likes of Sovereignty and Forever Young a soft launch, that's my kind of soft launch there.
Unreal. To open, to start, brand new era of New York racing, the new Belmont Park, the 18th of September. All right, these $75,000 allowance optional claimers winding up, warming up, and Into the Light. Why consider JK a contender in this one?
Last two starts have been really good, arguably better than anything else has run recently. I do know the horse that's favored, the 4, has some back races that get you excited, but I like the horse that's in form, and that's Into the Light down on the rail.
5-2, Dylan Davis, as we say hello to Megan Burgess, standing by in the winner's circle. Welcome to the show, Megan.
What's up, Lafitte? Always nice to hear you three in my voice, and it's a great Friday here. The weather's perfect, albeit we did see a little bit of raindrop, so hopefully can hold that off. But as far as the inside runner, the number 1, Into the Light, a horse that incredibly well turned out, very fit, well muscled, well defined here for trainer Rick Dutrow. And I agree with Jonathan as far as his races last time. His last couple have been very strong. Last time out on July the 16th, speed dominated on the main track. The winner wired him, and they just went 1-2 throughout. The winner did come back to regress max money in a New York bred allowance race, but you have to appreciate even back on June the 19th when he was able to put away speed on a quicker pace that day and just got the better over Asked and Answered, who's kind of turned into a perpetual maiden. We'll see him run later on in the 5th. I like him in here. I thought this race was a bit more wide open, as we'll go to the number 3, Bold Love. First off the claim, a reclaim for trainer Chad Summers. Now, he's pretty interesting because now I don't love him physically. He's very strong, he's very robust, he's very high in his head carriage throughout his races. You'll see him wearing that piece of fleece over his nose, that shuttle roll, to help mitigate that and help him kind of level down and get into his stride and rhythm. But when you go through his races, particularly at the mile as he'll return to the dirt, back on June the 27th, that was at 6 furlongs. The rail was good. He was wired by the winner, and he made up good ground as he was coming from off of things, chasing on the outside, and the winner got the trip on the inside that day. I'm really interested to see him here. I think he's got the races. He ended up being my selection in here, even like going back through his mile races against the likes of Golfi, Pretty Boy Maya, those horses in good form. We'll see as far as his trip if he can get a little bit more, return to some of that more tactical speed, as he's a horse you really have to hustle and get after. It's kind of an interesting sort when you go through his races. The number 6, Who's Your Daddy, is sent out by a red hot barn in Orlando Noda, who has been very strong first off of the claim, particularly here in this meet. I really like this horse cutting back in distance to the mile. When you look at him, he's kind of that robust, shorter coupled individual. I think the 9 furlongs was stretching him a bit. Lafitte, this is a pretty strong group. I went with the 3 at a price, but I wouldn't be shocked if a number of these horses were able to see themselves in the winner's circle.
Competitive race, Megan. All single digits except one. Good crowd on hand. And the excitement of the weekend here. Christophe Clement, grade 1 tomorrow afternoon. The weekend feature, much more on that a little bit later on in the broadcast. A reminder, offer still stands. Sign up today, NYRABets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Start winning today. Bet on over 300 tracks around the world at NYRABets.com. Getting closer, marching towards that Wilson shoot. And how does that figure to impact, Richie, how this mile affair is going to be run?
Well, I prefer inside posts. They don't have to go searching for that inside position because that turn comes up pretty quickly. It's about a turn and a half, the 1 mile race out of the Wilson chute. I thought Into the Light, that put him over the top for me because he gets that inside draw. I also have a real soft spot for that mare for Samantha Siegel, JMS Stables, By the Lights. She's had 10 foals. 9 of them are winners.
Wow.
She's produced a grade 1 winner. And, oh, by the way, I also rode her 2 stakes victories myself. So I have a soft
buried
spot.
the lead.
Oh, yeah.
Buried the lead. Final thoughts here, Jonathan.
I like the drone.
Drone's pretty sweet.
I'm a huge
Terrific
fan of the
job
drone.
All meet. Aerials, scenics, replays. Like I've said in the past, I don't feel like I've watched a Kentucky Derby until I've seen the overhead drone angle. There's so much more a different picture that presents itself from that particular angle.
It really, from someone who's been out there, it brings the public into the race more. You're really getting an idea of, their position and how much room they do or don't have.
Quickest on paper, who figures to set the tempo early?
I think from the inside post, the 1, Into the Light, I don't know why Dylan would want to give up that position in order to keep that position. He's got to go forward. I think then he inherits the lead.
Yes.
First to 10. Filing in early, pick 5 begins here. Frank Miramati, the voice of Saratoga, with the call, the opener from the Spa.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here is First Blessing. And the last one. What's your name? Who's your zaddy? Going in. And they're off. And Into the Light is sent from the inside to battle for the lead with some company in the opening furlong. Stick Up Without a Gun is right there along, and Stick Up Without a Gun, in fact, up to take the lead. Who's Your Zaddy comes away in third, followed by First Blessing. No shortage of early pace. Another 2 back to Jets Rio. And at the back of the field is Bold Love. The quarter went in 23 2/5 seconds, and it's the favorite Stick Up Without a Gun leading the way. Has it a length and a half to Who's Your Daddy in second. Then Into the Light on the rail in third. It's another 2 lengths back. First Blessing, a joint fourth on the outside of Jets Rio, and 2 more. Bold Love gets a little bit closer. Half mile left to go. Stick Up Without a Gun went through the half in 46 4 and rounds the far turn with a 2-length lead. Dylan Davis and Into the Light, clear cut second. Who's Your Zaddy is losing significant ground. Jets Rio at the rail. Bold Love has 7 lengths to make up on Stick Up Without a Gun, who is cruising. Jose Ortiz looking around. That's a good sign usually. Into the Light, set down in second as the field turns for home. 3/4 in, 1:11 2. Stick Up Without a Gun has the lead. Into the Light won't let him get away. Has 2 lengths to make up inside the final furlong. And Jets Rio is finishing with interest too. Past mid-stretch. Stick Up Without a Gun still in front by 2. Now it's 2.5. And it will be Stick Up Without a Gun to prevail. Into the Light, Ultra Game in defeat. Third to Jets Rio, and Bold Love fourth.
Last 17 mounts, 11 wins. Incredible. Jose Ortiz, Stick Up Without a Gun in the opener at Saratoga.
Stick Up Without a Gun was able to clear and make the lead when Dylan Davis on the 1 Into the Light made the decision to take back off of the favorite when he had inside position on him. I don't really understand the thought process there. I think he kind of gifted the race to the favorite, and he would have had to outrun me to take that position.
And you wonder if he holds that position, if the outcome is different, right? I mean, it's the 4 then ended up being in a position where they could get comfortable. If Dylan stays in there, maybe you make that one run a little bit more, because Into the Light actually ran okay considering giving up that position, having to take back.
And he cast himself into that chase mode, which is not a to me, an ideal situation. Listen, the winner went fast early. He won the race. But I honestly feel like tactics played a role in this victory, and I personally would not have allowed that horse to outrun me. He would have had to really go on to outrun me.
Co-owner Harold Lerner, a couple of wins yesterday here at Saratoga. Another trainer Kenny McPeak, barn going well. And what else can you say about Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning jockey Jose Ortiz? Yeah, 11 wins, last 17 mounts. Stick up without a gun. Empty your pockets. 4-1, 2-3. Here at Saratoga, just getting started on this Friday afternoon. You're watching Saratoga Live. You're watching Stick Up Without a Gun. Hold on in the opener.
Thank you.
Best. Off and running at Saratoga. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. You'll see Stick Up Without a Gun glide across the wire, I think, maybe. Well, there it is.
You said
Coverage brought to
Saratoga
you-
like you forgot where we were.
it's been a long meet, Jonathan. Been a long meet. Brought to you by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Jose Ortiz knows exactly where he is. He knows exactly where that winner circle is. And those colors. We did this interview so good yesterday. We'll do it again. Owner Harold Lerner with Megan in the winner circle.
Thanks, Lafitte. I convinced Kenny to join us as well. And Kenny, this horse drops down in class, got the Lasix back, and just really much the best in this one.
Well, we were going to have to run him against older horses and two other than condition, and he's still straight 3 here. And I thought this was another aggressive spot. We did lose him. They've got a nice horse. I mean, but at the same time, we've had a lot of fun with him.
Well, congratulations in here. It kind of feels like Freaky Friday. The same routine yesterday, got a couple of wins, and back in having to talk to me today.
Well, we come here to New York to win for guys like Harold Lerner. He likes it when we win in New York. And big hats off to my team here, Francisco and downstate Jimmy Jerkins, big part of everything. I mean, team effort. I kind of the conductor, and so let's try this and that, and we get lucky on occasion.
I love it. And Harold, you had a big day yesterday. You had 3 wins, and today right back in the winner's circle. How special is it? You've been a part of this game for a really long time.
It's just very special to win at Saratoga. Kenny's the maestro, and I have to give a shout out to my partners out there because they've been with me for a long time. And things are really going good. Kenny's team is sensational. And we've had a lot of fun in like 48 hours or 24 hours, really. So it's all good. We're here for a reason, not for the season. That's a line from Woody Stevens.
I love it. I love it.
It's all good stuff. It really is. We're very fortunate, and things are running the right way. We got one tomorrow, Top Thriller, a 2-year-old that Kenny likes a lot, and it's pretty good. We're really happy, really happy.
Well, you heard it here first. Got some 2-year-old steam, but what a week it's been for Team McPeak and Mr. Lerner.
Shortchanged him, man. 3 wins yesterday, 4 over the last couple of days, and we're just getting started.
No, he loves the game, and that's apparent. And Stick Up Without a Gun gets home as your favorite, and Jose Ortiz didn't even need a gun to get the lead. Just look at the other rider, and they take back.
Full duff, the stick up without the weapon. 564 over into the light jets. Rio, we turn the page, started the early pick 4, and these 2-year-old fillies sprinting on grass, made special weight with a restriction. Those who have sold or RNA'd for $65,000 or less. Jonathan, early thoughts with Southern Kiss, the early favorite at 6-5.
Yeah, I mean, the 6 and the 7 have run. They both have run well. The rest of them, you're hoping and guessing. You never know. If it's how they've run on paper, then you got to side with the 6 or the 7, or you can try to get creative with one of these sources that hasn't run.
Much more on these freshman fillies. Southern Kiss, who is the favorite, as again, just getting started here at Saratoga on this Friday. Southern Kiss, who is by Golden Pal. This is where he graduated, his first career win in the Skidmore as a 2-year-old, running a hole in the wind, and so good on multiple Breeders' Cup stages. Won that juvenile turf sprint at Keeneland 2020, and then in front of a big audience, in front of a packed house at Del Mar with Arad Ortiz aboard Golden Pal in the Breeders' Cup turf sprint. See if his offspring, Southern Kiss, can graduate in her second career start. Next, you're watching Saratoga Live.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
America's #1 sale for New York's finest yearlings. Recent top performers include Grade 1 winning grads Iron Orchard, Rhetorical, and Usha. Plus these 2025 New York bred champions. With an expansion of New York's purse parity program, there's never been a better time to own a New York bred. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper. Standing at Lane's End.
Here in the Fasig-Tipton Sales Pavilion, this is where all of the action is going to take place when the yearlings go through the ring to be sold. Of course, also selling the dream of racing as a 2-year-old across the street and winning some of the biggest races in our sport. But one of the most exciting things about yearling sales is getting a chance to see the freshman sires and their offspring. That's horses that you just in the last couple of years watched on the racetrack, and now we have the chance to see if they were able to pass on that ability, that physique, and that heart to their offspring.
Down to the wire. Cody's Wish wins it.
Cody's Wish, a Horse of the Year, 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, has his first yearlings on the ground. This is hip 4, son of Cody's Wish, who has that size and substance that his sire had. As a yearling, he still has plenty of growing to do. We see how much size he already has. Very excited to see what the progeny of Cody's Wish does. Of course, we'll get a chance to see them next year as 2-year-olds.
Forte to win the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
We're looking at a filly by Forte, a very talented 2-year-old and talented 3-year-old as well. He won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and then would come back and win races like the Florida Derby as a 3-year-old. Yearling filly, she seems like she's got a lot of quality to her. We'll see if she can have the precocity of her sire coupled with his stamina that he was able to show as a 3-year-old as well. Trained by Todd Pletcher, who has been incredible with his success of his former trainees going on into the stallion shed.
But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
This is a filly by Elite Power, who was champion sprinter. On top of that, a son of Curlin. He found his home sprinting, though, and was incredibly talented for trainer Bill Mott, who has some exciting freshman stallions on the ground this year. This particular filly is also the half-sister to a Breeders' Cup winner in British Idiom. So you see the exciting sire power combined with some of the pedigree power from the female line as well. You think speed, you think athleticism with a horse like Elite Power. These are only yearlings, so we'll have to wait at least a year before we see them hit the racetrack. But the excitement is there as far as this freshman crop of stallions is concerned. We just got a little taste of what's out there today, and soon we'll be able to see if they can make their mark not only on the racetrack, but in the breeding shed.
Really good stuff, Acacia. Freshman sires, first-year sires. How important, Richie, is like immediate, early success for a young stallion?
Oh, it's so important because, you know, when they go to stand stud, they're coming off a good racing career, and everybody's dazzled, sparkled by that, so they'll send mares to them. But after a couple of years, that memory starts to fade just a little bit, and we haven't seen any of their runners on the racetrack yet. So it's important when they hit the ground running.
It's a lot of, you know, what have you done for me lately, right? You got to remember the first couple years, you're breeding blind. You don't know what's going to happen. Then that third year, they start running. If they're not running good, people turn to the next freshman sire to try the next hot thing. It's very important to keep that momentum going, or people will look elsewhere.
Yeah, it's no guarantee. Mom and dad may have been very talented, very good. See how productive they are. Stallion or a broodmare. As you look at the solid gold is right. The leaders, 2026 first crop sires. And right at the top, Golden Pal with 13 victories. The sire of the favorite in this upcoming second race, Southern Kiss, 6-5, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, standing by in the paddock with eyes on Southern Kiss. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Lafitte, and yes, Southern Kiss, she comes out of a race at Ellis where she ran very well that day. A very professional effort, though she was nabbed from behind at the wire. You know, as she sat behind the pace early on, she tipped out down the lane, she kicked on. It just wasn't quite enough, but I have been impressed with what I've seen from the progeny of Golden Pal as she'll look to break through here. And I do think we will see maybe a bit more more speed from her than what we did in that first start, just because she looks that way. She's small, compact, but has a really nice engine on her. She's well muscled through her hip and her shoulder, and I do think that she looks incredibly fit here as she looks to make good on the promise as the beaten favorite first time out in Kentucky. Next, we'll move on to another freshman sire who hasn't made quite as big of a splash as Golden Pal, but that's number 3, Miss Ma'am, who is a daughter of Mo Donegal. Remember some of the 2-year-old sales, a lot of people liked Mo Donegal's. They have yet to produce that on the racetrack, but let's not forget that he was a horse that wanted more ground and got a little bit better as his 3-year-old season progressed. But looking at Miss Ma'am, she did show a good bit of speed in that first turf try, but that was going longer, and she was run down by a horse that was coming from way off of it. I think that she is a horse that will appreciate this turn back in distance. She is a bit smaller, she's shorter coupled overall, and furthermore, she gets to run against her own kind, meaning that she only sold for $40,000 as a yearling. So she is very much eligible for this restricted maiden special weight. I think a little less tough a company could be a good thing for Miss Ma'am, Lafitte.
At 6-1, Maggie, that turn back in distance, contender, and early autumn, there she is, paying attention to where the money's going. Jonathan, she is live for her debut 5-2.
Yeah, look, when you have first-time starters, we're lucky enough here at Saratoga that we have, we've got the turf course you can train on. We've got 2 main tracks. There's a great opportunity for horses to be seen, work in the morning, to give bettors an idea of what to expect. This horse has been working at Parks and is 5-2 into the teeth of 2 horses that have already run here. Mm-hmm. That is live money.
Yeah. Why, Maggie? What is she showing you?
Lafitte, guys, this horse has a lot of physical maturity. She is a big gal. She's a daughter of violence. There's plenty of turf pedigree on the bottom side. The dam, she was a stakes winner. This one is half to Desert Duke, who was 2 for 14, but made $217,000, so competing in some higher level races. So there's turf pedigree. I don't mind violence on the top either for that turf influence, and boy, does she have that proverbial turf hoof, that slacker pastern, but she's really big. I mean, she is the biggest filly in here. And as I often say, I think there's something to be said about that when you're dealing with these juveniles, just meaning that they're a little bit more physically advanced. And I do think, much like Butch Reed, that John Service is a trainer who brings horses to New York with a purpose. He knows which ones fit, he knows which ones can be competitive, and he's definitely taking advantage of this condition here with a filly that sold straight at that $65,000 mark at the OBS April sale. To her inside is number 4, Dino's Grace. For Whit Beckman, she's going to try the turf for the first time. There really isn't much pedigree whatsoever. I mean, jury's out on what Pinehurst is, but he is a son of Twirling Candy, and Twirling Candies can really do anything. In fact, I almost prefer them a little bit more on the turf. And watching this filly's Turf Breeze 2 back on August 2nd, I know it was a tepid time, and she was on the outside of an unraced mate, but she was going so much better throughout that entire breeze. She will add blinkers today. I definitely didn't mind her last time she showed up here for Whit Beckman. I know she didn't run very well, but I think this switch of surfaces and looking at her and watching how she moved that in that workout might move her up just a bit, Lafitte.
Room to improve. See if she takes that step forward. Dino's Grace, 10-1. Number 7, Split the Blanket, 9-1. A second-time starter by Liam's Map, who won a Woodward here back in 2015 before capturing the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. There she is, Richie, known by 2-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Parcells.
Bill Parcells loves the races. I love when we get that crossover from other sports or other show business endeavors. Watching her first race, yes, she broke a bit slow. She did have to steady. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more run somewhere in the context of the race. She kind of just got to halfway some position, and just didn't show enough run for me, although she did get a good buyer speed figure.
And from the first to second start, when we often see vast improvement.
Yeah, because they figure the game out. That proverbial light bulb goes on.
And circling back to Miss Ma'am, your thoughts going in, Jake, as she tries to break through in her third career start, just hearing Maggie discuss her number 3, Miss Ma'am.
Yeah, she's a little interesting. She showed a little speed going longer. Now she's cutting back. It's not, look, I'd love this horse if we were in California and Santa Anita going down the hill, right? The miler shows speed cutting back.
There you go.
It doesn't work as good here, but there's still something there to be said.
This particular condition, as it reads, it's 2-year-old fillies, maiden special weight, yeah, but which have sold or are innate for $65,000 or less. Of course, we've discussed it in the past, but revisiting the topic itself and why this condition exists.
Well, it gives owners that don't have the bottomless pockets like some of the owners do, that can go buy horses for millions of dollars. It gives them a chance to get in a race where they're not going to show up with a $2 million yearling purchase or a $3 million 2-year-old training purchase. It kind of levels the playing field, gives them an opportunity to kind of run against horses that were sold for a similar amount of money.
You don't have to risk losing them.
Yeah, we just saw with Acacia and the feature she did. Those horses selling for $700, $600, $550. It's tough going for horses that are selling for $40,000, $50,000. Obviously, there's a huge difference between those types of physicals. And yeah, I think that you don't want to always have to dangle a horse for a claiming tag where someone could buy that horse out of the race. And the other thing you want to try to do is not to bore people with the ecosystem of racing, but getting horses to win their first race, break their maiden, is good for the ecosystem. It's good for the condition book. It's good for the betting product. It helps move horses along into other races.
It's been a great addition.
Absolutely. But, you know, again, just to that point, not losing a horse, right? Normally to duck those more higher-priced rivals, they'd have to go in for a maiden claiming tag. It costs just as much to feed and train a racehorse, whether they're worth 50 or they're worth 50 million.
Yep.
So you got an owner that's invested all this time, money, and effort into a young horse, and for them to be competitive, they got to risk losing that horse via the claim box. This really has been a very welcome addition.
And the first names that come to mind, yes, British Idiom debuted and won in a race like this. She won the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. She won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, a champion, and Napoleon Solo struck in a race just like this last summer, this year's Preakness winner. Riders up. Post-Parade Brewing, and that upcoming Post-Parade presented by the new Belmont Park. Racing returns to Belmont September 18th. Visit newbelmont.com to learn more. 2-year-old fillies making their way front side. By the way, guys, tomorrow on Fox Saratoga Saturday, speaking of 2-year-old fillies, you happen to see the first race that'll be on the show and who we get to watch make their career debut, the daughter of Malathaat.
And
how exciting is that?
One of the things about Saratoga, it's always so great. You're going to see these 2-year-olds debut with these pedigrees, and you know we followed her career, we covered her career, so it's nice to see a debut runner from a champion.
That's the gift that keeps on giving. But
right?
The one thing about it that is interesting when it comes to this is like she's the daughter of Malathaat who wanted to run 1.25 miles. Well, how is this one going to appreciate 6 furlongs? It doesn't mean that they won't, but it's just an interesting part of the equation when you're trying to figure it out. Is this more of a down-the-line type or one that's just special enough to win going 6 first time out?
In terms of creating fans, if you were a fan of Malathaat, automatically there's that connection. You followed Malathaat through her career. Oh, there's her daughter. Automatically, there's raised interest and intrigue.
Absolutely. And, you know, we saw her over an extended period of time, right? 2 seasons where she was at the top of her game. Not the easiest horse to ride. You had to ride her pretty aggressively, but it'll be interesting to see how her offspring take to it.
Not just God-given ability, man. She would fight.
Yep.
She would wear you down. All class, a champion, Kentucky Oaks winner, Breeders' Cup Distaff winner. And tomorrow, a first-time starter out of Malathaat. You'll see that live on Fox. You'll see this race on the Fox Sports app and YouTube. 2-year-old fillies post-parade. We start with White Star, first of the first-time starters.
By Mind Control, who stands at Irish Hill and Dutchess View. 1 for 3 with his turf runners. Obviously, very small sampling.
Turn back, Miss Ma'am.
Like the turn back here. I think she's going to appreciate sprinting on the turf.
Dino's Grace, third start, turf debut.
Yeah, a couple of dirt starts that didn't go great, but now you're switching surfaces. Could be a new horse.
Big, mature filly, early autumn.
Taking a lot of money here, too. Mare was a stakes winner on turf, and she's produced one stakes place turf runner as well.
Southern Kiss, who just missed on yielding ground at Ellis.
Yeah, ran well first time out. You have to like her, and you have to like her rider, Jose Ortiz.
He's all right. He's going to be just fine, Jose Ortiz. There's split the blanket.
Yeah, broke slow on debut. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more run, but certainly can improve in her second start.
Night Sky, Arundel, debuting filly.
Yeah, Stranger Danger. This horse has been working down at Monmouth, has been entered here 3 times. July 23rd, August 9th, and August 12th. Finally going to get a chance to run.
Freshman fillies sprinting on the lawn. Early pick 4 begins here 5 minutes out. And something else to take advantage of. NyraBet's members, Saratoga and Monmouth here. When you bet at least $75 on each, you'll earn a $15 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in at nyrabets.com. Still looking at Southern Kiss. JK zeroed in on the favorite by Golden Pal. And yeah, that solid debut and every reason to expect improvement.
Yeah, I mean, I made this pick earlier this morning. Having the information that I have now, the way the 5's being bet, I would likely switch, but it is what it is. I'll ride it out with the 6. I will say this, the 6 is the one who has experience. Even with the 5, I'm guessing. I'm guessing based on clues I have that might mean this horse can run. Oh, the horse might be able to run because they're betting, but the horse hasn't run. The 6 has run well, so at these prices, you can make the decision that works best for you. I'd like to have both of them in multi-race wagers.
With Jose Ortiz aboard, there are jockeys get in a rhythm, get in a zone, start winning races, and then there's this, what he is doing and what he's done over the last several days, and nothing keeping him out of the winner's circle of late. Jose Ortiz on Southern Kiss, or maybe early autumn. Can Maggie revving her engines?
Yeah, she's getting a lovely warm-up, and her professionalism continues throughout the preliminaries here, Lafitte. So I like that about her. And getting back to that OBS sale in which she worked the 21-2, a lot of times when consignments choose to work their horses a quarter of a mile as opposed to an eighth, it kind of speaks to them saying, I think they want more distance. That's my main concern about her. Now, look, Johnny Velasquez, like I said, is giving her a big warm-up to make sure she breaks alertly. But I do think that also looking at her, she is a filly that looks as though she would be best with a bit more ground because she's so big, because she has that long, lanky, and bounding kind of loping stride to her. We'll see what she does here. I respect the money, I respect the connections, and I respect her because she's done everything right. Just wondering if 5.5 might be a little bit on the short side for her as a bigger price first-time starter on the outside. As you heard JK say, Night Sky is finally going to make her debut here. She's had plenty of workouts to lead into here, and Arundel is one of those ownership groups that definitely tends to send them in ready as well. So I think she's fit, needless to say, as we're talking about number 8 here on the outside, Night Sky. And the fact that they go for the turf, given she's a daughter of Mendelssohn, the dam did win her first 2 starts, albeit as a 3-year-old. There hasn't been many horses to try the turf in the family. It's mainly been dirt sprinters. Like, none of them have even attempted a run on the turf. But looking at her, I can see where they have thought turf with her. She kind of has that extra spring to her stride too, that type of kind of cadence that the turf horses that tend to show you in their movement. I don't mind her. I don't love the fact that she seems a little bit chilly on the board, but I also think she could make a good showing of herself. Like I said, very strong, very fit, and ready to go, Lafitte.
At a price, 12-1, Night Sky. Circling back to early autumn, and Maggie observing that, look, here's a big filly, right? And this is a 5.5 furlong turf sprint. As a rider walking into the paddock, first-time starter, first time you lay eyes on a 2-year-old, you look at me and say, hey, that thing's not winning first out sprinting.
Yeah, you come out to ride a horse going 5 furlongs or 5.5 furlongs the distance this race. You want to see something a little smaller, a little handier, a little more well-balanced, like a pocket rocket, right? Not some big, long striding thing that, but I've been fooled too. I've ridden big horses that I didn't think would do well on debut that outran themselves.
3-1, early autumn. This field too short. Jonathan on the favorite, Southern Kiss 4-5.
No, I wouldn't say too short, because you don't know about the others.
Yep.
This is one that can run a little bit. That can run a figure that is in the arena of which the figures of winning horses in this arena get. So that's the one thing that we know for certain. The rest of them, it's you're guessing. So I understand why the public is gravitating towards that. Now, say you know something. Say you've seen someone of these work. The trainer loves this horse. Blah 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 blah. Then yeah, you think the 6 is too short, and good for you.
Trainer Mark Cassidy, Southern Kiss. Okay, so the good news, yeah, she was bet, so that performance expected in her debut. Do you care at all that it was over a yielding soft turf course compared to what she'll be traveling over today?
No, I don't worry so much about horses that run well yielding moving to a firmer grass, unless they have an established form that they don't like the firm grass. I would look at it more the other way of a horse who did really well on firm ground, now is trying yielding ground for the first time. Yeah. That would probably be more of an alarm for me.
You do not see that. That image we just saw on a Friday for the second race. You don't see that at every racetrack.
No, that's why it was one of the many reasons why it was so fun to ride up here. Because you're riding to a packed house. A lot of racetracks, especially winter racing, there's just not that many people there. You're out there riding. It could be a morning workout. It's nice when you feel that energy, that enthusiasm from the crowd.
We know what it's like without them, right? Yeah. What we experienced during the pandemic in 2020, the heartbeat of Saratoga, this incredible, incredible fan base, and ready to rock and roll for this weekend and this Friday program, of which they have reached the starting gate for race 2. Is it going to be? Who will graduate? 2-year-old fillies sprinting 5.5 furlongs. Final check of the toe board. 4 to 5, Southern Kiss. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 2, start of the early pick 4.
Here's Early Autumn taking up her position. A little bit of a nudge from the assistant starters. Southern Kiss comes up. Split the Blanket. And the last one to move in is Night Sky. Going up. Okay, and they're off, and Night Sky is very quick. Miss Ma'am on the inside is flashing early interest too. There are several in the mix through the opening quarter mile. And here's Split the Blanket coming through to take the lead. Night Sky keeps up on the outside, a half length away in second, followed by Dino's Grace third. Southern Kiss is fourth. Rider standing very high on Southern Kiss in fourth. 4 lengths off the lead into the far turn. Another 4, Miss Ma'am losing ground into the far turn. Has about 9 lengths to make up now. Was just passed by Early Autumn and White Star at the back. 22 seconds flat. Night Sky once again comes to challenge and take the lead away from Split the Blanket. On the outside, Southern Kiss is coming in the center of the course. In behind them, Dino's Grace and Early Autumn. They're in the final furlong. Southern Kiss very wide, but in front now. On the inside, Night Sky keeps fighting, and Early Autumn in between is also closing stoutly. Here's Early Autumn in between doing the best work, and Early Autumn with a solid debut victory striding out. Night Sky and Southern Kiss battled out second and third, but that was a 1 filly race.
The big filly, mature filly, ready for her debut, strikes with a closing rush. Early Autumn in race 2.
She won because she's talented. She didn't want any part of this 5.5 furlongs. She broke slow. She was kind of, unengaged or disengaged, looking around, and Johnny kept at her. And then for her to split horses late and draw away the way she did, that speaks of ability. Not that she relished the distance or maybe even the surface.
Yeah, I mean, that was cool. And Johnny just comfortably just ran right up the middle, stayed, let those 2 horses split, just kept cruising up the middle. That was real money. When you see horses like that taking money that are not training here, first-time starters, it's a huge indication of what to expect.
I have a feeling I know what the answer is to this, but for the odds-on favorite, was this more Southern Kiss coming up small late, or the winner Early Autumn going out and getting her? I'll ask you that in a moment after we look at what happened at the start, Richie.
Yeah, and she's a tall filly. She's big. You can see Johnny's head a little bit above the gate. She just kind of popped slightly in the air and broke slowly. Just took her a long time to get those long legs unraveled. She was last early, but made this long, sustained kind of bid. Wound up back in behind horses in the stretch, but split them very bravely. She did this almost matter of fact, Lafitte. Like, I don't think she had any clue what she was doing yet. And she was just that talented she could overcome it.
That's what makes it more exciting. And Maggie told you everything you needed to know in terms of how she impressed right behind us in the paddock. She goes out and delivers, and that's the thing, winning in spite of herself. Jonathan, like, this may not be what she's designed to do necessarily. She may thrive doing something else, but regardless, she goes out there and wins impressively.
Yeah, that was. It looked like at a certain point that the 6 was going to win for fun when she ranged up. You knew that she had the experience. You knew that she had a number that was good enough to win this race. She started to get out a little bit, but I don't think that that's why she got beat. She could have ran as straight as she wanted to, and the 5 was going to get her, in my opinion, in one way or another.
Saratoga's all-time leading everything in terms of riders. Johnny Velasquez, the winning ride, splitting horses Early Autumn in her debut, 5-2 at post time, 5-8, 6-7 results. Reaction when Saratoga Live continues.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Back at Saratoga. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Mainline Racing's Early Autumn, co-owned John Service, winning trainer John Service, the 90th different trainer to saddle a winner at the meet. Or you pegged Richie Early Autumn.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that John Service was shipping a horse in here, the trainer of Hall of Famer Smarty Jones. This man knows how to train a horse, and he's not shipping horses up to Saratoga unless he knows they belong.
arrived with a purpose to the winner's circle. Maggie Wolfendale with John Velasquez.
That's right, as John, I was looking at her in the paddock. She's a big girl. Were you at all concerned, like I was, that maybe 5.5 would be a little bit too sharp for her?
I mean, as soon as I got on her, I was like, man, I don't think she's going to be a 5'8", 5.5 horse, So I asked him, is it okay to take it away from the pony, give her a good warm up? So she's fine, do whatever you want. And I galloped by myself, back and forth. She's so laid back. I'm thinking, oh boy, I don't know. I don't see what to do this. And I give her a good warm up. She'll come out of there. She's so big. I think she's so far back in the gate and so forward that even her jump out of there wasn't very good. So I hustled for 5-6 jumps. She didn't give me anything. And as soon as she got to the turn, she got next to one horse, and then she got more serious. I was like, okay, at least she got something. Yeah. And then I kept it pace, down the lane, and finally she got there. It was like slow motion getting there, but she got there.
She did. I think maybe in the end of the day, she might be just better than the rest of the field, and we can look for her going further down the road.
No, by far, she was a much better horse here today. But I think definitely she's going to benefit with a little more distance, but she gets a nice stride, nice rhythm with her, I think she'll be much better.
Johnny, I got to ask you about the horse you ride in the feature today in the Smart and Fancy Praying, who you've been aboard, but she's trying something new today, and that is the first-time turf. There's a little bit of pedigree. From your memory and riding her before, is there any inclination of how she'll handle it?
I think she should handle it well. I think the problem with her is that she's been a really nervous horse, post-parade and everything. So she basically lived the race before she ever runs. And she's a very speedy horse, but I think today there's so much speed that I don't have to worry about being on her mouth, So she probably is going to get her run, and hopefully she can handle the track the way we think, and then come running, though. I think she's been so hard on herself by the time she gets to the gate that she's so aggressive, and then she gets all worked up. So hopefully by today they go away from her and she relaxes, and hopefully she come running.
Johnny, thank you so much for your insights. They're always tremendous, and congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
All right, early autumn with the big win for Johnny, and maybe we'll see him a few more times here in the winner's circle with those wonderful insights. Lafitte?
Great stuff. That's funny. That was a topic that came up pre-race, Richie. A jockey, does he ever walk into a paddock, look at a horse the first time, it's like, she's not winning first out sprinting yet. So you might have that observation. Sometimes they'll surprise you.
Well, when they're that talented, and this filly, she just gave me such a nice impression in the warm-up. And Johnny said it, she's so laid back, which isn't always the ideal characteristic of a horse going 5.5 on the turf. You want him a little bit revved, but I think this really spoke volumes to her natural ability. And I think we're going to see a better filly with racing and certainly more distance.
Johnny V also discussing his mount Praying, not as laid back, can be a little bit wound up. You give her, what do you make of her chances in the Smart and Fancy?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like horses coming from off of it in turf sprints anyways, and then you hear Johnny say the concern about whether she gets a little too worked up. Those aren't two things that I love to hear for a horse coming into a race like that.
Johnny V, the win. John Service, 90th. Different trainer. So saddle the winner, Saratoga. Chad Brown struck much earlier in the meet. And this third race strictly looks like it goes through him.
No, I think one of these two horses wins for Chad. I forgot which one I even picked. I think I picked the 5. But if you would have given the 2, I wouldn't have yelled at you.
Strong 1-2 punch in the upcoming third race. Chad Brown, 8-time Saratoga champion trainer. It's Intellect, it's Cosmic Year, and tomorrow, Program Trading. In the Grade 1, Christophe Clement, big weekend on tap for Brown. What else is new? You're watching Saratoga Live.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Further ado, a magnificent run.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Magnitude to the top of the class. She's so speedy in that sprint. Tap it twice. Tap it twice. Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
Let's talk about different body types and how they fit into different conditions. So right here is a horse that is best at running long on the turf. And so first, I'll start by looking at a horse down to its foot. This guy has a massively wide kind of dinner plate hoof, which is really good on the turf. It helps him spring off of it and creates more surface area on a firmer type of surface so they can push off better. Then you kind of come down and you look at the angles, right? So you're looking at maybe angle of hip to hock. A dirt horse will stand a little bit more closer together. So turf horses have more of an angle from their hip to their hock. And they're just more or less more angular types of horses. See, he's got more of that kind of angular hind end, and it's not that big, you know? The dirt horses really well muscled behind, and usually that's more of like a sprinter type as well. But this guy, a little bit more of a lean, narrow build, really works well when running long on the turf.
Maggie's like, I got this, Tom. Just hold him. I'll take care of this. You watch enough football, Richie, it becomes evident. You see a player like, okay, that guy's an offensive lineman, right? That guy's a wide receiver, a defensive back. The same can apply to a more trained eye in thoroughbred racing.
Oh, absolutely. Certain body types built to do certain jobs, right? Same thing with horses, just what Maggie's talking about. Horses push themselves. They don't pull themselves with their front legs. They propel themselves with their hind legs. So when she was talking about having, you know, a bigger, wider hind end, that's because they push off. And when you have that sprint speed, they need that big engine behind to cover that ground. I love that piece, and I love that gives people a little bit of a window into when Maggie's or Case or anybody's talking about in the paddock, what to look for in specific horses. And watching that, the biggest takeaway for me was Tom toes in really bad.
Swatting flies. Maggie's like, I got this, man. I got it. We have a long distance, middle distance turf race coming up. A mile, field and updated odds, and what feels like a Chad Brown Invitational kind of race going in with Intellect and Cosmic Year.
Yeah, I mean, they both are fancy. They're, well, I'm sorry, that's Maui Strong. Intellect's actually a bigger price. No, that's right. They're both 9 to 5. Sorry, you should be talking about this, not me.
Oh, I fell asleep for a second. I'm just kidding. No, I think that both of these horses, one of them wins. I mean, I look at this as kind of a lock-up race. You can try to separate them, and in fact, looking at this this middle pick 5, this is a great example of a race where if you can separate them, and you just take one of them in a multi-race wager, you're picking up a ton of equity because most folks are going to use both. And I think that sometimes if you can, I couldn't separate them, but if you can separate them, I think it's a great strategy.
If forced, could you give a slight
the 5
edge to?
The 5 if forced. But I wouldn't be happy about it, but if forced, the 5.
See, my question with the 5 is he has 3 wins, 8 seconds, and there have been a few of those that to me look like he could have gotten it done. Mm-hmm. And I just question his, will to win at crunch time. Well, I don't question that with the 2 Cosmic Year.
So that killer instinct, does he have it? Intellect, stablemates, co-favored 9 to 5 to Megan in the paddock.
And that's where we'll start with the number 5, Intellect, who is not necessarily my cup of tea physically. And clearly when he's running out of excuses, marking up 8 seconds from 16 starts, that's when it starts to get frustrating from a betting perspective as well. But he has run well. Looking at him, he's extremely small and short coupled, petite. He's not one that just really strikes you or is at all overwhelmingly physically impressive. And one for me that, you know, he comes into the paddock, again, he's kind of forward on the bridle. He's not doing too much. He's professional. He's got his races when you go through the form lines back on July the 11th. You know, all 3 of those races won on the inner turf that day. They won on the front end. So you could argue the rail was where you wanted to be. And he was well back off the pace. He was able to tuck in and save some ground before angling out. And he did have a nice run, just too much to do late. He's really got that nice turn of foot. And he's not for me physically. Going through his races, he's going to be coming from off of it more than likely. Maybe he'll get into a better tactical zip position that we saw him engage in 2-back. He's very much a prototypical miler, even maybe shorter than this. We shall see. There's not an overabundance of speed in this race, so the pace is a bit murky as we'll head over to the other Chad Brown. That's the number 2, Cosmic Year, who is an impeccably bred son of Kingman out of the Group 1 winning dam. Passage of time. Chad Brown also trained the half-sibling time test for Judd Mont, who is a multiple Grade 1 placed runner, second in the Manhattan, the 4-star Dave. And he's remarked, Chad, about this horse as far as wanting the mile distance. And when looking at him, that's exactly what you'll find, that shorter coupled type that certainly when you're going back to that race at 1 1/16, where, you know, you can make the argument perhaps he didn't have the biggest of excuses, but he was a bit wider where Neat kind of got to ride the rail and have that beautiful trip and a great ride by Ray Lou that day. And then he gets into too deep of waters in the poker where he just never really found a chance in that race. I really like him in here. My problem is he is going to be coming from further off of it. He does get Lasix for the first time, which does intrigue in here. I wonder what kind of trip he's going to get with Manny Franco aboard, if they're going to get him a little bit more engaged and involved. When going back through his European races, the likes of champion riders Ocean Murphy have been aboard him, kind of noting that he's a horse that likes that cover and likes to run at a target. We'll see what kind of tactical position he makes out. To me, the horse to beat in this one. Lafitte?
Judd Mont, homebred pedigree up the wazoo, Cosmic Year, and this was the North American debut that Megan was talking about. A late May, Monmouth Park, the cliffhanger. Couple of starts back, Richie. Cosmic Year, yet defeated by Neat and defeated by Ray Lou.
Yeah, and we know Neat on his day is a pretty nice runner, particularly the mile and a 16th, and what a perfect trip and ride
that
he got.
Ride.
Cutting the corner, Ray Lou made all the difference there. And it looked like Cosmic Year, once he was able to extricate himself from traffic, looked like he had a full head of steam and he was going to get there. Did he just maybe hang a touch as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the great ride on Neat made a huge difference there, saving all the ground. But, yeah, I mean, he didn't break all that great. I think he will take a step forward, or he did take a step forward off of that, and I think he'll take another step forward off of his last race as well.
Chad Brown, Cosmic Year, Intellect, so the most likely to deny the Brown duo, JK. Maui Strong for Dale Romans, a Kentucky invader who does he is quick. He'll be a factor early.
Yeah, I mean, I probably this morning put this horse in the winner's circle because my favorite thing that happens to me is when owners come up and ask me who I like in a race, and I answer it, and then they tell me that they own a horse in the race. My favorite. It's my favorite thing that happens. Just tell me before. Say, hey, I own this horse. It's the best way to do it. Look, I think if one of these other two horses runs, this horse isn't going to win. He's not that far off. I thought last time he was up close in a paceless race, and I just feel like he's going to have a couple more serious animals running at him at this point.
If you knew they had a runner beforehand, begs the question, like, would you respond differently?
Yeah, I'd say, oh, you know what? Yeah, I think your horse has an all right shot. I prefer a couple of other ones instead of being like, no shot. You know, I walk on eggs.
He's become so much more like diplomatic. This man's ready to run for office.
I don't know if I like Jonathan's being diplomatic. I just tell it like it is.
Knows how to play the game. 9-5 favorite, Intellect. His most recent appearance, week 2 of the meet, facing similar Flavien Prat aboard Intellect. Jonathan gets rolling late. What'd you like about this effort?
Yeah, just from a figure standpoint, he ran really fast. I understand the concern, and it's a real one because there's been a couple of occasions he's been odds on where he's been beat, and that's a concern. There's a couple of opportunities where he's been short and he's been beat. That's a concern. This is one of those situations, kind of like we saw in the last yesterday with Criteria. I'll give him one more shot.
Right.
Based off of this effort, I'll give him one more shot. Now, run a no excuse second, I'm signing divorce papers.
That will be that. It's Rod Ortiz off. Jose Ortiz jumps in the cockpit, and I believe since Sunday, Rod Ortiz banged up Saturday right before the 7th or 8th race, sidelined until August 22nd is the target date. I believe, unless there's been one earlier today, I believe that 9 horses Rod Ortiz was named on that have won, Richie, since Sunday.
Yeah, and my heart goes out to Irad. He was riding in such great form after, missing the first 4 or 5 days of the meet because of a suspension that he had to serve from last year. And he's watching because he loves the game so much. He's not going to let it go. But, the most important thing is just get healthy. You're going to get plenty of your business back when it comes back. And I hope we see him able to ride the Alabama.
I don't know if you want to call it ironic or coincidental, just the conversation that you had with him in a sit-down jockey spotlight a couple of weeks ago. And you were indicating how, as a rider, he's matured and not quite pushing the envelope, I'm paraphrasing, and getting suspended and serving days, and his response being just that. Like, I hate nothing more than being at home, watching the races, watching somebody else ride horses I'm supposed to ride, and very shortly thereafter, here we are.
Yeah, and listen, it's part and parcel of a jockey's life. You're going to sustain injuries. You're an athlete in a highly competitive, tough sport. You're going to sustain injuries. He's been fortunate, that he hasn't sustained, more injuries because it's just, again, part of a jockey's life. But that's not helping him right now here in that because he misses riding. He wants to be out there. But that's also what makes him so great.
There's a question. In the NFL, supposedly in sports, you're not supposed to lose a starting gig to injury. You're not supposed to. Quarterback goes down. When he's healthy, job's his until he proves otherwise. How is that different for a rider who gets hurt, heals up, and when he returns?
Well, owners and trainers didn't get that memo from the NFL. You can't expect them to just put you back on horses when other people have been winning on them. Now, you'll always have a very loyal client or two who will always help you get going again. But, John Kim and I were very close friends. I wrote everything for him. When I broke my arm in '99, Edgar Prado was riding all the horses. He's a great rider. He's winning on them. I got a lot of the stable back, but I didn't get the whole stable back.
I think another part of it is that in racing, I think there's a little bit of superstition as well. It's like, the guy this guy just won on him. I'm not going to take the guy off that just won.
Don't fix it.
Sure. I think in the NFL, the difference would be is there's usually 60 snaps, 70 snaps of proof of that player that replaced, whether he should be there or not. And I think that makes that decision a little bit easier, whether you go back to the starter or if you allow the new person because you've got tape to prove. It's a little bit trickier, I think, in racing when you're trying to decide whether a rider fits or doesn't fit. I think sometimes, I think a great example is going to be with like the whole, magnitude nitrogen situation.
Right.
You know what I mean? Well,
Jose Ortiz.
They go back, they keep Johnny. Johnny rode the horse brilliantly.
Yeah.
What do you do there?
It's not a given, like an unwritten rule, and different from sport to sport. Let's meet the field. Makes sense. There he is in Dylan Davis.
Trying turf for the first time. Did have a workout over the Oklahoma training turf. Has to prove he can compete at this level on grass.
Powerhouse Connections Cosmic Year.
Yeah, I mean, me Bago would be 1-9 in here. This horse makes sense to me for sure.
High Beta claimed from Chad Brown by Antonio Arriaga.
Yeah, and we just have to run faster than he's ever run to be competitive here.
Quick Maui Strong.
Sorry, I told you your horse had no shot. He actually might have a little bit of one.
Intellect. Jose Ortiz. Yes, subs for Brother Arad.
You're very much the horse to beat. Has the ability. I'm just not crazy about the more seconds than wins.
Peros, a perfect at Saratoga, should stalk the leaders.
Yeah, probably a cut below these, but it is a beautiful island.
Frosted Over is not. Claim from Linda Rice by Rachel Sells.
Yeah, and this horse does have some races up at Woodbine on the turf that would be competitive, but it feels like he hasn't quite found his form yet this year.
Turf milers, 50-cent mandatory pay. Pick 5 starts now, 3rd at Saratoga. Conversation of this race, theme of this race, you just keep coming back to the fact that it does seem it just goes through Chad Brown.
Yeah, I agree with that, but there is a lack of pace in here. Who do you think sets the pace here? Will it be the 1 Make Sense or the 4?
I think Maui Strong. I think Maui Strong.
Yeah,
what do you
probably
think,
Maui
Ziggy?
Strong. You'd like to think. I mean, he's had some success being forward in races. Not a lot of success. He's come up short a couple of times, but he is tactical. You've got Luis Saez, and Dale Romans is kind of a trainer that I think appreciates speed. You know, reminds me of Shackelford. Right. I think Dale Romans is the first person I ever heard say that if you're going fast and they're chasing you, they're going faster than they want to be going as well.
Yep.
So he's not one of those trainers. You know, I think of him, George Weaver, Brad Cox, Bob Baffert, that are never going to take speed away from a horse that has it.
I don't feel like reading promos today, Jonathan. You do me a favor? It's a Naira Bets contest, my friend.
Oh my gosh, this orange one?
It's my favorite Naira Bets contest.
Oh, Friday contest. Play in today's $40 feeder to earn a spot in tomorrow's $300 open contest. Visit nairabets.com/contests to register by race 3.
There it is.
I want equal time here, by the way.
Here's the thing. I always hope I hand it to him and he's going to be awful, and then he delivers.
Well, I want equal time here.
You get the next one.
Right? Watch this, Lafitte. Watch this. For more, let's go to Megan Burgess.
Oh, hell no.
Wow, that was pretty, I mean, I had to be warned by the producers that was going to happen because that was a pretty special moment I hope we got. Let's go ahead and talk about the main speed, which to my eye looks like the number 4, Maui Strong, who's been the quintessential type in his disposition, staying with the pony because he was very aggressive in the paddock, almost to the point of bubbling over. He was saddled with the pony in his saddling stall, very sharp. He is second off of the layoff for trainer Dale Romans with a horse that has been what we like to call stakes tested, albeit actually grade 3 stakes placed as a 3-year-old last year. And last time out he faced a field, a short one of just 4 foes, got a straightforward trip, and was much the best that day. He is a recent gelding, which I haven't been able to see him before, but it likely not only to lighten him up because he's a big solid guy, but he's also a temperamental speed sort to kind of level him off mentally, I'm sure, a bit. Like I said, kept with the pony. He's actually settled down now that he's gotten to the racetrack. He hasn't been to Saratoga since last summer in the Manila, where the grade 3 Manila, where there was a significant inside bias that day on July 4th of 2025, where he rode the bias and he rode it with speed that day. And he, to me, was incredibly disappointing when you're kind of looking at horses that you see that are stakes tested, but he does meet the right field as far as being the controlling speed, as the other Chad Brown entrants lack it, and he could have that tactical advantage. I do like him second off of the bench, likely as a horse that needed the fitness and got that last time out. It's nice to see him come back with that 86 Beyer speed figure as well as a 3-year-old with a consistent diet of races, being able to kind of show, at least I know a weaker field, a bit of a step in the right direction. Another horse that will be forward from the inside, or I anticipate at least, is the number 1 Make Sense up there at a huge price for trainer Chad Summers. I don't love his races, but I do find that he is very fit from the inside at a huge price. If he does hold on from a pace perspective, could collect underneath as the number 2 clicks over to strong favoritism, 3-2 on Cosmic Year. Quickly on the number 6, Peros. I like the turf for him. He gets back to it after a dirt try last time out, and his 2-back race does make him a player. We'll see, though, if he can ultimately respond to the class test. Lafitte or JK? Who am I tossing it back to? JK, do you want to hand the ball? JK, there's the football. You got it, big guy.
Whoa.
Can of worms have opened.
I was supposed to be done after that.
I was going to say thank you, Megan.
I was waiting. I was waiting who was going to get the ball back as you look at Peros. Kendrick Carmouche. I'm not asking if these horses are Breeders' Cup mile caliber, but a good performance at this level on this afternoon. Where might this be headed?
Oh, you could definitely see either Cosmic Year or Intellect heading back to Stakes Company. You know, horses, equine athletes like human athletes, confidence is key as well, and you want to put them in positions to shine and make it easier on them. They stay sounder, they stay healthier mentally. I've seen a lot of horses get beat and sulk in the back of their stall, don't want to eat, don't want to come to the front of the stall and talk with anybody. They really do, some of them take it very personal.
You find that, Jonathan, as somebody who's experiencing going to the racetrack for a first time or just started following recently, when you explain just that about horses getting confident, that really feels like it's difficult to resonate for someone who isn't familiar with the game.
Yeah, you got to remember they're pack animals, right? So the ones that want to pass other horses are the ones that are a little bit outside of their breed, right? Like, and I think that once say you find horses that have that desire and that will to win, that separates the good ones from the ones that aren't as fast. I do believe that they start to kind of figure it out. I know you've talked about it before, or maybe it was someone else. I thought it was you. Let's just give it to you.
Yeah,
if it was someone else.
If it was wise and insightful, yeah.
It was probably you.
Yeah.
About how Zenyatta seemed confused after she got beat in the Classic, where she didn't go into the winner's
I can't take credit. But yeah, that was she was instinctually. Yeah, that's where I go after I race.
Absolutely. Listen, they're a lot smarter than people give them credit for, but I think the pack animal thing is right on point. Some of them want to be the herd leader, and some of them want to run with the crowd.
Who is the alpha of this third at Saratoga? About to find out. Post time. Frank Miramati with the load and call.
High Beta goes in. We don't typically mention birthdays, but we will now. Happy 60th, Dale Romans, as Maui Strong loads into the gate. Find out if Dale will be posing for pictures. The odds are 3-1 that he'll be in the winner's circle soon on his 60th. Last one to load is Frosted Over, going up. Backs away. Frosted Over. Longest shot in the field. Takes up his spot. They're in the gate. And they're off, and it was a fairly even beginning. Intellect and High Beta are both out alertly, but it's Maui Strong who's quicker than all, and Maui Strong is up to take the lead. High Beta is matching strides along the inside, and then a joint third between Intellect and Cosmic Year is racing down on the inside, only about 2 lengths off the pace. It's another 3 back to Peros. The 2 trailers Frosted Over and Makes Sense at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 23 4/5 seconds. They swing on to the backstretch with High Beta leading the way by a length. Maui Strong in second. And then it's Cosmic Year under a tight hold from Manny Franco, racing on the rail in third. Intellect is fourth with 3 to make up. Peros racing side by side with Frosted Over and Makes Sense continues at the back. The half mile in 48 seconds flat. And it is still High Beta showing the way into the far turn, has a 2-length lead. Maui Strong getting closer in second. Cosmic Year has ridden the rail throughout. Intellect fourth every step of the way, still 3 off the lead, 3 clear of Peros, Frosted Over, and Makes Sense. They're coming to the top of the stretch, and Maui Strong makes his move. Cosmic Year is just behind horses, and Intellect kicking in on the far outside. Intellect up to take the lead with 1 furlong to go, and opens up a 2-3-length lead. Cosmic Year is in second as Intellect pours it on through the stretch. Gets a crack to remind him to widen, and he does just that. Intellect by 4, yet another for Jose Ortiz. Cosmic Year second, Peros third, photo for fourth between Makes Sense and Maui Strong.
There goes that man. Jose Ortiz second on the afternoon. Chad Brown, Intellect, the alpha today.
He was the alpha. There was not one iota of hanging him. He really finished the deal today, Jonathan. Maybe I was a bit unfair to him. You go through his past performance, he was second to a horse named Deterministic in the Grade 1 4-star day last year, but this was a real nice performance, and I do think you'll see him headed back to Stakes Company.
Absolutely. It answers Lafitte's question about whether one of these horses, I think both of them will probably go on to Stakes next. And I got to tell you, when I saw that horse, Maui Strong, sitting second, 48 to the half, I started thinking, this guy's going to come back over here, isn't he? He's going to come over here and he's going to yell something at me. But then the 2 Chad Brown runners protected me.
Brown out. Intellect, Cosmic Year, 5-2, 6-4. Yeah, the Killer Instinct closing the deal with conviction today. Intellect.
He did, but you saw how his ears were going, flicking back and forth when he hit the front. That gives you an indication there's more in the tank, and he was waiting on his company a little, but he was not hanging today at all.
Another look overhead here. Richie and for Jose Ortiz, just waiting for the right moment, gives Intellect his cue, and he responds.
He was really content to sit off of those horses because he had Cosmic Gear stuck inside of him. He moved when the 4 Maui Strong drifted out and presented a gap for Cosmic Gear, and he said, oh, I better get going now before he gets first run on me. He was decidedly best, but when a rider is riding with so much confidence, it's just fun to watch. You could, like I'm reading his mind as the race is going on, and he's got the horse to beat, the other Chad Brown, Cosmic Gear inside of him. He's going to sit there as long as he can and kind of keep him pinned in.
Like any other athlete, I imagine at that point, you're just a lot less thinking, so to speak, and just all instincts that you trust in those moments when you're this locked in.
Instinct and reaction, and for a jockey it's so important because that split second that you're going to decide, am I going to wait or I'm going to go, that moment's gone. You've got to react in the second. When I was riding well, I never thought of the owner, trainer, instructions. I just did what I did in the moment. When I wasn't riding well, it's because I had a trainer on one shoulder and an owner on the other.
And then you're performing not to fail.
Yes.
Big difference as opposed to just the confidence and allowing your talent to shine. We're seeing just that with Jose Ortiz. And Intellect, Chad Brown 1-2. Intellect over Cosmic Gear 5-2, 6-4. 2 wins on the afternoon so far for Jose Ortiz. We'll be right back.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
It's beautiful Friday afternoon live look in the paddock. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. French gelding Intellect. Jose Ortiz last 19 mounts, 12 wins. Jonathan, I'm not a mathematician or anything. That feels pretty good.
Yeah, I got to open up my calculator app to tell you what it means, but it is pretty darn good.
Promo reads, then win percentage. 12-19. Intellect, 2 wins on the afternoon. Jose Ortiz entering the winner's circle to Megan. And the winner's circle with Chad Brown running 1-2. Megan.
Thank you. I thought JK was going to continue to host, and Chad and I both agreed maybe not the best of ideas. We're teasing, but a 1-2 exacta for you. Intellect, kind of the bridesmaid type, and really was dominant in that one.
Yeah, the horse does like Saratoga. He's run some good races here, and Jose filled in and just did a fabulous job. And we came up with a plan A, and sure enough, down the backside, he fell into what we thought would happen as a close range target and kind of weight. He says about a quarter-mile move in him, and he timed it just perfect.
Cosmic Year running in second. They're a beautiful pedigree. You've experienced some success with the family. What did you take from his trips and his current stateside form?
Well, he got a good, last minute to get a good trip. He got a beautiful trip today. He wasn't able to kick with Intellect, so that was a little disappointing. I know he did get second, but I'll have to regroup with that horse a little bit and see if there's any adjustments I can make.
You'll send out program trading in tomorrow's Christophe Clement Turf. A horse that is a Grade 1 winner. You've continued to kind of gradually stretch him out in distance. What have you seen from him?
Yeah, we decided to try to reinvent this horse as an older horse. He came off form a bit, so we tried him 3 turns, and sure enough, he really came through in the UN. So a couple ways to look at that race. He loves Monmouth Park. He's been dominant there, so he's going to have to take his track with him tomorrow. And he had wet ground, which he appreciates. It doesn't look like there's any rain, or at least enough rain to create a soft course for him. So I'll have to see if he can step up at Saratoga against better horses on firmer ground tomorrow.
And lastly, quickly, the Alabama looming. You've mentioned Directive kind of has been pegged as your Alabama horse. Is that still on target for you?
No, we unfortunately had to stop on Directive. She is going to be fine, and plan is to bring her back in training, and it'll probably be more towards a 4-year-old campaign. Had a little setback. We're going to take care of her. We think a lot of her. My Gun's Loaded looks like she's going to be drawn in from the bullpen. She's hasn't run in a stake race yet, and 1.25 miles is a big jump, but her 2 races she has run at Saratoga have been fabulous. She's going to have a work tomorrow to give it a final look, but I'm thinking that way.
Exciting, and thank you for the shrewd insight as always. Congrats here.
Thanks for having me.
Lafitte, JK, just a duo of hosts up there.
Megan, great stuff. The stable tour for Chad Brown there. My Gun's Loaded on. We're disappointing about Directive, a filly with all kinds of upside and potential.
Yeah, but, you know, they do the right things by the horses. They're usually out in front of those things before it's something that can't be dealt with. And how good is Chad Brown at bringing horses back off a layoff? So
not many better. Intellect here, the win. And Jonathan, in tomorrow's Christophe Clement program trading, like you got the 7 runners, you have the 4 that are based here, 3 based overseas. Program trading, where does he fit in? What are you expecting?
I mean, I think Chad said a lot of it there, right? I mean, I think he thinks the program trading appreciates a little cut in the ground. He's not going to probably get as much as he wants. Chad mentioned he's going to get firmer. And then also the idea that he's facing better horses than he's been facing. Also an obstacle. It's a tough group tomorrow, yeah. But, you know, it's Chad, it's grass, it's red and white awnings everywhere. You know the outcome.
He's one of few of those. Tomorrow, Fox Saratoga. Saturday, 3-hour broadcast featuring the Grade 1 Christophe Clement, formerly the sword dancer, top class long distance turf runners. Much more on the Christophe Clement. And for trainer Mark Casse, now looking for a second Galway tomorrow afternoon, right after the Christophe Clement. What a summer it's been thus far with the big guns doing their thing. Counting Stars, Coaching Club America knows Alabama bound. Nitrogen runner-up last weekend in the Whitney. Casse gearing up for the second half of the summer at Saratoga.
This weekend, trainer Miguel Clement starts 7-year-old Belmont Gold Cup winner and 2026 Melbourne Cup qualifier Tawny Port.
It is the survival of the fittest, the Belmont Gold Cup. But it's Tawny Port coming away. Tawny Port wins it.
In a race named after his father, the late great Hall of Fame trainer Christophe Clement. Don't miss Saratoga's Christophe Clement Turf, a win and you're in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Join us 3 Eastern on Fox.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendee.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Well, I think what my racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Pletcher, a trainer for my racehorse.
Sees the grade, wins the Preakness.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Cutting the corner, Chelsea Cloisters, Abyssinian now fourth and moving through an opening on the inside. As they arrive at the 16th pole, it is Sister Peacock trying to cling to the lead here from O'Keefe. Abyssinian, Eye in the Sky is finishing well on the outside. Brooke Marie 2 down the center. It is Sister Peacock. Here's Abyssinian, Eye in the Sky. Down to the line. Eye in the Sky over Abyssinian.
Cavalry Charge, 2019 Galway. First for Mark Casse, Galway tomorrow, but first, this year alone, Jonathan, the names of the races, the names of the horses, it's August, there's still so much on the horizon this summer, and looking ahead to the Breeders' Cup this fall.
Yeah, his barn field's loaded. You know, he's got some good young horses as well. You know, Mark, when he comes up here and he starts winning in bunches, it usually doesn't stop.
There was a time where he had some really dry summers up here, where it used to be kind of a thing if you could get things going. Now it's almost an automatic, and having contenders in the biggest of races weekend after weekend.
I think Mark has just gotten so good at identifying the horses that will be competitive up here, who he needs to bring in, and obviously has a large stable to choose from, but boy, he's just been hitting on all cylinders. I mean, really, you know, and you can just see how much he enjoys it. There's a guy, he comes to work and says, I love my job. I mean, he really does.
You think higher of nitrogen after her second place finish?
Yeah. I mean, the way she ran Belmont weekend and the Ogden Phipps really grabbed my attention. But I think that when you have a performance like that that's so great as a one-off, what she did over here the other day running second made me believe what I saw.
Yep.
I still think that was probably her best performance, which in the Ogden Phipps, but now I know it's real based on how she ran the other day.
Terrific performance against an all-star cast at DJ Stable, Mark Casse. They'll make their presence felt tomorrow in the Galway right after the Grade 1 Christophe Clement. Here is the field, 3-year-old filly sprinters. And morning line, it is wide open. Talking about DJ Stable and Casse. Number 6, Mauna Loa. Hope I'm saying that right. 3-1 on the morning line. Lightly raced. Richie, lots of ability here in this most recent score over the synthetic at Woodbine last month.
Yeah, and I guess you can question whether it was the change in surface, because her first 2 starts were much slower as a 2-year-old on the turf, or the sprint was as a 2-year-old. Then she went probably a distance that she wasn't as comfortable with. I think she's fine on turf. Her mother was a stakes winner on turf. Her granddam was a stakes winner on turf. And oh, by the way, Mauna Loa is the Earth's largest active volcano, just so you know.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, I knew that.
Everybody knows that.
I don't think you're shocking anyone with that news.
And she did win in her debut, Jonathan, on grass in her debut.
Yeah, she did. She was very impressive. And then I even think maybe less so that it was the distance, Richie, but maybe like the 8-month layoff, trying to go a little bit further. That didn't necessarily work out, but she set the pace. She opened up by 6, and she comes back on the synthetic and she gallops. She's worked on the turf last time here. She is a very interesting addition to the Galloway tomorrow.
Number 5 is Cadenza, Manny Franco to ride. 7-2 on the morning line. Cadenza, 3 starts back. Take the A train downstate. Richie, your thoughts on this winning effort?
No, it was a really nice effort. And the thing about her is she sets up her own trip. She puts herself in position. Jockeys like horses with natural speed because they kind of put you in a spot where you don't have to negotiate so much traffic. And she kind of made a long, sustained run here. I thought this was a really nice effort.
Cadenza can certainly win. She just always feels a little overbet to me. But as I watch this, all I can think about is I'm going to miss the A train.
Everybody's going to miss the A train and the racing downstate and playing a key role in how this Galway is shaping up. And same can be said for Oscar's Encore arriving with momentum in this most recent effort. Jonathan, this score right here last month, what do you make of her chances for trainer Joe Sharp?
Yeah, this is who I like. I mean, she's tactical, she's got speed, she's drawn well. She doesn't have to make the lead. She rated in her first start. She's got Jose Ortiz. I can keep going if you want me to. I think she's going to end up working out a really nice trip. She'll be forward. I like to see her probably end up towards the fence with her tactical speed and who she's got drawn to her inside. There's a lot to like about Oscar's Encore.
Will you get anything close to that 6-1? Does that feel about right to
I
you?
would think so. I mean, they're going to bet some of these other horses. They always bet Cadenza. They're going to bet the horse who's named after the volcano.
That was good. That was good. The two stakes races tomorrow.
Yeah.
The marathon, the Christophe Clement, and the sprint in the Galway. Both of them deep, competitive. This thing's wide open.
Yeah, very wide open, and I always laugh about that. You're going from 1.5 miles to 5.5 on the turf. As a jockey, you've got to rewire your head right away. Okay, 1.5 miles, we're going to break like a whisper, quiet into my hands, and get a horse into a rhythm. Going 5.5. I'm going to leave a run on my mind. I'm going to give you a little more jazzed up. And in one race, how you got to switch gears.
Guns blazing right from the start. Wide open Galway. It's right after the Grade 1 Christophe Clement. You'll see it on Fox Saratoga Saturday. 3-hour broadcast coverage begins 3 Eastern. Still to come and much more on that Grade 1 Christophe Clement. The Europeans, strong contingent. International clash. Americans, the Europeans, they'll meet on that Saratoga lawn tomorrow in a Grade 1 event with a $750,000 purse. Christophe Clement with a trip to the Breeders' Cup Turf on the line.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Sends it towards the rail. Doubly Blessed on the outside. Mischievous Alex has gained ground down at the rail. Then it is Whitmore and Lexingtonian as they hit the furlong marker. Firenze Fire and Yopon. The two of them are battling it out here through the stretch. On the outside, Firenze Fire. On the inside, it is Yopon. Firenze Fire seems to savage Yopon there in the stretch, and it's going to be Yopon who gets to the wire first.
I don't care how many times you've seen it. It's still shocking each and every time. Firenze Fire attacking, savaging Yop on a deep stretch of the Grade 1 Forgo a few years back.
And relentlessly. This is something you would see with two wild Mustangs out on the plains with no riders. And Jose was trying his best to haul Firenze Fire off of Yaupan. And at one point, Firenze Fire actually had Yaupan's bridle in his mouth. He was almost like, no, you come back here. You run away from me.
You saw he had that Michael Jordan tongue wag thing. Thank God, the tongue was hanging out the other side of his mouth.
I was devastated. I needed Firenze Fire. I'm yelling and stop biting him and just run. Just run.
Yeah. Can't beat him, bite him. That image, unreal. And Yaupan, the sire of Abrigado, pictured here with 8 minutes out till the fourth. Horses in the paddock, obviously, and here's Megan Burgess.
And that's where we'll start with the number 5, Abrigado. You said it very lovely, Liffey. I don't know if I can beat that. This was an $875,000 two-year-old purchase who was dropped significantly in class last time out and dominated by 7 lengths doing so. I love the way this horse looks. How can you not? A horse that they paid this much money for. Very athletic, very well put together, gorgeous son of Yaupan. That's not necessarily my problem with him physically because I don't have one. It is necessarily Joe Sharp, first off of the claim on dirt. The past 5 years at Saratoga, he's 2 for 22, just 9% with his negative 68-cent $2 ROI. He recently won with Moment's Notice, and that was his first winner, which happened to be this meet, since 2022. And that was also when he was making a lateral class move. Abrigado will, of course, make a pretty large jump in class compared to that field he faced last time out, where he was much the best. Quicker turnaround, dusted a weak field. He did have a wide trip, and I anticipate him being sharp as the rain is coming down here in Saratoga. It's kind of been wanting to, but now it's pretty much consistently raining. As far as the number 4, Toga d'Oro, I should say, strictly the horse to beat to me. Has that early speed, the best turned out horse in the paddock. Just beautifully put together, moving very well, just very well meant for Rick Dutrow, coming off of a bit of a freshening. He's for me, and this one, Lafitte.
Megan, thanks so much. Toga d'Oro. Your top selection, JK, with riders up, and perhaps this is part of the reason why. Latest appearance, mid-June, Aqueduct, same 7 furlong distance. Promise it's coming, and I like it, just a late surge here from Toga d'Oro, JK, in the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was impressive this day, and you know, a lot of times when a horse jumps up and has a lifetime best, you have to ask yourself why. You don't be tricked by a one-number horse. The thing about him, though, is it makes sense how it happened. He was claimed by Rick Dutrow, or switched to Rick Dutrow, and then continued to improve. And his third start for Rick Dutrow is when you got this performance. That makes it make sense to me.
It's a big difference. Where did that come from, as opposed to oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when a horse goes from one trainer to another and starts to improve, it's not necessarily an indictment of the former connections. Sometimes trainers just have a different style, a different way of doing things, and horses respond well to it.
It's change.
It's change.
Something different, not better, not worse, just different. Post-parade upcoming, presented by the New Belmont Park. Racing returns to Belmont September 18th. Visit newbelmont.com to learn more. The 4 for Jonathan. Who'd you wind up with here, Richie?
I wound up on the 2 from the Al Stall barn. I like this horse getting the 7 furlongs. I think it's going to be the absolute perfect distance for this horse. And Luis Saez, an aggressive rider, should have him in a forward position.
It's such a specialty distance. You remember when the Vosburg used to be the main East Coast prep for the Breeders' Cup Sprint? It was at 7/8, and that horse would win a horse would win the Vosburg, be one of the favorites for the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and underperform. All of a sudden, that 3/4 of a mile was too sharp.
That extra furlong, the 7 furlongs from the 6 furlongs, riders are just a touch more careful about saving horse so you don't get that wicked fast pace that you get in a Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Richter Scales, Bird on the Wires, those horses come to mind. It's a big difference. All right, 7-8 sprint here. There's the 1 in Hot Property.
Well, getting a little bit of class relief here, but last race left a lot to be desired.
Richie going with Daiquiri Sommelier. A quick colt for Al Stahl.
Yeah, ran poorly last time. He's got some back races that put him in the mix here.
Currently 7-1, 8-1 Freaky. First dirt sprint since his first career start. Been a while.
Yeah, and his dirt races left a lot to be desired, but comes in off a B+ work from the Daily Racing Form Kaka report on dirt.
Togador for you, Jonathan.
Yeah, I think that Rick Dutro's got this guy right where he wants him.
Obrigado. Yalpan Gelding. Ridgeling. I can't see. What's that say?
Ridgeling.
Ridgeling. Thanks. Appreciate it. Number 6 here, Neve. 14-1 maiden winner opening weekend.
He did say he couldn't read, and then I want everyone at home to know he just reached for his glasses.
Yeah.
So things aren't going well for Lafitte.
No.
He had the blinkers
and
on.
It happens overnight. I'm upset about it. And, yeah, I'll be on your couch later, and Jonathan's going to walk me through the changes we go through as we get a little bit older. Swaging, number 7, outran his odds last month. Tyler Gaffney on rides.
Yeah, but turning back from that 1 1/8 to the 7 furlongs, I will say, made a really nice impression to me walking by our set in the paddock with trainer Wayne Potts.
Jonathan's selection, but first a reminder to get involved. Sign up if you haven't just yet, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Naira Bet, sign up today. Get up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NairaBets.com. I forgot Jonathan's supposed to be reading promos today. Next one. Togadoro Trip. Jonathan, where should he be placed early on by Ricardo Santana?
Yeah, I mean, one of the good things about Ricardo Santana is that he's aggressive. So you're going to get a forward ride, and that's where I want to be in dirt racing in general. I talked earlier on the show about how much I don't like a short price closer in a turf sprint. Farther away from that is I don't like horses trying to come from out of it in dirt races at short prices. Being on the dirt, having speed is a big advantage, and that's one thing you're going to get from Ricardo.
2-1 favorite, 2 minutes out, revving his engines. Togadora to Megan, trackside.
The number 2, Daiquiri Sommelier, by the way, great name, is a horse that I'm familiar with, funnily enough, all the way back from her races, his races, I should say, in Kentucky when they did debut, the second start back in April of 2025, where, this horse looks like would probably appreciate a little bit more ground than this, has gotten more ground than this in the past, just looking at him. And he does come off of a layoff, as you'll see. Luis Saez trying to wake him up a bit because very laid back. Very almost dull in the paddock, and now he's kind of trying to get him a little bit revved up away from the pony, but going through his races. Last time out, it kind of seemed like that race where you put a line through it. He showed speed, completely just did not run that day, and then got the time away. But then you go through his form lines back on July the 18th of last year, where there was some solid bumping at the start of that race. He was up on a pressured pace, kind of took the lead around the turn, and did shake off the other speed, which was promising before ultimately getting outrun. And I thought he ran well that day. I do prefer others in here, but I thought he was kind of interesting underneath as a horse that has shown speed in the past. Hopefully can kind of wake him up mentally. The number 6, Nay Baby, was a big long shot last time out that managed to get the better of a maiden special field, now facing winners for the first time. For Jeremiah Englehart, just a bit more unassuming physically, not the impressiveness that you've kind of seen around him, as he will, again, face winners for the first time, and last time out, he just wasn't the sharpest out of the gate. That's been something consistent of him, and looking at him, he just isn't the strongest behind at all. So I understand why he doesn't really propel himself forward when trying to get out of the gate. And last time out, he was well back, he got a solid pace to run at, and he found a bit of traffic going between horses, was on the wrong lead, and had that late switch, managed to get it done. Party Animal did come back out of that race to run second in a California-bred restricted stake race at Del Mar with an 82 Beyer speed figure. Just physically, I really wish he just looked stronger overall. The number 1, Hot Property, is interesting there for Linda Rice, though you really have to watch. I'm interested to see Mig's thoughts on this horse, because seemingly lost all of that early speed and just have to hustle and work at it, as Manny Franco has that task from the inside. Lafitte?
8-1 Megan, Hot Property from the rail. Let's get back to Obrigado. Richie, what do you make of that last effort of his graduating in a big performance, a stroll, an odds-on favorite, and he delivered?
Well, it was for maiden 25, so that's the lowest level we run in New York for maidens. And this horse dominated. Now, will that race push this horse forward to better races, get his confidence up and make him realize he could do it? I just think that when you're racing against overmatched rivals, things come so easy to you, it makes you look better than maybe you are.
Yeah, I can agree with that. The one thing I will say is that it was an aggressive drop. He was supposed to run that well, and he did. He showed up and ran. And then he's moving to a barn where horses do good when they switch there. So he could just be improving a little bit. And at 5-2, I wouldn't knock anyone trying to take a shot.
Second choice. There's the favorite, Togadoro, 8-5 at post time, all set for the fourth from Saratoga. Frank Miramati standing by.
Obrigado coming up. Coming off a big win, claimed by Joe Sharp, and currently on the board at 5-2. Second choice to Togadoro. Togadoro just waiting on Nay Baby, who goes in. Swaging will be the last one. Swaging goes up. They're in the gate. Now they're in the gate. Premature announcement. All set. And they're off. And it was a clean start. Obrigado and Swaging are the first two. Swaging just a little bit quicker. Daiquiri Sommelier is coming through along the inside, and Freaky is in the mix too, racing in fourth. Another two back to Togadoro, who settles by himself in fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. Hot Property and Nay Baby is at the back of the pack. So they go down the back stretch, and Obrigado has scampered clear to lead it by almost 2 lengths. Swaging, Daiquiri Sommelier along the inside. Freaky is fourth. The opening quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds, less than a half mile to go. They're followed by Hot Property, who's in the 5th spot. Another couple of lengths back to Nay Baby, who is inching up on the inside of Togadoro. Togadoro is losing ground, hard-ridden, not responding. 46-2 for the half mile. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and Hot Property is unleashing a 4-wide bid. Has some horses in front of him at this stage as Togadoro has eased. They're at the top of the stretch. Obrigado clinging narrowly. Freaky running a big race on the outside, and in between those two, it's Swaging. Behind that, Nay Baby now angles out with big strides into third, past the 16th pole. Freaky on the outside, just in front of Swaging. And Freaky won it by a little more than a nose. Swaging just missed. Photo for third between Nay Baby and Hot Property.
While the favorite toils, Freaky takes advantage, driving finish, finally putting away Swaging in the fourth at Saratoga.
Yeah, nice stretch duel between Freaky and Swaging. Freaky had those early races on the dirt that left a lot to be desired, but one of the most invaluable tools right now is the daily racing form Cocker Report. He had that B+ work on August 5th on the dirt, so maybe it was just a matter of him being a young, inexperienced horse who hadn't figured it out, and now he's a little more finished product.
Yeah, good for Ray Handel with the surface switch. A horse had been predominantly running on the grass, and then Ray said, okay, well, you can run on the grass. I'll run him on the grass. And then made the change and gets a win here at Saratoga.
His last dirt sprint, his career debut, right here in August of 24. That's like right around the time that Fierceness denied Torpedo Anna in the Travers. That's how long it's been since Freaky has sprinted on the main track.
Yeah, quite a bit of time has passed, but obviously they figured it out, and he got it done at a big price. He took a lot of money early, too. He kind of drifted out. But Dylan Davis with a win here, and nice to see Dylan get a win. Got to start riding a little bit more consistently, but rides like this will put him back in the beam.
12-1 in the end over Swaging. 7-1 Richie the head on. take us through the stretch.
Yeah, I just thought this was a good example of two riders pulling out all stops. They come together, but, maybe a little bit of brushing going on, but I just thought this was good, hard, clean race riding by both Dylan Davis and Tyler Gaffalione. Like you say, Gaffalione trying to come out and engage with his horse, pointing him out. Dylan just drifting over onto him ever so slightly. Just good, hard riding there.
That's one side of the story. The other, and at the top of your screen, you just saw the favorite, Togadoro. Frank pointed out that he was being encouraged, not responding. Very clear that's just not his day, Jonathan.
No, it wasn't. He looked like from that kind of head-on shot we were showing, you could see Ricardo kind of flagging the stick in front of him, just like, hey, bud, are you with me here? Are you with? And he wasn't there for him, and he just took care of him.
For Freaky, though, back sprinting in the main track, back to the winner's circle for Ray Handel. Results forthcoming 3-7, 6-1 on this Friday at Saratoga, and a look ahead to the Grade 1. Christophe Clement, what a claim. He's done this so many times. Trainer Mike Maker with old Crazy Bone. What'll he do tomorrow in the Grade 1? Christophe Clement with a trip to the Breeders' Cup Longines Turf on the line.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1. Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
The dog days of summer are here. Corgi races have returned to the spa.
And they're off. Sam is out quickly, and he is flying on the outside. Here's the finish.
Saratoga's second annual Corgi Cup. Join us Sunday, 1 Eastern on FS1.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Fly. Back at Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NyraBets.com or download the NyraBets app to get started. Exciting finish at a price Freaky finally wears down Swaging in a big runner-up effort.
Yeah, this was a good effort. Like I said, he came in off that big workout, and Freaky gets it done. Hard ride by Dylan Davis. Swaging, real nice effort by that horse as well. Love when I see two riders pulling out all stops and good, hard, clean race riding.
Freaky race 4 at a price to make it in the winner's circle.
And lovely to be joined by trainer Ray Handel. Freaky Friday, that was fun to watch, huh? Turf to dirt, and managed to really find that form that he had on the turf.
Yeah, we were tinkering with him, doing different things. I tried him on the, when I claimed him, he breathes like an absolute machine on the dirt, and I was just not getting the results. He didn't run so great last time. Thought maybe blinkers, but I just had an inkling that he might like the dirt. I watched his replays, and he just did no running. And the owners were game. They said, if you think that that's the right decision, let's go with it. And I said, if we look like idiots, then whatever. We'll get back to the grass and we'll drop him in. But I was like, I think we should give this a try. Put the blinks back on, and everything worked out today. He ran a monster race.
Worked out great, and congratulations in your way.
Yeah, thanks, appreciate it.
Lafitte, what a great performance. A big price up there on the board. It blew it up there at 12-1. A lucrative sequence indeed.
stakes win early in the meet. Here's Johnny for Ray Handel. Some tinkering here with Freaky. The result, 26-10 for your would-be $2 investment. We're going to pause, welcome in a new audience, and you'll hear us discuss a lot of stuff we've already discussed. You're watching Saratoga Live.
And they're off at Saratoga.
The Spa on a Friday. Excitement for the weekend to come. Live look, Saratoga Race Course. Welcoming our viewers on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live. You just missed an exciting fourth race. The best news, Jonathan, Richie, I'm Lafitte, by the way. We still have lots of live racing coming your way, including the featured event Turf Sprinters later on this evening in the Smart and Fancy. Here is the field and morning line. Smart and Fancy, deep, competitive. Miss Vivan, 5-2. Zeitlos, 2-1. Morning line favorite, Zeitlos, Jonathan. She has the class. She has competed at the highest level, but fact is she's a favorite that's never won on grass. And you have to go back to Preakness weekend, 10 starts ago, 11 starts ago, to find Zeitlos's last win, but that doesn't mean she hasn't been running at a high level.
Yeah, she's been running well. She's been getting beat, but that's what you get with a closing turf sprinter. They can run well, but everything has to go their way. It all has to be perfect for that to happen. So she is one that could set up nicely for her in here, but she's going to be a short price. There's 3 speed horses in here that everyone's going to see, and they're going to look to Zeitlos as the horse that's going to pick them up. I think she'll be overbet.
This the field will she handle this crew?
Every time I watch this replay, though, she could not have had a better trip. Got to save every inch of ground, never had a straw in her path, and she just kind of ran on evenly. I'm looking elsewhere, although she has the right style for the amount of speed that's in this race.
So she's trying to end a dry spell in Zeitlos. Not the case for Vivian, who is fast. She's in from Canada. She has won 6 straight turf sprints coming into this one. So be her Saratoga debuts. This is a serious test, Jonathan, but you don't have those concerns about a mare who doesn't win races. That's all she does.
And not only does she win, she wins by open lengths in sprint races. And that's not something that's very common. She's winning by 2, by 3, by 4, by 2. It's very impressive the way that she runs, and she runs horses off her feet. She's going to find herself on the front end. She'll likely find herself on the front end here. If someone wants to go in front of her, they're probably going too fast, and then she'll run away from them late. She might have to hold off an oncoming closer, like a horse like Zeitlos, but I trust my Miss Vivan.
She's good. She's fast. You get Pietro Moran, last year's leading apprentice in Canada. He won the Sovereign Award. He won the Eclipse Award. Oh, and by the way, for a young guy, he's already won their King's Plate, which is their equivalent of our Kentucky
Derby, which takes place tomorrow afternoon. The discrepancy, when you look at the competition, horses she's been beating and the competition she'll face today.
Well, I think the water's definitely deeper, and also there's a lot of speed signed on here, but I agree with John. I think she's the fast of the fast, but will that set it up for someone, take enough starch out of her, set it up for someone to come and pick her off?
Friday feature coming up, Smart and Fancy at Turf Sprinters. You'll see more Turf Sprinters tomorrow afternoon after the Christophe Clement, not Turf Sprint, 1.5 marathon grade 1 event you'll see on Fox. Today's remaining races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. 8th race, that $125,000 allowance optional claimer, the featured Smart and Fancy, race 9, all coming your way on FS2. And a friendly reminder, so much great racing still ahead this summer. Offer still stands. Sign up today, NYRABets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NYRABets.com. 5th race on tap, about 18 minutes out from the Wilson Chute. 2nd race from the chute this afternoon. $85,000 maiden claimers. 3-year-olds and older, 5-2. Jonathan, old-time rock and roll, coming off a bang-up effort in his most recent.
Absolutely. Ran extremely well last time. Seems to be trending in the right direction. I guess if you had to find one knock about old-time rock and roll is that it doesn't have that much early speed in a race that's not screaming fast-paced, but the way they're betting the 4 right now feels a little bit ridiculous. But that's coming off a race where a grass horse just won a dirt race. Still, looks ridiculous.
With old-time rock and roll, yeah, and that he didn't graduate, he didn't break through, but everything but win. It's a really solid effort.
Yeah, really solid effort. Got the best buyer speed figure that anybody's ever gotten in this race, so a lot of things pointing this horse out.
That's coming up this 5th race in about 17 minutes. Horses right behind us. We'll have riders up. Post-parade and this 5th race from Saratoga. Just getting started here on Fox Sports 2. On the eve of the Grade 1, Christophe Clement. There's the favorite, old-time rock and roll 4, Chad Brown. Brown looking for a 2nd win in the afternoon. Leading trainer this summer at Saratoga. Brown looking for a 9th overall trainer's title. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright Future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Sam was in a league of his own. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Sam.
So life's been pretty busy since last year's Corgi Cup. We've had several races. He raced in the New York Giants halftime Corgi Cup and took first, which led him to San Francisco because they did a Super Bowl for all the Corgi winners. He took second in that because he was distracted by a cheerleader, I think. He raced in the Meadowlands Corgi Cup, the first one, and took second. He wants to be first in everything. He wants to be the first Corgi in the race. When we walk, he wants to be ahead and see what's going on. He wants to be the first to the Frisbee. We watch what he eats, so although he does get some human fun foods, whipped cream and pizza crust. Preparation for the 2026 Corgi Cup started the day after he won this trophy. I'll take him to the gym with me, putting the weighted vest on for certain walks, the dog run, doing tricks over and over again just to keep him engaged. I believe in just keeping him moving. Where you going? See? Keeping him moving. Heading into this event, I would say our biggest competition are definitely the Corgs of War. They're fast, determined, experienced. Anything can happen on any given Sunday. I know that's the wrong sport, but it's true. Any Corgi can get distracted. Any Corgi can run in front of another Corgi. Any Corgi can have a false start. So it's truly any Corgi's race.
Sam, training in the snow, like Rocky getting ready for Ivan Drago in Russia.
I love that. That is a fantastic feature. I loved him training in the snow. He trains with a weighted jacket on. I got to get a Corgi, man. I got to get one.
You are dying to get involved with this. He's different, though. He's like the Corgi version of like House Buster, like groovy, safely kept. Sam is.
He absolutely is. And we saw some of the others, not as serious. They're savaging each other like Yaupan and Firenze Fire there, but he's serious about his job, and he looks like he loves it.
The summer giveaway, yeah, but you have a message for all those you just saw that are actually running Corgis in the Corgi Cup too.
Position, whoever's going to be on the finish line, right? You got someone to handle them at the start. Whoever's at the finish line, back up about 4 or 5 feet behind the wire, so that the dog runs through the wire to you. Don't be on top of the wire. The dog starts anticipating you and slowing down.
Mig is passionate about this. This is I love. This is 17th time he's
very
true,
passionate
man.
about this. He will have one next year.
Next year,
I
I'm getting
promise you, he will have one, and he will be ready to rock and roll. Corgi Cup 2 tomorrow. You see it right here on Saratoga Live to Megan in the paddock.
And we'll start with a horse that I'm with JK. I'm a little shocked at how much the number 4 knowledge sharing is getting a bet for trainer Chad Brown, which I just said trainer Chad Brown, so that may very well be the case. I do prefer his other entrant, but as far as the 4 knowledge sharing, he's a horse that does get the blinkers on. And I've talked about this angle with trainer Chad Brown that I don't particularly love. With the blinkers, first time at Saratoga the past 5 years on dirt, he's just 2 for 30, 7% with a 42-cent $2 ROI. So I don't love that. Looking at this horse, though, I don't find that he's overtly turf as he did debut on the grass. The dam was unraised. The second dam was a grade 2 winning dirt sprinter. So he does have the pedigree. McLean's Music, very strong, 17% overall with those dirt horses. So should take to the dirt. We saw him last run back on June the 5th where he was just no factor after not having the cleanest of beginnings. So I do find he isn't on a surface that he's necessarily going to negate. He's a very stout, robust individual, but I also don't particularly love him when looking and comparing to his stablemate. That's the number 6 Old Time Rock and Roll with a horse that last time out they went 1-2 on the front end. It wasn't a race where a lot of horses made up ground, and he really managed to have a strong rally late. Now we saw the standard come back to regress yesterday in a same level, that $85,000 maiden claiming race, but Discotheque, the winner, did come back to run well and improve his figure. I love this horse, and last time out Chad was describing him kind of as this quintessential 7/8 type, and he's very much a horse that gets that. But now I do like him stretching out to this mile distance for the very first time. A horse that I think is really going to relish it. So very fit, well-defined, good-looking individual, and the one that stood out to me in this one. Lafitte?
Megan, old-time rock and roll. This is what Chad was talking about. Jonathan, in this effort, in his second career start right here.
Yeah, I thought the horse ran extremely well this day, and obviously it's one good performance. You have to decide what that means to you, but I thought he did it the right way. I thought he was finishing well. Chad's horses usually progress. You're not gonna get a lot of one-hit wonders out of the Chad Brown barn. I just thought the horse was going to continue to improve. Understand the pace is a little bit of an obstacle, but I'm not too concerned about it.
Going a mile out of the Wilson Shoot now.
Yeah, I want to be forward, in these kind of races. I agree with Jonathan. Dirt racing is won by horses that put themselves in the race. And I like inside draws, and the one Disparate Impact making her first start, claimed from Chad Brown for Linda Rice, is who I landed on. I just think he's going to be forward enough and take advantage of that inside position.
As for the Impact, Ricardo Santana still looking at old-time rock and roll to his inside, and the gate he'll be to his inside and bedeviled. 8-1 currently, Jonathan, a 9-race maiden. Why might today be different? Why might today be the day?
Well, I mean, look, these horses can change, right? I mean, there's an opportunity for them to improve, to solve some problems, to figure some things out. I'm not necessarily convinced that Bedevil's going to be able to change. I thought last time broke a little bit slow. This horse has been 36-1, 27-1, 42-1, 21-1, 19-1. When was the last time you saw a Steve Asmussen horse be those prices consecutively? There's something that's not adding up in this equation for me.
Solid. He outran his odds on that afternoon. And here with Luis Saez to get a leg up, bedeviled. 8 of them. Pick 6 starts here in this $50,000 maiden claimer. And 2-1. Does that feel about right, Richard? Old-time rock and roll based on that last race. There's this favoritism at 2-1 that feels about accurate.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very deserving favorite in this spot. I mean, I like I said, I'm going in a different direction, but he's certainly the horse to beat.
You're going with the 1. Disparate Impact. Jonathan, Stream It, number 7. So lots to like here for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I mean, you know, those last 2 races put this one in the mix, and this horse should be about 9-2. You're right where you should be with this one if you can make a case. But the one thing I don't like is that the horse has been scratched 5 times since, and that's not too atypical from Linda. You know, I think she tries to find good spots, and you know, whatever. It is what it is, but was entered for 55 last time. So at some point in her brain, she thought, maybe I'll run this horse for 55. Now they're running for 85, which to me is just kind of a glorified maiden special weight. It's not like a bunch of people are diving in at 85. So it feels like a little bit of a I'm worried about the class of Stream It. But you're going to get paid to find out at 9-2.
All winless, all for sale, maiden claimers. Richie, these aren't the high-caliber stakes runners we'll see this weekend, but a good competitive race.
Oh, absolutely, a good competitive race. And, you know, all you can ask of a horse is that they try. They give you an effort. Whether it's a grade 1 level horse or it's a maiden 20, you want them honest, right? When I say I like my people the way I like my horses, that's what I'm saying. I want them to show up and do their job to the best of their ability.
Who will do their job to the best of their abilities, and graduate in this 5th race to kick off the Pick 6 post-parade brewing. Upcoming post-parade presented by the new Belmont Park. Racing returns to Belmont September 18th. Visit newbelmont.com to learn more. Had this conversation earlier, but for FS2 viewers just joining us, yeah, that opening day, new Belmont Park heavyweights collide. Sovereignty, reigning horse of the year, Forever Young, the mega superstar who's earned $30 million, head-to-head day 1 Belmont in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, as if there wasn't enough excitement around the opening of the new Belmont Park to bring in international talent like we have showing up for the Jockey Club Gold Cup. I'm so excited.
Who's favored?
Oh, man, that's a great question.
After what we just saw, I think it's Sovereignty, but
Sovereignty.
Yeah, I think so.
You have him on top in your classic rankings. And oh, by the way, Forever Young, the defending older male champion, defending Breeders' Cup Classic winner. That's September 18th. This is here and now. The Pick 6, Race 5. There's Gordy and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, you know, the Race 3 back puts him in the mix here. I know our colleague Andy Sterling liked him.
Ovechkin, does he set the tempo?
Yeah, should definitely be forward. Tyler Gaffleone riding in good form. First time in for a tag, this horse.
A knowledge sharing, 2nd start, first on dirt, followed by a 9-1 shot aforementioned Bedeviled.
Yes, Bedeviled, slow early, is going to be finishing.
And the favorite, Old Time Rock and Roll.
I don't really know any Old Time Rock and Roll, but I do like this horse.
You know Old Time Rock and Roll, though, right?
Oh, that one song?
Oh, God. Don't do
it. No, I don't know it. I don't know
do it, man. Moving right along. There's Stream It and Manny Franco.
Yeah, another one making the first time in for a tag at a maiden allowance and has some good efforts.
Asked and answered. Best News doesn't have to chase Renegade today.
Yeah, I'm not going to fall for this horse's dropping from the Jim Dandy. With all due respect, he shouldn't have been in the Jim Dandy. Pretend that didn't happen. His other races back there do make sense. I don't like him because of he's facing easier. I like him because he's got some back numbers that make a little sense.
At first glance, it is compelling. At least he doesn't have to face Renegade. today. Doesn't matter, though, given what he did and what he was really doing in the Jim Dandy to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I'm not knocking anybody for trying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I think some people will make the mistake of looking at a race and saying, "Oh, this horse was facing better," but if they didn't do any running, it doesn't matter who they were facing. You know,
Sure.
they have to do something of substance for that to count, and he didn't. But his previous races, I do think there is a couple that fit.
Firing up the afterburners, old-time rock and roll, and look, it's a narrative, so you have to touch on it, because it's been a thing since last Saturday. Rod Ortiz sidelined, banged up Saturday afternoon until August 22nd, we believe. Should old-time rock and roll win, Kendrick Carmouche riding, it would be the 11th horse since Sunday that would have won that Rod Ortiz was named to ride.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a shame. You know, Irad, got off to gave everybody 5-day head start because he had a service suspension, was riding in great form. His enthusiasm and love of riding is so apparent. But it's a part and parcel of being a jockey, and you've just got to deal with it and handle it. But our heart goes out to Irad and just wishing him well to get back as quickly as possible.
One of the best on the planet. Bottom line, get well soon, Irad. To Megan, trackside.
And the inside runner, the number 1, Disparate Impact, I know Richie has some interest in, is a horse that I do anticipate to be forward from the inside. I think that's going to be important because when you really look at this race, there's not a ton of speed signed on. Ovechkin could be forward in there as well, but I do like him being able to be forward. He broke off from the pony and kind of got that solo warm-up. I know, kind of judging from Maggie's comments in the past, I can understand why this horse, she didn't maybe deem him 100% fit when seeing him for the first time back earlier in the May. In May, when he was facing horses like White Smoke Rising, who's in great form. Spellmaker the next time around was a winner next out with an 85 Beyer speed figure. So we really go through his races, and while yes, he was dropped down last time out, and Chad Brown is certainly not an easy barn to claim from, no matter who you are. And Linda Rice, certainly, if you're going to have a trainer claim, that's who you would want. I like what I see from him. He's a big-bodied horse. I like the mile distance for him. I think obviously you have to take issue last time out. He was bet down to favoritism and couldn't quite get it done. This is a tougher field. I like his tactical advantage in here. As far as the number 2, Gordy, who, again, our colleague Andy Sterling has some interest in, I can see why. He takes the blinkers off. He had that big race back in April of 2026 this year where he was against the likes of Sea Strike, the winner of the Curlin, and next out allowance winner and maiden winner Tab at Zanzibar. So he's been running against some nice horses. I wish he just didn't grow on me physically at all. He's kind of a lighter framed, leggier individual, so I do like, though, that he is getting stretched out to the mile distance. I think that'll be just up his alley. As far as the number 5, Bedeviled, a big long shot here, I know. He was at Oaklawn. He's one of those horses that stayed and trained at Oaklawn. And then you see him come back and run the best race he's ever run outside of Oaklawn Park at a huge price. These horses are better. He got studdish in the paddock. I kind of was a little, kind of getting a little distracted there. But I did like what I see. I've seen him continue to be that kind of very robust, heavy-bodied individual at Oaklawn, and he's certainly continued to be so. But underneath as a fringe player, I know he lacks some early speed. I like the progression, and I like him as one of those outlier fringe players getting out of Oaklawn and hopefully maybe being able to improve on the drop-down continually in class. Lafitte?
Be Devil Megan. Winchell Thoroughbred colors, high-profile connections. Looking to graduate in his 10th career start. Circling back to Gordy, Jonathan, and yeah, strength of schedule in his favor in terms of competition he's faced.
Yeah, I mean, he's been facing a little bit better. When you have horses that are in these maiden special weight races, the problem is he's run on the turf a little bit. His last dirt race wasn't all that great, but he's got some previous numbers when you see Sea Strike, Pretty Boy Maya, Paladin. But once again, I don't give a lot of credit to being beat 11 by Paladin. So what?
Right.
You know what I mean? You got beat 11.
Because you were on the same stage doesn't mean you belonged on the same stage.
And you got beaten 10 by Sea Strike. So what? You know what I mean? I think that the strength of schedule thing matters when you are a speed horse and you get hooked by a horse like Sea Strike and he puts you away and then you finish 10th. That matters to me. But getting passed by a closer when you're tired and then he's just in the race with you doesn't really move the needle for me much.
Not a top 25 school. play the number 3 school, get blasted by 50. Who cares?
Yeah. No. Tell me when you're up at halftime and they come back and beat you, that's when the strength of schedule matters to me. I don't care that Texas, yes, I said Texas is on your schedule.
C-Strike believers,
Believer.
by the way?
I'm a believer.
Yeah, I'm a believer.
That curling was, ooh, boy. Travers, end of the meet as always, centerpiece of racing every summer at Saratoga. Frank Mirmati with the call, race 5 live on FS2.
Set to kick off the pick 6 as the pool nears and about to sail over 200,000. Asked and answered will be the last one to load. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it is a fast start for Disparate Impact along the inside, joined and passed by Ovechkin. And so it's Ovechkin the Gray speeding off with Gordy and Knowledge Sharing in the mix too. Just in behind this group, Old Time Rock and Roll settles kindly 2 lengths in front of Bedeviled as they make their way onto the backstretch. Bedeviled is right next to Stream It, and another couple of lengths to the trailer, Asked and Answered. The opening quarter in 23 and 4, Ovechkin is the boss. Leading the way by a length and a half to Gordy in second. And then it's Knowledge Sharing in third, coming to the half-mile pole. Disparate Impact is down on the rail, now advancing a touch to be a joint second. It's 3 more lengths to Old Time Rock and Roll, who was just headed by Stream It. Another 2 back to Bedeviled and Asked and Answered. 46 and 2. Ovechkin moving right along, has opened up a 4, almost 5-length lead now. Old Time Rock and Roll starts to rev up under Kendrick Carmouche and takes up the chase. Disparate Impact going with him, and down at the rail it is Stream It the half in 46 and 2. Ovechkin turns for home with a 3-length lead. Stream It on the inside, angles out to take a shot at him. Old Time Rock and Roll is next, mid-stretch. Ovechkin 2.5. Stream It trying to get him, angles out one more time. Ovechkin 2-length lead with a 16th to go. Strong from the moment the gate opened. Ovechkin wins by 4. Stream It was second, Old Time Rock and Roll and Disparate Impact.
Tyler Gaffleone guiding home Ovechkin in the 5th to kick off the pick 6. Breaks through, graduates in his 8th career attempt.
And we've seen 2 races out of the Wilson chute today. Both races were won gate to wire. Ovechkin proved to be the speed of the speed. He shoots and scores.
Lights the lamp does Ovechkin at 11-1, Jonathan.
Yeah, you've been around the game long enough. I think we all can relate to this. When a horse that you didn't like beats you, you can look down and you can typically find one thing.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I missed it. I get it. I don't with this horse, but that's okay. I just that makes me feel better. At least I wasn't like I was lazy and I missed it. I was never going to find this. He was outstanding today. I guess the only thing you could say is the one change I can see is Tyler Gaffleone. So
there's that.
Good for Tyler.
Somebody told him who he was named after.
Yeah, I mean,
I got to step it up, man.
If he was number 8, that would have been the hunch of the day. Grade 8, Ovechkin's number, but he was number 3.
We're really reaching on the connect the dots thing, trying to figure this one out. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, I didn't see it coming either, but
Yeah.
speed is always dangerous, particularly in dirt racing. And Ovechkin gets his first win, but the real Ovechkin over 1,000 goals in his
1,000.
career. Yeah.
The horse has some work to do.
Yeah, better
Lots
get to work.
of work to do. Tyler Gaffleone, Ovechkin, Stream It, solid effort. Jonathan, Old Time Rock and Roll, the favorite, having to settle, que pasó, having to settle for a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, I mean, no real excuse. I mean, I think it's more of the fact that Ovechkin ran and opened up. You heard Frank say that he was opening up. I think in that situation, and Richie could probably speak to it better, Kendrick probably said, oh, no, I kind of have to go. This horse is getting away from me. And then you ask your horse to do something he doesn't necessarily want to do when he's not ready to do it, and then he just got a little tired.
Yeah, I mean, it probably costs you a placing, but when you're trying to win, you're going to go after a horse like that opening up, and it may start you late, but you have no chance to win if you don't go after him.
Not easy to find. 11-1 to kick off the pick 6. Always a blast, guys. Before I let you go, a smart and fancy. Who wins the feature later on?
Miss Vivian.
Vivian.
Yeah,
we
Miss
got
Vivian.
it. Vivian. Richie. Who wins?
I'll go with that.
Miss Vivian for him as well. We'll look forward to seeing you next time as our coverage continues here on FS2. So much racing coming your way on Saratoga Live. The late pick 5 about to get underway as you take another look at Ovechkin do his thing and graduate. Greg, Tom, Paul, Andy up next. The Friday program continues on FS2 on Saratoga Live.
Blazing Sevens. Big starting it up in the Pacific Classic.
Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
$600,000 trophy. Thank you.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live this Friday. Not a freaky one, but it kind of feels like it, but it never so when you're joined by jockey Tyler Gaffalione aboard Ovechkin, aptly named, and he just, from the start, Tyler, it seemed as if though the aggression really paid off, getting him to the front end and never looking back.
You know, I have to give Mark and his team all the credit. He told me that he got him right, and he thought he was going to fire big for him. The main thing was just letting him get out there, let him get comfortable and find his stride, and he finished the rest. You know, he went around there, did his thing, and we're all very proud of him.
You came back from injury. You were at Ellis last summer, and now you're back in Saratoga. You had a little bit of a scare earlier on us in the meet, but how do you feel throughout a very tough meeting?
You know, I feel so blessed just to be here, to be able to compete with these guys, come in every day, try and get better, and it's been a lot of fun. You know, we're taking it each day, taking it in stride, and just trying to learn every day.
You won't be with us here tomorrow, though. You will be, of course, with Grade 1 winner East Avenue at Monmouth Park. A valiant performance, some argue his best last time out against Bishops Bay. What's the game plan going into another stake race tomorrow?
You know, we've always thought very highly of this horse. He's shown it in the past. He's got the ability. It's just whether he shows up or not, but he seems like he's in good form. Like you said, he ran a big race last time, so we have high expectations for him.
Well, best of luck. We'll miss you, though, here.
Thanks so much.
Always lovely to catch up with Tyler Gaffalione. We'll check out some prices for you. We owe you. Ovechkin rewarding if you did have him, and 12 to 1, 11 to 1 to end it. But that 56 pick 4, if you had it, paid $1,657. 50 cent pick 5 there, $7,486. We'll have the start of the late pick 5. New crew will take over with Greg Wolf, Maggie Wolfendale, and Acacia Clement to aid you through, including more stakes action, the Smart and Fancy upcoming, but lots of action on the other side of this break. Don't miss the late pick 5 right here from Saratoga.
Always a
Welcome to Friday action from the premier meet in the country. Today's feature, sprinting on the lawn in the Smart and Fancy, North America's all-time winningest trainer. Steve Asmussen might have the one this race sets up best for. Can Zeitlos take advantage of all the speed in front of her? Last year's apprentice champion rider heads to the big stage as Pietro Moran gets his first taste of Saratoga aboard the speedy Miss Vai Ann. This former claimer has become a win machine on the lawn, winning her last 6 turf tries. And can old Crazy Bone do it again on the front end? And Saturday's Christophe Clement turf he looks to add to his Bowling Green score earlier this meet. That and more ahead on this Friday edition of Saratoga Live. Gorgeous Friday afternoon here in upstate New York in Saratoga Springs. Great to have you with us as we get set for the late pick 5 and our feature sprinting on the lawn for fillies and mares, and yes, a lot of speed signed up in our feature race today. Does that make Zeitlos perhaps the one to beat coming out of Graded Stakes Company in a runner-up finish, and could suit up perfectly for her coming from off? And we'll take a look at this field coming up right now. That's race 9 on our card at 5:44 Eastern time. So Zeitlos 2-1. We mentioned the reigning Eclipse Award winning top apprentice getting his first shot here on Miss Vai Ann, one of several speeds in this race. It is a good one. Sprinting on the turf with me, we've got a 4-man crew up here. Tom Amos, Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca, good to see you all. And let's start with Zeitlos and how you think this race does set up for her.
Well, you're right. There's quite a bit of speed in the race for Zeitlos. But for Zeitlos, specifically when you watch this last race, it was the best trip a horse can have. She's against the rail, and she's going to save that spot, save all the ground, get through down the rail, and she's still going to get beat. So if she wins today as the favorite, it'll be her first win on the grass.
Yeah, I hate to be that guy again, but I don't agree with you guys. There's a boatload of speed in the race, but I do like a closer in the race, but I think the pace is a little bit murky. She got a fast pace to close to Paul, but could you argue a little bit last time? Maybe as the race turned out, she was a little closer than you wanted to be?
Yeah, I thought she was a little closer, which means she handled the turf course, at least early in that race. There you see her. She's a nice filly, 19 for 28 in the trifecta. Yeah, it's going to depend on the Woodbine Invader. How fast is she, right?
That is Miss Vai Ann. What a roll she has been on. 6 straight wins on the lawn for trainer Gail Cox. 6-year-old mare's in the form of her life right now, Tom.
Yeah, she makes her living on the front end, as you're going to see right here. She's 7 of 10 lifetime on the turf. She has races to go back to that are actually further than today's distance of 5.5 furlongs that she's won. But is this her best distance at 5.5?
Or is her best distance 5? I don't know. And I do think she takes some pressure from Itzel outside of her. I don't have a good handle on these horses a lot of times because I don't know if they're going to be true 5.5s. I'm not that familiar with her. Obviously, she has a good record. I'm hoping that Praying, first time in the turf, who has some pedigree, might be able to move that dirt form to the turf and be good enough to win here.
She's such a tough read, Miss Yvian, because the Woodbine turf course has been closed, it's been open, it's had some of its issues, right? So you kind of look at a lot of her races, they're kind of merry-go-round races. Is she better than a lot of these horses? Does she outfoot them early? Yeah, she does. But it seems like nobody's really passing there at Woodbine with that long stretch. And that might be a different story today. I do think she's the horse to catch, obviously.
Well, they were running on the inner last time because they've been working on the other course. They opened up the outer turf course. I don't know. I don't have a good handle on these horses.
Good feature, several ways to go, and that's Smart and Fancy. Again, that's race 9 on the card, part of this pick 5 that's coming up in just 16 minutes. Let's take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 6 in our immediate future. Start of this late pick 5. Here it is, presented by Claiborne. Late pick 4 in the 7th, that's Smart and Fancy. Part of it, I'm going to close things out on the lawn in a maiden claiming group at a mile and a 16th, where Brad Cox looks to have the favorite with About Face. Tyler Gaffleon will get the pickup out there. You can play all the action, including this late pick 5, with the official betting app of Saratoga. Now, Bets, get that offer for new members. $200 in your account when you punch in that code at sign up. Spot 200, and you are good to go. Play with us all summer long and beyond.
at NyraBets.com. So here we go. Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day to kick off our late pick 5 sequence. Mile and a 16th over the inner turf. Maidens trying to get that first win of their career, and 7-5 favoritism. Balayage, Chad Brown, first-time starter with Manny Franco aboard. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more.
And Greg, yeah, we'll start right there with your favorite. Taking all the money is a first-time starting homebred for Peter Brandt's White Birch Farm, a daughter of Kingman. And as it goes, she's very European looking, as we'll actually take a look at her breeze. This is back on July 19th, thanks to First TV. She's on the outside of the inside of an unraced mate that actually sold for the equivalent of $436,000 at Tattersall. So you would think they have that one in high regard, but she was under restraint throughout to stay head and head. To my eye, she was definitely best in that workout. And usually Chad Brown does get bet in these situations, but I do think it's, strengthened by the fact that she comes in here with some strong works. Now, if I was just blindly looking at horses here in the paddock with no form, with no previous knowledge of pedigrees or workouts, honestly, I wouldn't love her. But she is what she is. She falls in line with what her pedigree suggests she should look like. And for that, I'm okay with her here. She looks fit. She's been incredibly well behaved and professional so far. We'll see if she can run to that backing. Next, we'll check in with Bill Mott's number 4, May December. This is a daughter of McKinsey, who I would say isn't necessarily great with his turf horses, but there's an abundance of turf pedigree on the bottom side, and it's turf at many different distances. And she's also have to Adorable Miss, who won her first start on turf, multiple stakes winner as well. Noble Beauty, a couple others to win on the turf, and she's been working well on the turf too. She did wear blinkers in the workout with Junior Alvarado up, but she was going very easily. I know it was a pretty tepid time of 52-2, but she could have done more to my eyes. She's a good-looking type. As you see, she is wearing those blinkers, and two, she is wearing quite a bit of equipment, which I don't necessarily love with first-time starters. She's wearing a figure 8, as well as I call them button bits. They're a straight bar type of bit, not quite a cage bit, a little less severe than those, but still, it's a bit used for horses that do want to lean in or lean out. So not something you generally see with first-time starters. Now, looking at her physically, I like what I see. She's got enough size to her, enough physical maturity. She looks well meant for the conditions that she encounters. First time out here going a mile and a 16th on the turf course, and she's been professional. But we'll see, does that equipment have any bearing on how she performs today? She is a generous 9-1 on the board, though, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 12 minutes away from kicking off this late pick 5. Tom, how are you going to play it?
Difficult opening race here. You're looking at the odds board to kind of get an idea. 6 of these 9 horses have never run before, so you're kind of seeing where the money is falling. You see it's heavy on the 8 and the 10. I've included them in this pick 5 ticket. I'm not going to narrow down until we get to the last leg. We've got a horse dropping from maiden allowance into maiden claim and about face, the 2 horse. Brad Cox does it, and he does it very well. He knows he's going to lose that horse in the last race, but he's willing to do that and get the win.
One seemingly, going to be difficult favorite to try and beat. Paul, how are you going to play it?
So Tom and I can't hit this together. So 2, 5, 8, 10 here. I'm 5-7 in the next race. I'm trying to get away in that next race. I kind of like Glen Airy, but that could be a vulnerable favorite in there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. I am going to single the Woodbine Shipper. I just thought if you didn't, you had to use so many horses in that race because I think it goes wide open. And I like the 2 and the 8. I think the 8 could speed pop that last race.
All right, use that QR code. You can scan it in yourself. Good luck to everyone playing this pick 5. Let's go back to Maggie.
And Greg, we'll take a look here at number 2, Whatever It Takes for Amelia Green. She is a daughter of American Pharaoh that they paid $200,000 for at the Phased Tictum Timonium sale. Now, in that workout at the sale, she has this big floating stride. So I thought definitely turf is where she should begin. But check out her latest breeze here on August 7th. She's on the outside of a 3-year-old, albeit still maiden, by the name Devilish Grin. And watch her at the end. She's going to go by her easily and just kind of assert her dominance over that horse who, yes, very well could be a professional maiden, but I still think promising that Amelia paired her up with an older horse. She is a very long, sleek frame of a filly. Now, maybe she needs to strengthen up a little bit, but this is definitely where she belongs. The distance is not a question mark whatsoever, and while there isn't necessarily an abundance of turf, I think she looks well suited to these conditions. Now, on to a horse who has experience. In fact, number 10, Mel went home. This will be her third start of her career, but Robbie Medina, much like with Praying later on in the Smart and Fancy, will switch her to the turf for the first time. On the bottom side, the dam was a stakes winner on the surface, and going back a generation, this is all European turf, and I love her on this surface change. I think she makes a lot of sense here. Watching her work out on First TV on August 2nd, she was just looking very, very comfortable over the surface, as she was by herself that day, but able to complete the half mile around the dogs in 50-4. Just really looked as though she was enjoying herself. And she isn't the most robust filly, but she has strengthened up a little bit over that top line. But because she's so angular, because she has those flat feet, I think switching to the turf today should do her very well, Greg.
9 minutes away from the late pick 5 on this Friday card. Here in Saratoga Springs, we'll have the post parade for the first leg of the sequence. When we come back, there's the favorite, 1 of 2 in the race for Chad Brown when we come back.
Light line is in full flight. Light line turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance, and a world championship event. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
It's just super exciting. This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. We have the Pick 5 coming up, the late Pick 5, and you can play it right there at NyraBets. SPA200, that code to use at sign up. Get that $200 deposit match bonus. And let's take a look at how Wager AI is going to play this 6th race coming up. Suggested play, a $5 exact to the 10 with the 5 and 8 underneath. So the 10 with the Chad Browns underneath. See how this works out. We're over $500,000 in this Pick 5 pool. Board right now going strongly to one of those Chad Brown runners, Balayage, the Kingman first-time starter. That will have Manny Franco aboard.
It's like Chad Brown's record with Kingman 2-year-old first-time starters over the years has been pretty good. And this one, of course, her dam was a Grade 1 winner and a horse for Peter Brandt. This one's a homebred and is supposed to be pretty good.
Meanwhile, the other one by Epicenter, who's a 2022 Travers and Jim Dandy Travers winner. Is there a lot of turf pedigree with that one?
No.
But they were working well in
then
the
again,
morning.
you know who else didn't have a lot of turf pedigree? Lady Eli.
Yeah.
So with Chad Brown, how much does it matter sometimes?
Here is Infuriata, who was by 3-time Grade 1 winner Raging Bull.
Well, I think for you guys who played the Pick 5, you'll be Infuriata if this horse wins.
Whatever it takes. John Velasquez for Amelia Green.
Yeah, looking at the odds board, this one's getting a little bit of action.
Blinkers on Divine Sunshine, who gets turf for the first time.
Yeah, we're not too familiar with this trainer and these connections. And the dam was a winner on the turf, though. I'll say that.
Sovereignty Connections. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, May, December.
Yeah, you're always looking on these first-time starters at family. The offspring are 10 for 42 on the turf. That's pretty darn good.
Here's the other Chad Brown runner. Cut Your Losses, a homebred for Klarovich Stables.
Yeah, Chad's interested to see how this horse is going to run, and so am I, with that lack of pedigree, but you never know.
Bourbon Madness, Javier Castellano in the stretch out.
I think we've all been there. I think I broke Greg's phone once, a little Bourbon Madness.
You did. The bourbon was to blame.
It wasn't me. I would never do that to a great man like you,
7-5 favorite, Balayage for Chad Brown.
Well, if you're looking at pedigree and family, these first-time starters, here it is. She has the best turf pedigree of the entire field.
Into Forever, Kinnan LaRose. First-time starter with the Ricardo Santana Jr.
First foal, sort of a neutral turf pedigree for the brains of the Tom Amos operation.
And Mel Winholm, 2 sprints on dirt, now stretching out, and according to the DRF Clocker report, a big work on the grass.
This one's a little
interesting. Two back that work on the grass, and you know, there's something to be said for a horse that has been on the surface and shows they like it if they have 2 starts under their belt, but both on the dirt.
So back to the 7-5 favorite. So here's Balayage, Andy. Why'd you wind up here?
Because the horse has a very strong pedigree for a trainer that's good with these horses, who told me thought the horse was okay. I just didn't have much insight. I'm not big on betting information horses, but he did volunteer and didn't see anything else to bet. She just went from 7-5 to even money.
Well, let's get it firsthand here. So, Tom, Kinnan LaRose, who, of course, took over your operation here. What can you tell us about Into Forever?
Well, I bought her as a yearling at the Keeneland September Sale. She's a beautiful Into Mischief filly. Getting her ready over at Keeneland and then at Churchill, we found that the poly track at Keeneland was really to her liking, and so we did a couple of works here at Saratoga on the turf, and she shows a real affinity for it.
Big price.
Her mom, Audrey Stein, won a couple races at Arlington Park on the synthetic, so I could see that too. She was actually a pretty good runner.
17-1 for the debut coming up. Meanwhile, Paul, you've gone to the other Chad Brown runner in here, who is by the former Travers winner Epicenter. What'd you like?
I just think, this horse has been working well in the morning. And like Andy said, Chad has these horses sometimes don't have the best turf pedigree, and they run. We saw Jack Christopher had really no turf pedigree, but I just think that...
Well, he never ran on it.
Yeah, never ran on it. But I think Chad...
Offspring.
I think Chad kind of was signaling that he always wanted to run Jack Christopher on the turf, so now he's running his sons and daughters over it, and they've been okay so far. I think 3 wins. So you just never know, and maybe Epicenter will be that next one. She looks good on the racetrack.
Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard. Let's go to Maggie for more on Cut Your Losses.
Yeah, she's a big, good-looking filly, that's for sure. There's a lot of substance to her, a lot of size as well. Complete opposite to her favored stablemate in here, but there's just not an abundance of turf pedigree, as the guys were pointing out. And I wonder if it's a little bit more of wanting the distance rather than the surface. But like Andy said, he often gets horses to be, turf specific when they have no pedigree for it. But I'll watch her with interest. Definitely Balayage is the stronger of the two, as you would expect, and the more convincing on the turf. And it just feels like maybe mentally she needs a start just to kind of put it all together, get an education, and she'll move forward from this, whether it's on the turf or dirt. We'll see how she performs today. As we'll move on to a first-time starter, that is a big price on the board at 18-1 is number 9, Into Forever, as we just heard Tom talking about her. I wasn't necessarily physically convinced that she was an out-and-out turf horse, but a good-looking filly, that's for sure. Probably needs a start from the fitness perspective. It feels like Kinnan's a little bit better with his horses after they get a start. It's usually second time that they want, that you want to take them. But a question for Tom, as we do see Oscar's Hope, an accomplished dirt sprinter in the Mahoney. She was working with him. She did struggle to keep up a bit late on the 24th, but Tom, what do we think about Oscar's Hope coming up later this weekend?
Great question, Maggie. Of course, that race is scheduled for the grass, and he is a Mackenzie, and it's a question as to how well they like the turf, but his works have been good over the grass. It's kind of searching for a spot for a horse that's won multiple times as a 3-year-old. Seems like the right spot. We got some rain in the forecast. We'll see what happens there as well, but we'll run either way, grass or dirt.
It's interesting with Mackenzie, I think, and obviously he has been a very good stallion, just not great with turf horses, as you're alluding to. Now, he's bred with the May December to a dam who's actually been a very productive with turf horses, right? On the other hand, I was looking at some stats. Bill Mott with 2-year-old first-time stars in turf routes over the last 5 years, and this is incredible for a trainer like Bill Mott. 1 for 54. In Saratoga, 1 for 24. 0 for 30 everywhere else. I think a lot of that, though, Tom, don't you think it's because Bill races his horses into conditioning? He's obviously one of the greatest trainers of all time.
Yeah, I mean, that used to be the MO on Wayne Lucas. Second time out, Wayne Lucas was the bet. They get a lot of education in that first race. And, like all great trainers, which Bill Mott obviously is, you work on the things that will help him, and you're gaining fitness by that first start. And so second start can be very important. I wouldn't be too surprised to see if that's how it goes with this 9-horse for Kenan LaRose into forever.
And I think when you have those kind of horses and for trainers, I mean, you want to look at all the horses, but particularly that you're talking about, Tom, you really want to watch them in these races and look for just any kind of little sign. Sometimes they can run 8th, but they did a little something in the race that said, this horse has a little bit of ability somewhere in there. Maybe it takes him 1 or 2 starts to get there, but those are the kind of horses you get $31 on, not horses that show their form.
If you got a keen eye and you can kind of see a middle move that kind of falters at the end, you think, hey, maybe that's fitness.
A wide run in the middle.
And you've got a trainer that's known for that kind of thing. Well, then that's how you get value next time.
What do you do with coach's horse here, Bill Parcells? The 10. I know you like this horse a little bit, Greg.
Well, look, we talked about that work on the grass that it apparently was very, very good. And, Tom, you know better than I do, but I've come to love 2 sprints stretching out for the first time.
Yeah, and then going on a surface that the horses practiced on. I mean, you don't just enter a horse in a race unless you're satisfied with the surface they worked over.
And Bill's here.
Seems very dangerous. See what we get, but a lot of money on Balayage, the first-time starter for Chad Brown. As we get set for the start of this late pick 5 on our Friday card, let's go upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage to Frank Miramati.
All right, Greg, we've got Into Forever, daughter of Into Mischief, about to go in. Oh, right inside of her. That was Bourbon Madness. You could hear that all the way up here. So she backed up, and rider Javier Castellano is now just going to climb back aboard. That was loud. Mel went home to the outside. Backs away. Mel went home, awaiting her turn. They're in the gate. And they're off. May December, Mel went home on the far outside, has speed. Into Forever is joining the party too, so it is May December and Into Forever 1-2. Mel went home is to their outside in 3rd, and Furiata is down at the rail in the 4th spot. They are followed by Divine Sunshine 5th. And in between horses, about 5 lengths off the lead into the first turn, Balayage is next, followed by Whatever It Takes. Cut Your Losses is second to last, and Bourbon Madness 3 wide and last. They're covered by 10 through a quarter that went in 24 seconds flat. And it is May December showing the way, 3 parts of a length. On the outside, Into Forever is second, getting closer now. Within a half length of the pacemaker, Mel went home in Furiata, stride for stride. Balayage in 5th. Moving up between horses now is Balayage. Balayage keen to go after them in a tiny bit of traffic at this stage. Divine Sunshine and Whatever It Takes joined 3 wide by Bourbon Madness, and that leaves Cut Your Losses at the back. The half in 50-1. May December has been there throughout. Mel went home, trying to make a bid on the outside. Into Forever is in between them and Furiata. Balayage now takes 4th. And she is moving on the far outside is Balayage. Mel went home is just in front of her. From the back of the field, Bourbon Madness is trying to get going. There's 1 furlong to go. And Balayage finding her best stride now. And she is bearing down on Mel went home. Mel went home, Balayage. Mel went home is tough. Not just laying down. On the outside, Balayage. Balayage has to work to gradually get there. Here's Mel went home coming back. Balayage, she is still learning. Lots of talent there. She defeats a very gutsy Mel Went Home in second, and in behind them, Whatever It Takes finished with interest third.
Balayage outdueling a tough customer. Mel Went Home, but it's the first-time starter, the favorite for Chad Brown, who wins it first asking.
Yeah, and look good doing it. Those two horses, Mel Went Home and Balayage, the first-time starter on the turf in Mel Went Home and against the first-time starter, they cleared away from this group and both look very good finishing, Andy.
I was going to say the same thing, Tom. The way they ran away from these horses to stretch. Don't worry about the final time and the slow pace and stuff. Feels like the 8 was a little bit green there, and the 8-10 probably benefited Paulie from having had a couple starts, as both of you alluded to in this race. But I think we saw a couple of nice performances there.
The 10 Red Giant, right? I mean, just around the racetrack, 3 wide the whole way around, but it looked like the 8 still had a lot left in the tank. You're right, maybe a little bit green late, and they kind of ran to the form, right? A, B, D, and C as the second and third choices kind of flip-flop in the third and fourth spot.
8-10-2-5. I know Coach Bill Parcells didn't get the win, but he's got to be happy with what he saw here switching to the turf for the runner-up here. Mel Went Home. As for the first-time starter, it's Balayage, first time out. Impressive at odds on.
I think Bill is going to be much more happy with the performance in about a half an hour.
You can see the top of the lane. I wonder, they got green maybe because they got a little close late, but you can see they're both just well clear.
10 hurted the 8 a little bit, but nothing of any consequence, right?
Nah, you know what? They both kind of ran to the wire.
I think Manny was worried there. He's going to lug in on the horse, right?
The 8 kind of got green late,
yeah. It was a funny trip with the 8 because he kind of left like he had speed. Then Manny thought, okay, they're getting away from me. I'm going to be able to tuck in. But then he kind of drifted back, and he ended up sort of being wide on the turn. I think both the 8 and 10 were a little wide in this race with their posts. And I agree with you, Tom. I think, you know, you look at the time and you go, oh, slow. It doesn't mean anything. The last 16th of a mile and 6.04 seconds is what really matters, at least to me.
Plus, it's a learning experience for the first-time starter and our winner in Balayage. She'll improve greatly off of this.
Yeah, I mean, using 2-year-old route turf figs in August to just, to judge a horse's overall ability is probably about the most foolish thing you can do in using speed figures. Wouldn't you agree?
And 10's not going to be made much longer because, you kind of look back at this race, hindsight, right? If she kind of would have went to the front end, she would have been even a tougher customer.
Well, she draws the rail, she wins the race.
Yeah, probably does, yeah.
But I guess you could say the 8
early,
was
tough
outside
trip.
too, but yeah.
Has to settle for second, as many do behind this man right here, Chad Brown.
With Robbie Medina.
Continuing to lead the way here at the meet in the trainer standings, as expected.
Nice to see Peter Brandt get the win. Peter, I believe, is not here, but nice to see him. And, of course, he and Chad have had so much success together, and Chad trained blowout.
So an odds-on favorite to start the late pick 5. These prices when we come back. We're going to take a break. Still to come, Car Talk. JK blinging it up. And that can only mean one thing. Hot pink silks in the cart. Stay with us. We'll be back.
I'm your captain. It's going down. I'm your captain. It's going down. I'm your captain now. It's going down. 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 I'm your captain now. It's going down.
The dog days of summer are here. Corgi races have returned to the spa.
And they're off. Sam is out quickly, and he is flying on the outside. Here's the finish.
Saratoga's second annual Corgi Cup. Join us Sunday, 1 Eastern on FS1.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Saratoga Live. Balayage, first-time starter. Out dueling Mel Winholm, who's getting on grass for the first time. Career start number 3. Chad Brown, favorite. Owned and bred. Peter Brent. Manny Franco, number 37 of the meet for him. The best Saratoga officially he has ever had in his career, with a long way to go.
Congrats to Manny. Having a tremendous meet. Love to see it.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day to an impressive first-time starter. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Chad Brown as Balayage. She ran to the backing, Chad, but I also think she got a really nice education. You know, it was not the smoothest run race, and she had to battle it out down the wire to the wire against a horse who had already run twice.
You just really summed it up, so thank you for that. No, I mean, we liked her quite a bit, and she sort of blew the first turn out of greenness, and then down the second, down the bend, or down the straightaway, down the backside, she got pushed out, and Manny did a really smart thing, and he knew he lost so much ground the first turn. When he saw a 3-deep duel in front of him, he actually saved a little ground in that second turn. It might have made up the difference with a narrow win there.
Yeah, she looks to be having the future pretty bright for her, but we'll also take a look at a few other maidens you're going to send out tomorrow. Libby Lloyd, as you were saying, card man, he might win a little bit longer, but why Libby Lloyd tomorrow? She'll have to tackle Malathat's first foal.
Well, you'd think Malathat, who missed the break in the Kentucky Oaks and caught me in the shadow of the wire with search results. I have nightmares about Malathat. So I'm thinking if I'm ever going to beat Malathat's sister, it's going 6 furlongs with my best 2-year-old dirt filly sprinter, I think, Libby Lloyd. She trains quick in the morning. She does everything comes easy to her. I trained her mother, Indian Pride. Short career, but brilliantly fast. She's a lot like her mother. I'm excited to get her started.
She won first time out too, but also program trading in the Christophe Clement. Riding a 2-race win streak into this, but also going the furthest that he has in his career. Is he finally putting it all together, Chad?
Or does he love Monmouth? He loves Monmouth Park. So I don't know. He loves Monmouth. He loves soft turf. He did win the Saratoga Derby a million years ago. So, you know, we reinvented him as a 3-turn horse. Me and the owner, Seth Klarman, we strategized a lot together. It was really his idea to say, you know, he's lost a step. Would you try him 3 turns? I never thought of that when he was younger, but he was right to try that. So, we're not going to get the rainouts looking for. It's a tougher race than the UN, but he's in great form, and if he takes to the course, he'll be right there.
Roll the dice. I love it. You got to be in it to win it, Chad. Congratulations here, though, with a very promising filly.
Thank you.
Balayage takes down her first start, Craig.
This barn just continues to reload with more ammunition, and another talented one here to win at first asking. It's Balayage at 4-5 here to start this late pick 5. We're going to move to the main track coming up in the next race. $16,000 claiming race at a mile and 8. This was a difficult race, I thought. How'd you guys feel?
I'm with you on that. I'm just looking at the odd change here. It's a little strange. But, you know, with Glen Airy, by the way, Glen Airy, who should be our big favorite when post time comes around, that's a horse I actually claimed in New Orleans. I never got a chance to run him. He trained really well, and then Kinnan ran him under his name in April. And he's dropping in. I mean, what's the expression, Andy? You want to catch a falling knife?
Yeah, I was going to say, Tom, you can claim for $16,000 now. I got about 80 in my pocket, so you're 15,920 short. He's the kind of horse that you know is the horse to beat, and you're right, Tom. He's going to be the heavy favorite. But it's even though you know that Jay Provenzano is trying to win race in Saratoga, don't you feel, Paulie, like this one's a little suspect on the big drop?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, like, I use this horse defensively, thinking, okay, 8-5, and if he runs his best race, he is the winner of this race. You do get Ricardo Santana aboard, so as a more forward rider, I'm just worried he gets too far back at this mile and 8 distance.
Well, if you follow this meet closely over the last few years, you have undoubtedly noticed the hot pink silks of Flying P Stable. It was just last summer they vied for leading owner here with a career best 9 victories. JK blings out in this edition of Card Talk with Jay Provenzano.
Jay, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, JK?
You grew up around this, huh? It's been in your blood since you were a little guy.
Since I was born into it. My father rode ever since I could remember. I was, on a horse and stuff, and going across the street at Belmont and helping out over there and getting on the ponying out with my father, and it's in the blood.
Jay, a couple years ago, you had a pretty special summer here. 17 wins, You were in contention for the owner's title. What was that run like?
Whew. That run was like, you couldn't even script it. It was like the whole track was pulling to see the underdog, you know? It was an absolute amazing summer. It had come off a less than par summer the year before. I had one win. That high walking down to the winner's circle is something that can't be replaced. But yeah, no, not a better feeling in the world.
Where'd you get the name Flying P?
My daughters were like, can we pick out the colors? I said, okay, what do you want to do? And the one's color was pink and the other one said black. And I said, listen, I don't care. As long as I see the P flying down the middle of the track, that's all I care about.
You got Old Crazy Bone in this weekend, $100,000 claim going to try to win a grade 1. Talk about Old Crazy Bone.
Remarkable claim. We happened to get him with the intentions were one thing, stretch him a little further, go to Kentucky Downs.
Flavien Prat on Old Crazy Bone takes the Turf Cup and takes it comprehensively.
We got the money and we had to pass the free ticket. And our first marathonish race was the Bowling Green.
It's going to be Old Crazy Bone leading them.
Got a little scary at the end, to say the least. The next spot, keep him right here for the Christophe Clement. And we'll see how it unfolds.
By the way, thanks for letting me hold some of this. Well, where'd you get your style from, Jay?
It's enjoying some of the finer things, you know, that I didn't have as a kid and stuff. And I learned I had open heart surgery at like 30 years old, that it can all be over in 1 second, you know. And from that moment on, when I came home from St. Francis, I promised myself that I would enjoy life like it could just be over tomorrow. And at the end, I have no regrets.
If Old Crazy Bone goes on to win the Breeders' Cup Turf, would that purse be more or less the jewelry that I have on right now?
Not a purse would be more. I think it's a $5 million thing, but you're flossing for sure. You're staying Gucci for sure. If he does win it, that's yours. The Waco one, that's yours. We'll put that on the line right now.
All right.
All right?
Well, Jay, I wish you the best of luck this weekend. You know, I'll be rooting for Old Crazy Bone. I got a rooting interest now.
You do. Yeah. You got it, JK.
All right, take care.
All right.
It's going down. I'm your captain. It's going
JK, the jewelry?
It's going down. I'm your captain. It's going down.
He never did come back with it. Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. And he's a character. Great summer here last year. What do you guys think about Glen Airy for Flying P coming up in this race?
I mean, these connections, they know how to put a horse in the right spot when it's getting ready to be something that the horse may not be as good as it once was. I think you have to respect this horse as a favorite.
Oh, yeah, of course. I think $16,000 claimers are usually the right spot for $50,000 claimers to run in. I'm just a little worried about it, a little suspect. He'll be a big favorite by post time. The Jose Ortiz money has really been a big factor, and that's why the 6 is short now.
JK may be in line for some jewelry.
Do we have a stat
Breeders' Cup weekend?
Do we have a stat on how the Cart Talk horses do in the subsequent races?
That would be a good stat to follow up on.
Followed that.
Our ABR race of the week, and we'll see Flying P Stables' Old Crazy Bone trying to go back-to-back after that gate-to-wire Bowling Green win in the Christophe Clement turf. Try and lead every step of the way once again. As you take a look at the field that will line up, let's show it to you. Got a little late here, but able to hang on under Pratt as the favorite, Andy. This could be a tough group, though, in the Christophe Clement.
Yeah, I think with the Euro on the rail in here, I think the pace will be at least a little bit quicker. And he got it done last time, and this is the one where Flavia misjudged the finish line, right? Or he just had like a momentary brain
seemed like he stopped
lapse
riding,
or something.
maybe?
Yeah, watch it. I mean, you can see it here. It's almost like, I don't know he misjudged the finish line as much as like just sort of, there you can see it right there. I guess he's not impossible. I don't know about you guys, I think last time was the time for him.
he's a fighter. I mean, that's the first thing. And number two, he is going to control the pace in this race. I see him making easy leads, an eighth of a mile further than his last race, but he has won at this distance.
Yeah, I don't worry about the distance, People sort of always assume they're getting close at the end if it was farther, and we saw with deterministic, that's not the case, that's for sure.
4-1 morning line, and we'll see. His speed makes him dangerous. That is coming up on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage, presented by Oceana Cruises. That's tomorrow, 3 Eastern start time. Christophe Clement Turf goes off at 5:06 Eastern. And legitimately, you can make a case for all 7 that line up in that race. Great addition of the race formerly known as the Sword Dancer, renamed after the now Hall of Famer, the late Christophe Clement. Alabama and the DraftKings Travers to close out our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. 12 minutes to post in this 7th to start the late pick 4. And there is Flying P Stables Glen Airy for Jay Provenzano for the Mike Maker Barn. T-Mole Crazy Bone trying to get it done here in the 7th.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey-trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. Race 7, mile and an eighth, $16,000 claiming race. And Glen Airy for Flying P has become the favorite. You saw that card talk with Jay Provenzano. 2-1 choice on the board right now as a pick 4 pool up and over $165,000. Joined now by Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and we'll start there as, of course, we heard that cart talk with Jay, and that horse is currently the favorite in Glen Airy. Was scratched a couple of weeks ago for $25,000, I believe, and shows up here for $16,000. But as we have often talked about with the Flying P Hot Pink, they will place their horses aggressively, particularly in this Saratoga meet, to put them in the spot where they'll likely get claimed, but have a very good chance of winning as well. So I really don't read in too much to these types of drops. Now, that being said, last time out, this horse was a little bit eager early, and the short comment says checked into the first turn, and yes, did get shuffled back. I actually thought he caused his own trouble a bit more that day because he was kind of trying to run up on heels and had to shuffle back out of the fray and then try to run on 4 wide without being able to make any sort of kick. But that was tougher. This was a horse whose last win came for $30,000 at Fairgrounds back in February, and they picked this one up
up for 50 a few back. So we'll see if getting back into the claiming ranks will help, as he did run very well at Churchill 2 starts back. Kind of more of a handier type of frame to him in this spot, as he will stretch out to the mile and an eighth as well. That's a little bit of a question for me. The only time he's tried it has been against much tougher, but it was one of his worst performances to date. So we'll see how he does handle the distance in here. Now the number 9 to the outside in Apalta gets a drop in class for the Cantermasi barn, for Ilkay Cantermasi, I should say, facing far tougher in his last start, including Georgia Magic, who would come back to win again with a 101 Beyer speed figure. Willing to Risk It All also won, and Easy Roll finished second. So I think running behind some very good horses, and he did stumble pretty significantly a couple strides out of the gate and dropping back to last while the winner wired the field. My problem with this horse has always been that he just doesn't carry a lot of flesh and weight and conditioning from race to race, and he can be a little bit revved up. He's quite quiet in the paddock for his standards today, so hopefully that's a good thing. I just really wish that he looked stronger, especially coming out of that race and into this level of competition, where you'd think that he would look a little bit more favorable with some softer company around him, and that's just not the case. There are other horses that I do prefer physically, but we'll see if the class drop does help. One horse that I really do like the look of is the 8 Indy Rags, getting his class a relief cut in half in here for Michelle Giangulio on a wet track last time out, where he was off slow and just never really looked to be traveling comfortably. Ran 4th in that Georgia Magic race 2 starts back, but he has continued to strengthen and fill out in Michelle's care. I thought looked the best arguably here in the paddock, and one horse that I know can handle the distance, as he has run well at the 9 furlongs before and boasts 3 wins, going the mile and an eighth, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Time to play Bet the Favorite, Beat the Favorite. You're up, Andy Serling.
Yeah, I mean, I am not against the 7. I just don't have a huge interest in betting this horse, and what likely is going to be close to even money by post time. And I have an opinion on another horse, and that's Indy Rags. And I totally get, and Acacia alluded to it, even though they hit the wire together in the race on June 28th, and Apalta did have that trouble early, I don't think it's enough for sure to be half the price. And Indy Rags, a horse that was in very good form when getting claimed by Michelle Giangulio, then ran to an impossible spot at a big speed track close day at Aqueduct, then caught a sloppy track up here and was in a tough spot. Now gets a fast trap, drops down to a real thick spot, and more importantly is a square price. So I'm going to bet 50 to win on number 8, Indy Rags.
All right, there you go. Andy trying to beat the favorite here with one who's 6 to 1 on the board.
Have we always had that music to that? That was well done. I like that. Yeah. Countdown music almost, right?
We'll have to get that reworking. 8 to 5 on Glen Airy here. So the big dropper here, Mike Maker, Flying P. Public starting to come around to this one. This was back on May 29th, Tom, 2 starts ago, missed by a neck.
2 starts back, and this is Glen Airy's style. He likes to lay back and make a late run. He's going to move to the outside here. You can almost see the difference once he's out of the way of all that dirt in his face. And he's going to finish strong here off the claim out of our barn. I was a little bit nervous at the wire he might get there, but that same race here kills these horses.
I get it, but Gewürztraminer, who's the favorite in that race, came here and was eased. So that race hasn't been. The worry you have with Glen Airy is the horse has been beat at 40 cents on the dollar, has been beat at some small prices, but it's actually cash. So, you know, Andy's picked the 6. It has 3 wins at this distance. That's one thing you could say about the 8 and the 9. They have won at this distance, where a lot of these horses are kind of still searching.
Post Parade brought to you by the New Belmont Park. Returns to racing September 18th. Go to newbelmont.com. And that opening day featuring that Jockey Club Gold Cup with Forever Young, hopefully Sovereignty. Here's Hey Toby, potentially lone speed from the rail.
Well, I mean, the speed of the speed is Pineapple Man. What I was going to say, Greg, is this horse and the 2 are both horses that could be thorns in the side of the number 6.
Laughing Boy just went by the 2.
Yeah, the 2 and the 3 caused a big pick 5 payout.
Blinkers on Good Bali.
Yeah, big long shot in here.
Here's Sharp Spark. Ilkay Cantermasi barn.
There are things to like about this horse who's kind of dropping down, but keep in mind, this horse was originally claimed for $10,000. But he's a player.
Pineapple Man, Jose Ortiz, with a couple of wins already today.
Well, the good Pineapple Man, if he gets in front, he's dangerous like he did 3 back when he wired a field going a mile and 1/8.
The favorite, here's Glenn Airy, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, he's probably going to drop even further from the 3-2, and he is the horse to beat. I'm just not sure he's a great bet at a super short price.
Indy Rags with Kendrick Carmouche.
You know, the slowest as this horse has ever been was 20, and this horse does have a win here at Saratoga and a win at the mile and 1/8. Actually, 3 wins.
And Apolta, we know he loves this distance.
Yeah, no, he's got to overcome the post. And, you know, so much in this race, and I think you guys would agree, is dependent on what happens early. I mean, that's sort of a statement of the obvious, but if Pineapple Man clears and the pace is somewhat moderate, then Pineapple Man can win this race. But if the 1 and 2, especially given the post position situation, are somewhat aggressively ridden, either or both, then it creates a faster pace. Pineapple Man can't really get an easy lead, and that's just going to make it better for the closers, obviously.
Yeah. Specifically the one horse, Hey Toby. I think that's a horse that's probably going to go right from the gate and make it a little bit difficult on Pineapple Man. But Pineapple Man is the outside speed in terms of post position. So, I mean, I think Jose is going to break sharp, and he's going to see what's happening there. Is he a need the lead type? That's what you have to ask yourself.
He is pretty much a need the lead type in here. And I hear what you're saying about Hey Toby, and I don't disagree. He has more speed than the 2. But I would say that Heeman Harkey, who's riding Laughing Boy, he's a rider who likes to be aggressive when he gets his opportunities out there. So I think there could be a lot of intention with him. I agree, Tom. The one's fast early. Can either of these horses get in the 6's way? And that post position difference in these mile and 1/8 races makes such a huge, huge difference.
3-2 favorite. There is Glenn Airy. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm sorry, Andy, we ended up on the same horse in here with the 8, but taking a look at the number 6 in Pineapple Man, yes, he is a need the lead type. He was a horse that I wanted to reserve judgment on until I saw him on track, because on multiple occasions he has been a late scratch in the warm-up. He's a horse that sometimes doesn't move the freest for his standards, as Jose Ortiz took him right away from the pony. He's actually moving quite well out there today, so I think that's a very positive sign for Michelle Nevin. Thought he ran pretty well 2 starts back when going the mile. He has won at this distance before. He's a big burly individual, and sometimes just being such a heavy horse, he's a little bit kind of hits the ground a bit heavier. But like I said, for his standards, looking like he's doing very well coming into this race. So we'll see how the pace does set up. As far as the number 5, Sharp Spark, right to his inside, coming off of a 4th place finish where he broke slowly. And breaking has been his Achilles heel, because he has been so bad at the gate. And he's a 5-year-old now. He's been in multiple barns. There's not going to be really much changing him at this stage. But typically they'll load him without the rider, as Sylvester Gonzalez will be aboard for the first time today, but does ride a lot for the Cantor Mossy barn, because he often really kind of plants his feet, very reluctant going into the gate, and I think he then lacks some focus and is often caught slow at the beginning and ends up breaking slowly as a result. So watch him at the gate, because that's where he's been really bad. Again, not expecting it to change at this point. We'll see if they can manage it, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Pick 4 pool up and over $330,000, beginning with a $16,000 claiming race at a mile and 1/8, 2 turns, and still 3-2 favoritism on Glen Airy. But this 6, Pineapple Man, the early money was here, Tom, and it has stayed here. Well, I'm sure a lot of it, as you guys mentioned, because of the presence of the man aboard.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect example of what Pineapple Man wants. He was sent from the gate that day with Kendrick Carmouche, made the lead, got brave on the lead, and was able to draw off at the end. Jose Ortiz almost has to be thinking the same thing. Jose's a student of the game. He's watched the replays. He's also going to send out of the gate with the 6-horse Pineapple Man, try to clear this group and see if he can replicate that same kind of race.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Jose wants to clear, and I agree with you guys. The 1 is the principal one. The 2 could go also, and it's not whether or not they're faster is an open debate. But the difference, I mean, we see it so many times, right? You see a horse break from the rail in the mile and 1/8 races, you know it's kind of speed, and they seem like a little sluggish, and they're like 4th or something when they turn. Suddenly they turn the corner and they're in front. There is a huge advantage to being inside. So Jose not only wants to clear, he wants to try to clear fast.
No doubt, he wants to discourage him. He wants those riders to take back.
He wants to get in front of them. Right, exactly.
And here's one thing to keep in mind about the 1 horse, Greg. New connections. They claimed him out of his last race. No work since the last race. You know, his style is going to be present as it was for the other trainer. We'll see.
And pay attention to the 5. He's been a horse that's been a bad gate horse, but if you like the 5, he kind of does his thing. He's usually hard to load. It says it right in the comments, so just pay attention. It's nothing new. He's already in the gate. No, the 6 is in there. He's not in there yet.
3-2 favorite, Glen Airy, Mike Maker, Flying Pita of Old Crazy Bone in the Christophe Clement Turf on Saturday. Let's set it upstairs. Here is the 7th at the start of the late pick 4. Frank Miramati, the call.
Sharp Spark is coming up next. Indy Rags with the light blue and pink silks. And the easy to spot silks of Zilla Racing and their partners for Apalta to the outside. 4-year-old gelding about to walk up. One of these is causing the slightest of delays. That would be. Let's see if that's Laughing Boy behind the gate. Nope, that was not Laughing Boy. That was Sharp Spark. Sharp Spark was a little hesitant. Went in now. Apalta completes the lineup. Walking in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Pineapple Man is fighting for the early lead. Hey, Toby has speed. Laughing Boy is just in behind them. And Glen Airy is 4th, only 3 lengths off the lead as they round the first turn. They're followed by Indy Rags, who has 7 lengths to make up, followed by Sharp Spark. Apalta is 2nd to last, and another 2 back to Good Bali. The opening quarter mile from Hey Toby went in 23 1/5 seconds. He's prompted by Pineapple Man, 2nd, 2 more Glen Airy, 3rd. Laughing Boy along the inside is 4th and has 3 to make up. Another 3 back to Sharp Spark, inside Indy Rags, 2 clear of Apalta, and another 4 back to Good Bali. They string out over quite a bit of ground. Hey Toby is the leader. Pineapple Man keeping him company with Laughing Boy along the rail through a half that went in 47 1. Glen Airy is 4th to the half-mile pole. About 3 lengths off the lead, gets a little nudge and immediately takes 3rd in front of Laughing Boy as the field rounds the far turn. Sharp Spark is live. He's getting into the race. A little goggle adjustment from Gonzalez. And from the back of the field, Apalta is 5 lengths off the lead. Pineapple Man, Glen Airy moves to him with a 1/4 mile to go. 2 lengths behind them to Sharp Spark. Apalta continues a wide bid. Glen Airy puts his head in front at the top of the stretch. Pineapple Man trying to battle with him. Sharp Spark 1 from the outside, brushing a bit with Apalta with 1 furlong to go. Glen Airy in front by 2. Make it 2.5. Sharp Spark, Pineapple Man keeps battling, and Apalta, they're trying to complete the exacta as Glen Airy answered the question. It was yes. 2.5 lengths. Sharp Spark 2nd, Apalta 3rd, Pineapple Man was 4th.
Glen Airy, too good here, dropping class in the win. Mike Maker, Flying P Stable, Jay Provenzano, and Ricardo Santana Jr.
Glen Airy found himself in a very forward position by the time they got down the backside. That really isn't his style, but I think it's more about class. If you have class, you know, you're going to position a lot differently in a cheaper race than you would against better horses. Glen Airy, much the best here, and if you want to try to catch a falling knife, which I'm sure some people tried to do in the claim box here, you know, we'll see what Glen Airy can do off of this, but he was right today.
I think that's a great point, Tom. You know, horses, when they're just sort of better than them, they can maybe get in position in races they couldn't against tougher, and he was best. The 5 and 9, Paulie, if you box 5-9 the exacta, you were feeling pretty
Really
good around
good,
the
yeah.
3/8 to 5/16 ball, and they barely picked up 2nd and 3rd.
Sylvester Gonzalez gave the 5 a perfect ride inside out, and you thought maybe the 2 Contamachi runners would start mowing the 7 down, but I think, like Tom said, class prevailed here in Glen Airy. Ricardo Santana had this horse in the right spot.
7-5, 9-6, 3-2 favorite. It's Glen Airy, just too good for this group, and I would think there were probably quite a few claims in for this one.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. You know, I mean, in this day and age, 2026, we now, with these horses to get claimed, they have to go and pass the veterinarians an exam after the race. So it's almost a bit of a backstop for trainers that are thinking, well, is it the right horse or not the right horse? He's got to pass a physical exam after the race before he moves to the new barn.
Let me ask you a question. You've claimed a lot of horses in your life, and you've been claiming horses when they had the voided rule. How frequently did you get a claim voided when you said to yourself, I didn't want it to be voided, I want that horse?
Oh, gosh.
You know what I mean?
You know what? Here's a better way to put it. I can't tell you how many horses that I lost to the claim box that were returned because they didn't pass the state vet. I get back to the barn, and there was nothing wrong with them. Specifically in Kentucky, it happened quite a bit, and I wasn't the only one. So they are almost strict to the point of, like, what's that expression? I see dead people. You know, I mean,
I think it's a frustration.
You don't know what they're looking at.
I'm frustrated because we see it all the time as handicappers. Voided claim horses come back and win all the time.
And I think Heisa is looking to correct that, by the way.
Glen Airy, one of 3 claimed in this race. The 5, 7, and 9, the top 3 finishers all will be heading to new barns, honoring the late, great, newly minted Hall of Famer, Christophe Clement. The sword dancer now bears his name. Will be run on Fox Saratoga Saturday tomorrow. For a trainer who went over 2,500 races in his incredible career. Stay with us.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. So glad to have you with us as our program is brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Glen Airy gets the win, trained by Mike Maker, who's joining me here. And Mike, you even wore the hot pink. You were well dressed for a Flying P horse today.
Yes, we were in uniform every time.
I like it. The class relief definitely helped this horse, putting him in the right spot today.
Yeah, Jay loves to win at Saratoga, and we're ordered to put him where they can win.
Did win, did get claimed today, but as you said, put them where they can win. Wanted to ask tomorrow, though, in the Christophe Laurent Turf, you'll be sending out Old Crazy Bone. He has flourished in stretching out, something you've done a lot of very well. What was it about him that made you believe he could go longer?
Just everything, his looks, his pedigree. You know, he had tried it a couple times for previous connections and ran well with a couple of my horses, so felt he was worth it with Kentucky Downs and so forth, but he exceeded expectations.
Going to the lead tomorrow?
We'll leave it to the jock, whoever that may be.
Thank you very much, Mike. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
And you saw that, Greg, in uniform.
Yeah, indeed, with the right colors on. Acacia she always does a great job interviewing, but I just feel like with Mike Maker, Paula Dukas should be the all-time Mike Maker interviewer, because you guys are like best buds.
Yeah, we sent postcards to each other a couple years ago at Oakland. We've kind of been missing each other, and since then I put on the weight and sort of Mike's lost it all.
Looks like a half a Mike Maker.
I mean, I thought Mike said I might be riding that horse tomorrow. He looks great.
6 miles a day walking.
He looks great. You got to give him credit.
Here's Glen Airy. $5 for the win. 3-2 favorite. Sharp Spark, Capolta, 1, 2, 3. And very chalky beginning to this late pick 5. Or pick 4, I should say.
It's early.
Or pick 5.
And pick 5, yeah.
It's early. You don't have to worry. Get a price or two in there.
Do we have a carryover already in the pick 6, though?
Oh, with the 5th race winner.
No, not even close. You need another 1.5 weird horses. I mean, the horse might be $25. We just saw under even money in a hot firster and a heavy favorite in there. Those are big leans for a lot of people.
This 8th race, 7 furlongs, allowance optional claiming group, Bold Strength, Brad Cox, Jose Ortiz, the pickup mount for his brother on the shelf, and a big win last time out, Paulie.
I mean, listen, I picked the horse, the 7, but no one should be even money in this race. I actually thought this was a race I almost contemplating all in. I used many horses in here, but I thought you could go many different ways in this race.
I agree. I picked the 5 in this race, eliminate, and have absolutely no confidence whatsoever. I thought this race was wide open.
How'd you feel?
I think it's wide open as well. But in speaking of the favorite, Bold Strength, it was one of those races where he looked like the winner all the way around there. He is stepping up in class. He's moving to the next level of allowance. But Brad Cox is so good at that. When he gets them going good, they stay good.
He's no even money shot, though, this horse.
I'm not suggesting that.
Yeah, we're going to take a timeout. We'll talk more about this 8th race in the field when we come back. Of course, Saturday, it's a 3-pronged Euro invasion in the Christophe Laurent Turf. Group 1 placed Ancient Egypt. Group 3 winner, Fort George, who's faced some monsters. And Grade 2 Glens Falls winner, back to tackle the boys, the 5-year-old mare Servi. We'll talk more about it when we return.
America's #1 sale for New York's finest yearlings. Recent top performers include Grade 1 winning grads Iron Orchard, Rhetorical, and Usha. Plus these 2025 New York bred champions. With an expansion of New York's purse parity program, there's never been a better time to own a New York bred. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
A surging debut at 2. An international tour de force. An explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceania Cruises.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. We're 18 minutes away from race 8. We got a big one coming up on Saturday. Christophe Clement Turf, first run back in 1975. That's the list who have won it multiple times. Christophe Clement doing that with Gufo. Speed record of Wad, the quickest ever. Avenged a neck loss a couple of years earlier. Most wins by an owner. Several groups to win it a couple of times, including Judd back-to-back with Flincher. And, of course, now named after the man who won it more than anyone else 5 times, Christophe Clement. Pat Day, 4 victories. His last coming back in 2002. Forward go on to win the Breeders' Cup Turf, including Blackie. For Grand Motion, Better Talk Now. 5 were named champion turf horse, Channel Maker, back in 2020 for Bill Mott. 3 were named champion older male. Main sequence, the last back in 2014, the legendary John Henry, the lone winner to be named Horse of the Year in that magical 1981 season. A lot of history in this prestigious race on the lawn, and for the first year, of course, will be named the Christophe Clement Turf, of course, as he was newly minted into the Hall of Fame across the street just a couple of weeks ago here, and appropriately for a man who did win it 5 times. Looking at this field, what a group that will line up. We've talked about it a lot. Seems like almost anybody can win in our ABR race of the week. We'll meet the field. We'll start with these Euros that we talked about going to break. One of them ancient Egypt. He's tackled some massive company overseas.
He has indeed. This is a horse that really, really looked good against elite company in his last start. I think he is the horse to beat.
3-year-old tackling older company, Agent Egypt. As for Tawny Port, what a magical story this would be. Miguel winning a race named after his late father.
Yeah, it would be a great story, and he has the longest shot on the board, but it's certainly not impossible, at least to get a piece.
Talked a lot about old Crazy Bone. He went gate to wire in the Bowling Green. Can he do it again?
Yeah, he's going to be the speed in here. I think again, and maybe he'll be tough to pass. Mike Maker, again, looking for another W. He is 1 for 1 here, and he is 14 for 21 in the exacta.
Program trading, 6-year-old now, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables.
His last race was really impressive. He got a very fast pace up front, laid back, goes around everybody, kick clear. He needs to bring that race to Saratoga.
Over $2 million in earnings. What a career he has had. Fort George obviously has faced some monsters, maybe the best turf horse in the world right now in Ombudsman. He's faced Rebels Romance, ran second to him.
Yeah, and he ran very well last time despite having to be taken out of his game. And I think the potential exists for more speed in this sword dancer, which will hurt old Crazy Bone. I think allow him to run more to his running style.
Minaret Station, Will Walden. He was 3rd in that Bowling Green behind old Crazy Bone in Fort George.
I thought he was good last start. Now he needs to just progress a little bit more. He's the most lightly raced horse in here, so maybe there is some improvement.
And the mare, who just won the Glens Falls here, wheeling back very quickly here in just 13 days' time to face the boys.
Yeah, in the Glen Falls against Fillies and Mares, she was not only the winner, but that was her debut in the United States. She's going to come back in 13 days. It's not unusual for those European trainers to run girls against the boys, and so although we don't see it as much here, it's very ordinary over there.
Well, I just want to say it's important to note that the plan was always to run in both these races, but the Glens Falls did get delayed a week. So she originally was supposed to have 3 weeks between races.
Of these Europeans, who do you prefer the most?
I like Ancient Egypt. I think Ancient Egypt is a top-class older horse. I think the price, if it stays there at 5 to 1, is really, really good for a horse like that.
Yeah, I agree with Tom, but I think price is important. I had originally like Minaret Station. I would never bet that horse the 3-1 morning line. So I picked Ancient Egypt because the 5-1. He is a very game horse. He's a forwardly placed horse that's really game. Having said that, I'm not so sure that the 3-year-old colts he's running against in France are that good. Maybe as good as some of the best 3-year-olds over in Europe this year. So I'm not sure he's not oddly a little dressed up, but he's still pretty damn good.
I mean, Christmas Day's good, right? I mean, like, so the best 3-year-old there, Bozeco, just retired. So maybe Christmas Day right now probably takes the Lantern.
Bozeco retired?
Yeah, he retired, Bozeco.
The horse, the one that Sussex,
yeah,
the miler?
Yeah, he retired him.
The
He just
miler.
had an injury and he retired. So now Christmas Day, kind of up there. Won the Epsom Derby, was second in the last Derby and the Irish Derby.
Well, Peter
Pretty good
Brandt's horse is also Ventu Cellini, the horse, the newspaper record, won the Irish Derby. A mile and a half.
good, yeah.
They're a very good third in the King George. Those are probably the better ones, but they're not the French ones. This horse has been running in France. At least last time he ran in France.
Tough European contingent, no doubt, that is going to line up in this Grade 1 Christophe Clement Turf. Again, live coverage tomorrow. Fox Saratoga Saturday, beginning at 3 Eastern. We'll get back to today's coverage right after this. Even money favorite, the 7 Bold Strength for trainer Brad Cox, as Jose Ortiz looks for number 3 on this Friday card.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just that perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
Back with you on our coverage of Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us. Brought to you in part by ABR. What's new at ABR? Saratoga mid-season review. Who's hot among the spa jockeys and trainers? Buy or sell on the road to the Breeders' Cup. They'll evaluate Sovereignty's Whitney Win and a cheat sheet for the King's Plate. We'll have coverage of that race. First leg of that Canadian Triple Crown on our air tomorrow. Of course, we'll have the rider who won the race last year competing in our feature later today, the reigning champion apprentice, Pietro Moran. That's still to come. He'll be on the speedy Miss Vivian. Here's contrary thinking as we get set for this 8th. Let's go to Acacia in the paddock.
You look through his past performances, you might remember was in some of those big grade ones to provide some pace up front for his then stablemate. Sierra Leone was put in the digital sale in May and picked up there, which I think was a nice buy for $130,000 now in the Amelia Green barn, as he has immediately rewarded her with 2 nice second place finishes. I thought especially 2 back in his last try at 7 furlongs, where he was just beaten by Senior Officer, who looks like he has some stakes in his future. He's a horse that I do think the 7/8 fits him perfectly, carrying super conditioning to him. Sometimes he would get really sharp. He's nice and relaxed here in the paddock forward, but not doing too much. I think he could be sitting on a big one, and it would be rewarding to see this guy get his own day in the sun and into the winner's circle, as he was not quite as quick early on last time out urging forward. We'll see where he is positioned by Jamie Rodriguez today. The number 5, Eliminate, coming off of a win for Linda Rice, as she picked this one off Joe Sharp 2 starts back. They've kept a lot of the same equipment. Now, he has always worn pretty much everything that you can have for a horse that tends to drift out. But today, as I did not see him last time, it's even more severe than I've seen in the past. So he always has that extension blinker with the right outside eye covered. Previously, he's always worn a cage bit or a Houghton bit. Now he has an extended cage bit. So the bars through, it's a straight bar through the mouth, and the bars to extend on the outside. He also has on a burr on the right side as well to provide pressure on that right cheek. So a lot of equipment for a horse that can be a bit tough to handle, but clearly, Maggie, it's working for him.
It does work, and he has been wearing that in his last few, Acacia. So Eliminate seems to be in raging form with all the equipment on. As we'll take a look here at your favorite, that is number 7, Bold Strength. He's a hunk. This guy just continues to impress physically each and every time I get to see him pre-race for Brad Cox. I love the 7 furlongs for him. I think he projects to set up shop outside of some other faster horses who I'll get to in a moment, but he looks tremendous as your favorite. Again, I do feel like the guys that could be a little bit of a too short of a price to take on him. However, as number 4, Vibrant Express could very well be the speed of the speed. Now, this horse has done well as far as his behavior. When he began his career, he would come in and be completely washed out, nervous wreck, so on and so forth. Then they really took the extra strides to bring him over from Belmont to school him at Aqueduct. And since then, he has actually, kept his emotions in check. However, it hasn't led to him running as well, but granted, he is going through the conditions and in tougher levels. Today, he does seem just a touch more edgier, a touch sharper, so I feel more confident in him getting out to the 7 of being the speed. Greg?
Here they come down Champions Way post parade, coming up 6 minutes away from race 8. Got all kind of audibles going on here. I feel like Peyton Manning's next to me in the huddle. Line of scrimmage.
Some of us are working.
Omaha. Who's doing who? Are you doing
I usually call the right play, just so you know.
You do. Call to post. So we're going to see Ridgewood Runner to kick things off. Tyler Gaffalione, Joe Sharp off the claim.
Yeah,
Sharp
look,
sorry, you go.
Wow.
He just said
fumble at the line.
I thought you said I was odds.
That's okay. You go ahead, Tom.
Greg just said it.
Contrary thinking, 7-2.
Just missed the last 2 times, and 19-1 last time by a nose.
That was tremendous. Commuted, Linda Rice.
Yeah, with Commuted, we watched the replay on this horse, kind of finishing on the end. I like that in this case with the pace in here.
George Weaver Barn Vibrant Express, that one massive race.
Speed of the speed at 13-1?
Potentially. Here's Eliminate at 5-1.
Yeah, Acacia was talking about all the equipment changes on Eliminate. Watch for this horse to keep a straight course. With the equipment on, the tendency is going to be to want to get out.
Okay, Cantermachi Barn Otello.
So it's cutting back a distance and going 1 turn for the first time in a long time. Actually won 1 turn at Aqueduct, but a sprint race in a long time.
And here's the favorite for Brad Cox, Bold Strength.
Yeah, look, I understand he's the favorite, but he comes in the race the right way, and Brad has a way of making these horses kind of continue on when they start winning.
He's like every horse getting over as Jose Ortiz is riding him. He is a preposterous overlay at even money in this field. I'm not even sure he's the likeliest winner.
You guys busy tonight? Got the Dan Patch coming up, 9 to 11:30 Eastern tonight. Late night coverage on Fox Sports 2.
You got that show, Greg? Is that you?
I'm on actually with you right now, Tom.
Oh, I see. But sometimes you like to do double duty.
You're doing it, Tom.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'll be watching from home.
Hey, Indiana, Hoosier Park.
Chris Griffin, Ashley Mayu will be on that show.
Indiana bred won the Pepsi Cup. It's been the year of the Indiana bred for harness racing, yeah.
So even money on this Brad Cox Bold Strength 4-year-old.
Let me say something about it. First of all, he's moving up from a non-winner to non-winner 1 and non-winner 2, which is a gigantic move up. Second of all, okay, he ran very well last time, and I'm absolutely not saying he can't win, because of course he can win this race. But his 2 races before that in New York, and this is Naira, are competitive. I don't think they're as good as some others have run in this race. He draws well to the outside, but he lost those 2 races. I don't understand the even money, and a lot of it because Jose's running. I don't understand why he is more likely to win than contrary thinking. I just don't get it.
Jose Ortiz, let's pretend for just a moment, take a look at what Jose Ortiz has coming up this weekend. Let's pretend this is a 40-day meet. And let's pretend, too, that if it was a 40-day meet, that day we lost is never coming back. He's still on pace to set the new record for wins in a single season.
He's having an amazing meet. But I tell you one thing, he has benefited greatly in the beginning of the meet from his brother being out.
For sure.
Since he got hurt. But he's riding unbelievably well, and he's riding a lot of super live horses.
But that's how it works. You know, when you come off the bench to go in the game, you make the most of your opportunities, and Jose has certainly done that.
He's riding at a ridiculous rate, too. I think he's 15 of his last 25 he's been on, and he's gotten to the winner's circle, something ridiculous. So,
well, he's on the favorite here. As you saw, he's going to be on Zeitlos in our feature, that Smart and Fancies. It looks like a little bit of rain starting to come down right now. That just began.
Use a little shower here and there.
It's not going to affect this race. No. But, gosh, we've had quite a day, right? I mean, it was beautiful an hour ago, and
I think this race,
upstate New York.
This race is interesting to the point. Does the 2 need to lead the win? Does the 3 need to lead the win going 7 furlongs? Does the 4? You know what I mean? There's a lot of horses in here that are kind of forward horses, and you wonder, do they kind of need the lead, or who can sit?
A key to the race is the 4, right? Because if Vibrant Express doesn't go, then contrary thinking has a very big chance to wire the field. If he does, obviously it changes things.
And, of course, for those who don't, contrary thinking, Andy, his claim to fame, this was the famous Rabbit when he was in the Chad Brown barn in some big races.
Yes, he was. We're going to the gate. Apparently they're going early. Do we know that?
Picture tells the story.
Thank you for that, Greg.
7-5 favorite, Bold Strength. Jose Ortiz looking for his 3rd. He's at 50 already.
Quickly.
Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. An awful stumble at the start for Eliminate, who is far, far behind. In the meantime, Bold Strength is sprinting quickly and assumes command at once in the opening furlong, joined by Contrary Thinking, and these 2 are head and head, a length and a half back to Otello in 3rd. They are followed by Ridgewood Runner, and Commuted is 5th, has 5 lengths to make up. Eliminate is trying to inch up on the outside of Vibrant Express, who didn't have a quick beginning either. The opening quarter in 23-3. And it is Contrary Thinking passing the half-mile pole, pursued by Bold Strength into the far turn. It's a gap of 3 lengths. On the inside, Otello is asked to pick it up just a touch. Commuted outside of him, takes 3rd, and is coming after the top pair now. And then it's Eliminate in 5th. He's got 6 to make up. Vibrant Express is moving up in between horses through a half that went in 46-4. Contrary Thinking and Bold Strength are 1-2 coming to the 8th pole. Out in the center, Commuted continues to try his best in 3rd, and his best is pretty good as he's picking up momentum. But Contrary Thinking has opened up what appears to be an insurmountable lead. He's full of run, too. Look at him stretch those legs. Contrary Thinking by 3.5. Commuted a good 2nd. Bold Strength was 3rd, then Ridgewood Runner.
Contrary Thinking, Amelia Green, Jamie Rodriguez, a little assist early. We'll go back to that in a moment, but this horse now wins for the 3rd time in his career.
He does, and when we get to the top of the stretch here, watch Jamie Rodriguez on the inside. Well, we just passed it, unfortunately, but he's going to look over to his inside to see that he's coming. That's a sign he's telling you, I've got the horse next to me, who was the favorite in the 7-horse Bold Strength, and he's just going to clear off in the end here.
I said it before the race, and I'll say it again. This horse should have been the favorite. Obviously, though, the break where the 4 and 5 got left took the speed out of the race. But Bull Strength was horrendous in here and finishing third. Contrary thinking was best.
Yeah, Bull Strength kind of broke on the top and will take you back to the start. Pay attention to the 4 and the 5. It just gets really messy here early on. 4 kind of goes to her knees, so does the 5. Just
So you got the 5 stumbling, you got the 3 breaking out and squeezing the 4 back to make them a non-factor.
Right before the race, Andy said
start.
if the 4 gets left, the 2's going to wire the field, and that's exactly what happened. You know, Jose decided I'm going to rate with Bull Strength, and that kind of was the wrong move. This horse had a lot left.
He was bad. The 7 was bad. I mean, I'm sorry. He sat outside in a slow pace. He was way over bet, and he ran like it.
Contrary thinking, Amelia Green, back-to-back runner-ups, and now in the winner's circle since this one, a 6-year-old has come into her care. For Lucky Hat Racing, and good for Jamie Rodriguez. So this 6-year-old, who is a former rabbit for his then stablemate Sierra Leone, starting to get some of his own moments now.
The new mini Seabiscuit? Wasn't he a rabbit for a while, Seabiscuit?
No. I mean, this horse, no, whatever. It was a controversial rabbit only because for about 2 weeks, apparently, rabbits weren't supposed to run in races, even though they've been running in races for hundreds of years.
So, just to be clear, and a rabbit, of course, is a pace setter for a stablemate. His only job is to ensure that there's a fast pace, and no one cares where he finishes down the stretch.
Well, rabbits, we've seen rabbits come close to winning, so let's be careful about that. Right,
Yes.
Let's be a little careful about that. In fact, Chad Brown ran a rabbit for McCulloch.
I'm
and
saying,
was able
but that's
to
their
win.
job, definition.
Right, that's
the
their
idea
job.
is
That's
to
the
make sure there's a fast pace, an honest pace for a closer type. Strike the Gold had a rabbit in Loach, a horse who finished second in the Carter. There have been a lot of rabbits over the years. Europe, they use them all the time.
Sierra Leone sends them postcards every year, put it that way.
A very wise person clearly told them to get a rabbit for Sierra Leone.
5-2, contrary thinking with the win, 2-3, 7-1. Here in the 8th, our feature is next. The Smart and Fancy Fillies and Mares going 5.5 furlongs on the lawn. Race 8, though, belongs to this 6-year-old for the Amelia Green Barn.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
And then at 410,000. There's your winner, 410,000.
$400,000.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Explorer puts on a dazzling display in the test.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Jamie Rodriguez and Contrary Thinking get the victory. Jamie, nice enough to stay out in the rain with me a little bit here. But Jamie, you and I were just saying, it's so good to see Contrary Thinking get the victory. He has really tried hard in his last few starts as well.
He's a game horse, you know, and he deserved the win. You know, he always run against monster, you know, and this time at least he got an easy field, you know. Now he can dominate and everything. And he been the last two races he been running huge, you know, and he getting beat by two good horses, you know. And today he said today's the day, you know, and then we got it done today.
Yeah, and he was best in there finishing, but also there was some changes with a stumble at the start and the 7-horse rating. Were you surprised with how the pace ended up playing out?
I was a little bit worried because a little bit of speed, Jose got the speed outside, you know, and I said, you know what, if he go, I just gonna let it go, and then I just sit with him. But when I'm broke and he start rating, I said, you know what, we're gonna take a shot because we're broken from the one, and we gotta take the advantage, you know. And then once he got to the lead, he got comfortable and reland. And once we hit the quarter ball, I just drifted out just ahead, and once he feel Jose, he got game, and he just took off.
Yeah, it was a nice performance there, and always good to see you in the winner's circle. It seems you and Amelia have really teamed up to have a nice pairing here in New York.
Yeah, we've been working pretty good, you know, like teamwork and everything, like something we got to change, we work together, and everything worked out, you know, and look at the process right now.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Greg?
Contrary Thinking into the winner's circle. Just the third time in his career as a 6-year-old now. $7.42 for the win. And well clear at this point.
And I guess for the $125,000 purse, they basically just got out. Buying this horse for $130,000 3 starts ago. Great buy. Congrats.
All smiles as he should be. Hard to get wins, and a good one here in an allowance optional claiming field for Jamie Rodriguez. We move on to the feature, the Smart and Fancy, named after a stakes winner on dirt, turf in Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Virginia, New York. Won over $820,000.
Tony Guttrow trained this horse?
And yes, indeed. 3-2 favorite right now. Zeitlos and the man we're about to tell you about will be aboard. It has been a career-defining season for Jose Ortiz, an Oaks Derby double, taking 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown. Jose reflects on what has been an incredible 5 weeks of spring.
To win the Derby Oak and win the Belmont same year, it's just amazing. It's something that's gonna be there forever. You know, when we go back, when I get older, to show my kids, my grandkids, I think it'll be something special.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
Always a runner, obviously was a very nice filly coming into the Oaks. Chad was very high on her, so I knew if he bring her there with only 2 races, he knew she was capable of winning the race. So yeah, I knew we were very light.
But it's always a runner. She's going to do it in the Kentucky Oaks. Always a runner. She's always a winner.
It's special. It doesn't matter how many times you win it. It's always gonna be special. So the emotions were very high.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
I knew coming into the Derby that it was gonna be a tough race for us. I needed some pace to win the race.
Then come the 2 trailers, Albus and late running Golden Tempo.
And honestly, when I saw the eye in the backside right in front of me, I said, whoa, this is perfect. Because I knew Renegade was gonna take me places, so I just had to follow him. I knew he was gonna make the right decision.
Renegade and Golden Tempo are closing 2. Here's Golden Tempo in the Kentucky Derby.
Winning the Derby is just special. And just to share that win with my brother, I think just iconic moment for horse racing. The brothers running 1-2 in the Derby is pretty amazing.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
My thoughts going into the race with Golden Tempo, the pace didn't look like it was gonna be as hot on paper, so yeah, I was very concerned about that.
Golden Tempo from last to first has to fend off Commandment in the final strides. Golden Tempo pulls away late.
It's been a great year for me. Just all the good horses together the same year, and obviously that helps a lot. I'm in the right place at the right time. I feel great, I'm young. and just want to win.
Here's the year he's putting together, career-defining year for Jose Ortiz. Derby, Belmont, you know about Stephen Foster. Let's not forget a Dubai World Cup, Kentucky Oaks, Woody Stevens, Ogden Phipps, Diane. Just amazing what he's accomplished this year, Andy.
Well, he's riding a lot of good horses, and he rides them well. Listen, he's won the Eclipse Award before. I mean, this is one of the best riders in the country regardless this year, but a great year.
Yeah, I think he looks through this year. Obviously, the Kentucky Derby is going to be his best moment. But it seems like he was more pumped up when he won the Belmont because I think everybody was kind of against that horse after winning.
Proved all the doubters wrong.
Yeah, it seemed like it, you know.
But didn't this all start with his decision to go south a couple of years ago to the fairgrounds?
Yeah.
He picked up a lot of Midwest stables. He had some stables up in New York already. He really gained a lot of traction down there, had some great Churchill meets. It certainly got him Golden Tempo in the Kentucky Derby in a relationship with Cherie DeVaux. And he's just continued to take advantage of his opportunities.
He went west. He was riding in Florida. He decided to move his tack from Gulfstream to Fairgrounds, right? Yes.
Got a mounts for the Steve Asmussen barn for Cherie DeVaux. And, yeah, especially going to New Orleans, he said really was a point for him, as you talked about getting those mount on Golden Tempo, but others as well. That was a game changer for him. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Feature is to come. Smart and Fancy, and an Eclipse Award-winning apprentice getting his first ever opportunity here at Saratoga. Pietra Moran will be on Miss Vai Ann, the speedster. He's won 6 straight on the lawn. We'll be back.
As they corner in the King's Plate, Man City being chased home by Scorching. Man City by 3 lengths, Scorching in second, and then came DeWolf, but it is all Man City and Scorching. The only danger at the moment, Man City by 4 lengths to Scorching, and then Notorious Gangster, and out wide on the track, Tom's Magic, and Man City coming down to the wire. What a gate to wire winner.
How about that for a then 20-year-old on an 18-1 shot winning the King's Plate, the equivalent of our Kentucky Derby in Canada on Mancetti. Kevin Attard, his third King's Plate, and Pietro lining up in the starting gate as well against his father, David, who was 8th in the race. What an incredible moment. It was the ownership team, father and son team of American owners, Bill and Al Olwelling, named that horse after their favorite restaurant in Minnesota.
Saw he has 9 siblings, 8 siblings in there. The only person that wasn't in the winner's circle was his father because he hadn't demounted his horse yet. But pretty amazing. His father has been riding up in Canada for a long time, so I think the King's Plate is up there, and he's already conquered.
He'll have a mount in this year's edition as well. He's going to be on one of 2 fillies in the race, Dixie Law. So heading back to Canada tomorrow, he'll be on board Miss Vi Vian, though, who is on this incredible roll on the grass. Won 6 straight for the Gail Cox barn. As you take a look at that field for the King's Plate, and Dixie Law is about 10-1 morning line. Let's go to Acacia.
Thrilled to be joined by Jockey Pietro Moran, who's making his first Saratoga start today aboard Miss Vivan in the Smart and Fancy. Welcome to Saratoga. How are you feeling ahead of the race?
Thank you for having me. I'm very excited for the opportunity and to be here.
Of course, Champion Apprentice last year, we saw you winning and riding in some really big races. Talk to me a little bit about the preparation coming into this spot with a filly you know really well.
Yeah, I mean, same as always. Just prepare myself as best I can. Just ride it like another race that I'm used to, and just very excited, and hopefully get it done.
She has plenty of speed, this filly, too. It seems like that's her best weapon.
Yeah, obviously she loves to be up there. Every time I think there's another horse that's quick, she always outruns them. So, yeah, she's pretty quick.
Well, best of luck with the ride today. Great to see you in Saratoga.
Thank you.
21 years young and going up against the toughest jockey colony in the game. But he's proved, certainly in Canada, he can compete.
He looked really good finishing on that King's Plate winner. I mean, you communicate with the hands and you use the crop judiciously when you're on those kind of horses, and that horse was responding to him well.
It'll always be the King's Plate to me, Tom.
Here's Miss Vi Vian and La Amazonia, who will line up against her again, but she is so dangerous with her speed, Paulie.
She is, and she puts away La Amazonia. Now maybe La Amazonia can get a better setup today. She's been behind her this one time with Sammy Camacho on board. Now Junior Alvarado was aboard, and you wonder if the 5.5 furlongs helps her, but she's 1 for 8 on the turf with 5 seconds.
I feel like there is a bigger difference between 5 and 5.5 than 5.5 and 6. And I think it's a big question. And a key with her is how much speed does Itzel show on the outside with Tyler? Because Itzel could put a lot of pressure on her. If she does, obviously it makes things easier for the closers.
To your point, so look, on a much minor scale, Delta Downs writes a lot of 5/8 mile races. That's real speed in those races. You take a horse that can make the lead at the fairgrounds in a quality race, but it's not the same. So I totally agree with you.
The 7's interesting because this horse was in the Peter Miller barn. As we're looking at that's the 9 in there, 8 to 5. Listen, I guess because of the morning line that this horse is a heavier
What were you going to say about Itzel?
My thing about Itzel was in the Peter Merrill barn, then in the Mike Maker barn. Now John Innes has this horse. John Innes is known for putting even more speed into his horses. This horse showed speed on a yielding racetrack, and we've gotten a little rain today. And in the 9, I'm surprised this horse is your heavy favorite. I thought the 9 and the 6 would be a lot closer.
9's a tough horse to take at a short price. You got, talking about closers and turf sprints, especially because she doesn't have some demonstrative edge over the horses in this race. It's just not the greatest gamble at short prices. I just think you'd want a little
very short number, but one that could set up nicely for. Let's go to Maggie for more.
And guys, we are in a little bit of a holding pattern here as horses are awaiting to get their tack on, as we do have reports of lightning in the area. And so it's just not safe to send horses and jockeys and everybody else that puts the races on out onto the racetrack. So we're going to let that weather hopefully pass here prior to this Smart and Fancy. But let's talk about some horses here in the paddock, including the one taking a lot of money, and that's on the outside with number 9, Zeitlos, whom I've always liked turf sprinting, as she also looks to get the right setup. But then again, I thought she got the right setup last time out, and she was still unable to get the job done behind moving on up to the race that precedes this one in the Grade 2 Caress. So, yes, like I said, I've always liked Zeitlos. She looks great here. She's always laid back. They do keep her quiet generally in the saddling stall, and I think she should make a good showing of herself. It's just when you think the pace is going to collapse in a turf sprint, it often doesn't. We'll see if this rain has any bearing on how the race is run too, and if there's some horses that don't necessarily love a little, not that there's much cut in the ground, mind you, but a little bit of moisture in the ground. As we'll move on to number 6, Miss Vivian, and she very well could be the speed of the speed, though Itzel might have something to say about that. Miss Vivian, however, does ship in here. It's the first time I'm laying eyes on her in fine fettle. This looks like your quintessential turf sprinter. She is blocky and stocky and very compact and well muscled and carries her weight incredibly well. They've kept her away from everybody else. Most horses are kind of circling under the saddling stalls here. Gail Cox and her team have opted to keep her away under the 3 tree. She hasn't turned a hair wrong. She is calm, cool, and collected, and maybe not, giving off that, oh, I'm a really fast turf sprinter vibe, but I think because she's a 6-year-old mare, she knows what she's doing as she does put that pretty nice record here on the line, coming in here off the back of the win in the Grade 2 Highlander, and obviously complimented when GT 500 came back and won a Grade 2 as well with a 95 buyer. Then you have the wild card in number 3, Praying. I have been a fan of hers throughout her career, especially when she holds it together. I spoke to John Velasquez, who will be climbing back aboard her today, and sometimes she does herself in. She is her own worst enemy, but I will say that so far so good here, even with this delay in the paddock. She is aggressive. She is incredibly intense in her demeanor, but sometimes she just does a little too much energy-wise. She's not doing that quite yet. Hopefully this thunder does not set her off too much. But I do find her intriguing getting to the turf. She does have some turf pedigree, being a daughter of Vacoma, whose progeny can literally do anything, it feels like. And while the dam she never tried the turf, this Praying is half to 1 turf winner, the lone horse to try. And the second dam, she was proficient on the turf as well. And looking at her, she definitely has that more angular foot and pastern. So I think she should like it. And furthermore, she has a breeze to back it up. On August 7th, while Tyler Gaffleone was aboard, she was fairly aggressive out there, but she was moving incredibly well over the turf course. He was like a statue in the irons. And I think, if you're going to try it, why not today when there does appear to be a lot of pace on paper, Greg?
Maggie, thank you. Well, the horses seem to be acting fine with this weather delay. The ones who are acting up, we may have to scratch are Tom and Andy. At 11 minutes away.
That much.
How about we point out that we haven't had enough rain for it really to bother the turf course.
No.
However you handicap, however you're handicapping, it sure seems like it's firm right now.
For those that don't know how to read this, and I did not, red is not good.
Well,
that's like 28 minutes, they're saying? I don't know.
That's
8 miles out,
whatever.
The heavy stuff's
That's military time, Andy, 27:52.
A handicap horse is not the one.
All right, we'll see if this passes through quickly, hopefully so. On a holding pattern here for this Smart and Fancy. Sprinting on the lawn. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live after this quick timeout.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
This weekend, trainer Miguel Clement starts 7-year-old Belmont Gold Cup winner and 2026 Melbourne Cup qualifier Tawny Port.
It is the survival of the fittest, the Belmont Gold Cup. But it's Tawny Port coming away. Tawny Port wins it.
In a race named after his father, the late great Hall of Fame trainer Christophe Clement. Don't miss Saratoga's Christophe Clement Turf, a win and you're in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Join us 3 Eastern on Fox.
On June 6, 2019, a new chapter began at Alapa when Hillendale transferred its operations to the famed Kentucky Station and Thoroughbred Nursery in Paris, Kentucky, on a farm that traces its origins to 1827.
You know, we're trying to be progressive, thoughtful, and respectful to what's already been here, the intent of the farm, along with, trying to become efficient and modern.
The 1,400-acre Alapa is driven by its owner John Sikura's passion to return the landmark farm to its original glory. The extensive restoration includes building a brand new breeding shed out of stone and concrete, matching the training barn that's been converted to be a stallion barn and now houses a roster of world-class stallions. Hillendale also built 8 new barns, plus adding landscaping and building tens of miles of fence, plus adding roads and utilities. Sikura appreciates the daily inspiration the farm gives him.
There's the ruins of an old dairy barn, which is it's like a beautiful relic. It's peaceful and quiet. There's waterfall ponds behind the house, behind the office. There's many unique, peaceful, great parts of the farm that create peace and a sense of understanding where you are and how unique the farm is.
Sikura is now focused on making new history at Alapa.
When you think of all that living history, it makes you respectful of the barn and who's been housed there, and then also a responsibility of trying to keep that same standard and try to move it forward and be historic in what we do, so that when someone would look back 50 years from now, they have a feeling of obligation for them to do the same here.
Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Still in a holding pattern for the Smart and Fancy. Rain really has started to come down hard.
Newsflash.
Since we came back from the break. Thank you, Tom. We'll wait and see.
Hear me out, Greg. A portable tarp for horse racing. How come it's never been done?
Because it's a bad idea.
Okay.
You realize how big a tarp would be, right?
Yeah, I know. That's
Where
also goes with my
store it.
The U-turn blinker. How come no one's come up with a U-turn blinker? Random facts.
All right, waiting to see if this weather moves by quickly. It can quite often in this neck of the woods. We still hear thunder in the area.
Let me just tell people right now, assuming we keep running, the 10th is off the turf. So if you're betting doubles at home, the 10th race is off the turf.
And so if you're alive right now going into this race, we're able to run this race, you're going to get all in the last race in your pick 4s and pick 5s.
Pick 5s, and pick 6.
Pick 6, yes.
Correct, thank you. Not in the pick 3. And if you're betting doubles,
you get a consolation double, yeah, right? Or
you get a consolation as a scratch.
Yeah.
You do not get
if
a consolation.
If you're looking to the last race
runs.
for dirt, I mean, it would be probably the Cox horse,
The 2 would stay favored, but the horse that's interesting is the 9, Luz de Guia, for our man Nick Zito, who becomes much more dangerous if the race.
This is optimistic, you guys. We're putting saddles on.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Let's check back in with Acacia.
Keeping up with the paddock judge Patrick Davis, who did just give the order to start putting the tack on because, as Maggie touched on, of the lightning in the area. That's why we were in that holding pattern. So did get the all clear to start saddling, and as of now, as of now, again, still on the turf, so proceeding as scheduled. But I am going to land on Zeitlos in here, as she was a horse I thought off of a little bit slow last time out. Ran very well last time out, finishing second in there. And no matter what does end up happening, I was catching up with Steve Asmussen as we were in that holding pattern. He said, my horse really doesn't care no matter what. If they ended up taking it off the turf, if they kept it on the turf, or if there is some cut in the ground as well. He said she really handles anything. Now, most of them have handled themselves quite well in here. It has been a lot for the number 3 Praying, who they tried to keep outside as long as possible. The rain is coming down, so it will change how this turf course has been, as we have gotten quite a bit more moisture in the last several minutes, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Keep our eyes on it. Obviously, we're just outside the paddock here on the edges.
I got the jockeys coming out. They're headed out this way.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the 3 here.
I picked the 3 Praying. I'm betting a few dollars on Praying. She's a good dirt horse, upsetting the field in the Prioress last year. I like John Velasquez getting aboard. She's been facing good company. She's got plenty of turf pedigree. The problem is she's a closer. Though she's not that slow. She doesn't have to be that far back. And I think what I'm about to say is going to apply to Zeitlos a little more. A lot of times, and Tom, you can certainly comment on this, when you get rain like this, the unusual circumstance with rain like this when we stay on the turf, it's not always that easy to make up ground.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that at all. It'll be interesting to see how much they cut up the turf in this race, and you really can notice it on the turns where the horses have to angle in and out of a turn. You can see if there's some divots flying behind them, just exactly what they're kicking up. You don't see it so much in the straightaways, but how different the turf becomes with this rain. 20 minutes ago, I would have said it made no difference, but now we're getting a hard rain. These turf courses, they drain well and drain quickly. What makes them soft is a steady rain.
Yeah, this kind of rain does sort of roll off it a little better. But, man, you see these races when it rains, running them in the heavy rain. I'm not saying it's always the case, but sometimes it'll just make it a little tougher to make up ground in these turf races, and the forward horses will have an even bigger advantage. Whether or not that's the case remains to be seen.
Listed, now the turf course as good as this rain still steadily comes down, and if you're, for the nightcap as well, main track sloppy and sealed with that one coming off the grass. Wager AI play.
Use the 9 in your doubles in the last race. Will be a much better price in doubles than on the board.
Is this probably not adjusted for? I would hold off probably on this Wager AI play.
Yeah, let's not. Let's get that off.
Let's put that down.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Good call there, Greg.
I think
Joe Applebaum thanks you. Looking out for Joe.
I think the sneaky horse in the last race is a 30-1 shot, the 6. I mean, that horse won't be 30-1 now on dirt.
Let me take a look, Paul.
The Noda horse.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
no, right. I mean, the two will remain the favorite, assuming Brad runs, and is the horse to beat. But both the 6 and 9, a little bit interesting.
Here's some good news, Paul. The post parade, they're going to break post parade here, so there's no chance of us screwing up this post parade.
Paulie and I are doing the post parade.
Best news
You're
of the
being
show.
punished after your performance for the last race, Tom.
Here's the other thing. So, here in the United States, we run so many races on muddy dirt courses. We don't run many where we got a little give in the ground, and it's a crapshoot. You really don't know what's going to happen.
You're not wrong.
So here we come onto the track with the rain still coming down pretty steadily. And obviously will be abbreviated here. As you see the young reigning champion apprentice who just went through our screen, Pietro Moran and Ms. Vai Vian. Probably not what they were hoping for. But we'll see how she reacts here to a turf with a little give in it.
She is a Florida bred. Maybe she liked the rain when she was a little baby.
Believe we're going to kick things off with her in this post parade. Post parade brought to you by the new Belmont Park. Return to racing September 18th at the new reimagined Belmont. Go to newbelmont.com for more information. The opening day of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. So Miss Vai Vian kicks things off.
Looking for what? 1, 2, 3, 5 in a row on the turf and in raging good form.
And there's the young reigning champion apprentice with his first ever ride here at Saratoga coming up, Pietro Moran. Up next, the 1, Me Governor. Joe Sharp just claimed away from Carlos David.
Comes off the claim for Joe and has the speed to maybe sit mid-pack in this race. Would have to improve in all likelihood.
Delightful Flame. More pace potentially, David. Duggan, Katie Davis.
Yeah, we talk about the 6 and then Itzel. The 2 is the other horse with a lot of pace in here. We'll see what happens with Filly by Flame Away.
First time on the lawn, praying for Robert Medina.
She's got plenty of pedigree to handle it. Because she had pedigree to handle it with a little give in the ground.
And an extra wrench thrown in. La Amazonia getting another crack at Miss Vivian.
Yeah, only a length and a quarter behind your second choice, and you're getting a good price today at 15-1.
Here's the 7. Itzel, the primary pace threat to the 6.
I agree. This horse could be forward. And I got to tell you something. Isn't this horse too big a price at 11-1, guys?
I think so, because with the 6 or somebody gets left, you know, if the 6 doesn't break, the 7 could be
not that bad anyway.
Yeah.
So the 5 is off the board? I didn't see that, you guys.
The 5, a late scratch here, capturing.
Yep.
Yeah,
here's the 9, Zeitlos, even money, favored right now.
Yeah, she's a horrible gambler. I would put it this way. I'm not saying she can't win, but with the conditions like this, don't you feel like it lowers the long shots and elevates in price the short prices? Because it's not going to play any favorites, so we're doing a lot of guessing. And was she supposed to be 6-5 on a firm turf?
I don't think so. Do you?
No.
Tom, Paul?
This is kind of wild, right?
No.
You know, I think this is... We were on air, Tom, for her last race, and it set up perfect for her, right?
It did.
And she was second best. Does it happen again today, or is she just better than these horses? You made a good point, Tom. Like, is this really that good of a turf race here?
And yeah, back to capturing. Came out top. Pletcher didn't like all this rain coming out for capturing, so that one, as you see on the screen, late scratch comes out. But as fans look on from the 1863 club, 6-5 on one who's going to come from off the pace to try and win this one on a turf course she's never been on.
She's never
with
won
this
on the
kind of
turf.
giving it.
And she's also never won on the turf, right?
Let me touch on one other thing here. So when people claim horses, truly the biggest move up or ability to move up is the grass. You see so many horses that through the years were claiming horses and then move up and become big time horses on the grass.
You mean dirt horses that they switch to the turf? Okay.
Yes. And so there's not a lot of difference between because the turf brings them together, getting beat 2 lengths and winning a race. So this field is very wide open in that regard. I'm watching the odds on the 1 horse, Me Governor, at 7-1. This horse is being bet a little bit.
Well, what was the morning line? I'm sorry.
12-1.
12-1, yeah. But we've had a couple scratch. Yeah. Well, we scratched a 5-1 shot and a 50-1. Yeah, I guess.
That's one of the few, Me Governor, too, Paul, who's had at least run over a turf course with some give in it.
Yeah, the issue you have in this race, the 9 doesn't have enough turf start. There's not that proven stretch horse in this race that can kick late, right?
I couldn't bet anybody in this race at under 5-2 in here.
So maybe that's where the 1 kind of comes in. Is that the 1 horse that can make up some late pace in here?
Plus, you got a trainer. You just claimed that horse. This guy.
Yeah, the 3 can. If the 3 takes the turf, the 3 is the horse that can come from way back, I think.
Look, Miss Vivian, 5-2, second choice, won 6 in a row on the turf. Did win on a turf course labeled good at Gulfstream. That was back in April and led every step of the way doing so. There she is with the champion reigning apprentice, Pietro Moran, his first ever Saratoga mount. The feature after a waiting pattern here for the weather and the smart and fancy. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Zeitlos will complete the line. Going in. And they're off in the smart and fancy. And it's a quick start for Praying, but Miss Vivian is quicker, as is Itzel. Those 2 race as 1 into the far turn. Praying is 4 lengths back in 3rd. Zeitlos takes 4th. Then Delightful Flame, La Amazonia, who had an awkward start, 2nd to last, and Me Governor trails around the far turn, 22 seconds flat. It's Itzel in front, half a length. Miss Vivian trying to counter in 2nd and doing just that. 6 lengths back, Praying in 3rd. On the inside, Delightful Flame is trying to make some headway in doing so. And Zeitlos, they're starting to close in on the leaders who went through the first half mile heads apart. It is Itzel, Miss Vivian, but here's Zeitlos on the outside, and this continued bid from Delightful Flame. These two have pulled clear. Lamazonia running a giant race, is closing fast too. Past the 16th pole, it's Zeitlos on the outside to win the Smart and Fancy. Delightful Flame was second, Lamazonia third, Me Governor from last into fourth.
Number 51 in the meet for Jose Ortiz, 3-win day. Zeitlos in the Smart and Fancy, her first ever win on the lawn.
Yeah, it was pretty soft out there, and you got a couple of horses that went at it pretty good on the front end. Zeitlos going to pick them up from the outside here. You're going to see her. That's her with the white face coming towards you. And just one of those races. I mean, you can see they're kicking up a lot. This turf course, it's a little less than good. I would say this has a yielding look to it.
For sure. 106.2. They went about 4 to 5 seconds slower than they would have on a firm turf course.
Yeah.
She got it done 6 to 5. Still wouldn't have better.
I wonder if we're going to go back to the start. The one was totally unprepared for the start. Ended up being fourth here. And
I don't agree with that. She wasn't unprepared. She acted up badly. Be careful. She was prepared.
You gotta watch.
Be careful with the gate crew. You know, she was ready. They let her go. She did that after the start. She was prepared. She did that to herself.
Rapport actually ran really well
actually
after
watched
that.
the head on. You're exactly right, Andy.
Yeah, and Zeitlos, by the way, if you had capturing, you get saved by Zeitlos because the favorite.
9-2, 4-1. It's Zeitlos rallying from off the pace for the win. And Miss Vivian Itzel went at it early, and Miss Vivian's not used to not being in front.
You could tell Pietro Man, he was trying to, should I take back, should I not, what's going on here? But the 7 was just faster than the 6 early. And when you go that fast, 22, look where they went the first quarter to the half, 22 to 47. So they really blitzed early.
Zeitlos dropping out of the Grade 2 Caress runner-up finish to moving on up. Best here in handling these conditions on this soggy turf course with the downpour rain here in the Smart and Fancy. And win number 3 and 51st of the meet for the man leading the way, Jose Ortiz.
Incredible, right? And he's got, it's the one in the last, Vivaldi? If that horse does not scratch. He scratched? Okay.
Right now, just one. The 3 and 10 were scratched before. The 1 has been added. So far, only the 1, 3, and 10 are out of the last as of now.
So Zeitlos, 6-year-old mare, in her 6th try over the lawn, gets her first ever win on the grass. Here in the Smart and Fancy, does so as a 6-5 favorite. That man with a lot to smile about. The year, the summer he is having. 2/3 of the Triple Crown, an Oaks Derby double. Now he takes this Friday feature in the Smart and Fancy on Zeitlos. We'll be back with prices next.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. There was a Birds of Prey exhibit on hand here earlier today.
The mutual windows were a bird of prey for me today.
You don't want to mess with those talons. Program brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Staring at you, Paulie.
Don't see owls too often, do you?
I had one at my house in Louisville.
Really?
Every night. I would sit out in the back. I could hear him. He was there for a whole year. He didn't come back the next year, but they're pretty cool.
No, and he keeps a lot of the other stuff out of there for you.
Zeitlos, your winner in the Smart and Fancy Arphasic Tipton Winner's Circle lead-in. Brought to you by the New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 16th and 17th at Saratoga Springs. Where will you be? Let's go to Maggie.
You know, Steve and I don't care about rain. Neither does Zeitlos. Steve, as you said in the paddock, it doesn't matter if it's soft, firm, or if they switch it to the dirt. You knew that Zeitlos was going to perform today.
She's doing so well. It's so nice. Peter bought out Stone Street, put her back in training for a year, and for her to win a stake here makes it all worth it.
How vindicating is it for you to finally get her to actually win, though, on the turf?
She's, like you said, she's run some very good races, but today was the day. Circumstances definitely didn't bother her at all, and she showed her class.
Got to ask you really quick about Sunday in the Mahoney Stradale on the turf. What do we think?
Want it a little firmer than it is right now, but he's always got a good chance, yes.
All right, Steve, well, congratulations on your second win in the Smart and Fancy.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, and we actually, it went away. There was a rainbow for Steve and I here behind us as the sun is now starting to come back out, guys. Welcome to Saratoga.
Well, that's good news. Last race, of course, coming off. Sloppy sealed main track for the finale at a mile. Zeitlos gets it done here, surviving these conditions and catching a hot pace duel up front between Itzel and Miss Vivian.
Yeah, got a hot pace, but really finished up well in this spot.
Is that you, Paulie?
No, that's Tom's car alarm.
Paul, go turn it off for me, will you?
I'll be right out.
Colleen leaving town, Tom.
6-year-old mare by Curlin for Steve Asmussen, Jose Ortiz, owned by Peter Lydell. And returns $4.76 for the victory. A couple of big prices there to complete the trifecta. Delightful Flame and La Amazonia.
Yeah, and the pick 5 follow along. Hopefully you have the all button. Because it's been favorite,
well,
second choice.
It's all.
Favorite,
you don't need the all button.
It's $31.
You got all.
It's $51 a copy. So if you have 3 horses, you get 150. You have 1 horse, 50.
51 or 31? I thought it was.
Was it 31?
I don't know.
Maybe you're right. Hold on, let me look real quick. It is $30.60 a copy. You are right, Andy. The pick 6 is $881 a copy.
Big price in the first.
Yes.
All right, let's take a look at the field as this has now changed. Mile main track on the sloppy sealed surface, and about face, and then the 5 through 9 remain in here. Obviously a completely different race now.
Andy made a good point with the 8 Duty. This horse has actually got a dirt pedigree and has run well on synthetic and turfs. You would think getting on a muddy racetrack, and probably is the main speed in here by far.
I agree with that. I'm 4-1 on the 8. I'm happy to bet a turf horse on the dirt as well. I'll stay with that horse. But I do think horses like the 6 and 9 are a little bit interesting with the race off the turf.
Duty for the Miguel Clement barn. Of course, tomorrow they'll try and win the sword dancer, now named after his late Hall of Fame father, the Christophe Clement turf. Can he do it with Tawny Port, the 7-year-old, coming off that Belmont Gold Cup victory to punch his ticket to the Melbourne Cup? We'll discuss when we come back.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. Tio Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at Tio Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan's Tio Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Turns for home. On the inside, Farbridge digging in. He's a tough customer. Measured time is lengthening that stride and cutting into every single inch of ground. 16th pole, Farbridge, measured time. Farbridge will not be denied. All the way in the Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer.
That was the 2024 Sword Dancer and Farbridge for Christophe Clement under Joel Rosario, gate to wire, beating a couple of horses for Charlie Appleby that most thought would have this race locked up. Was able to score the upset at 8-1. Wound up putting over $2.5 million in his career.
Andy, I think you had him that day, did you not?
I think one of the coolest things about Farbridge is that he made his debut and won by a nose over Carl Spackler. I mean, that's got to be one of the greatest turf races ever run.
Jerome rode Gufo, too, as well, didn't he?
Feels like it, yeah.
Yeah, right.
He rode a lot for Christophe.
Yeah, he did.
5 wins in the Sword Dancer for the late Christophe Clement. Now it bears his name. Just an exceptional career. And one, of course, we say it all the time. You knew him well, but who we lost way too soon. Over 2,500 wins in his career.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, obviously his performance as a trainer and his numbers speak for themselves. Like we've said, it was who he was as a person, and he was just an exceptional guy. And hard to find a lot of people who didn't like CC. He was a lot of fun to be with. And
well, you have
shame he's gone.
Old Crazy Bone, who just went gate to wire in the Bowling Green. You have 3 very difficult Euros to deal with in this race. And then you have Tawny Port for Christophe's son, Miguel, who just punched his ticket down under to the Melbourne Cup with that Belmont Gold Cup win. With more on this 7-year-old, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, he's a very cool horse, Greg. As you said, he did win going 2 miles last time out in the Belmont Gold Cup, and that Melbourne Cup is still under consideration. But I know for Miguel, it was very important to have a runner and have a chance in a race named for his dad. Farbridge is back working. He's pointing to the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic at Belmont this fall, but unfortunately not ready for this race. But as far as Tawny Port, or the 7-year-old, as he's affectionately called around the barn, the Port, is concerned, he is cutting back in distance, and he's run well at 1.5 miles before. He's training exceptionally well coming into it, but it is a tall order, of course, and he is one that does prefer quite a firm turf. So we'll see what condition the course is in tomorrow after some of the rain and a little bit of the cut in the ground that there may be. Now, we did need some cut in the turf, a little bit of rain to help it, as it's been so dry here, but he's just such a neat horse to be around, and at the age of 7, still a full horse as well. I think it just really speaks to how consistent and how durable Tawny Port is, and that he's been able to continue competing at the highest level. He's also one that really thrives towards the latter half of the year. We saw that from him last year as he did his best work in the fall. So I think we're now getting to peak season for the Port. Hopefully he'll peak tomorrow, Greg.
It's been beyond what you could imagine out of a Hollywood script. Last year, obviously, the sad passing of his father thrust into taking over the barn of his dad and winning to close out Belmont at Saratoga Week, his first ever Grade 1 with Deterministic in Manhattan. Then, of course, he wins the Hall of Fame on the day his father was inducted into the Hall of Fame. Could he do it again here?
Well, I think one of the most important things, and I'm not saying you're suggesting otherwise in any way, yeah, okay, deterministic wins that race, incredible emotional moment. What Miguel's made very clear is he's one hell of a trainer on his own. And obviously he learned from his dad. He worked with Hugo Palmer overseas. And he's a very, very good trainer. You might win a race or two here, get a little lucky, the stars align. But what he's done over the last year shows how good he is.
And Hugo Palmer won a race too as well here.
So back to Tawnyport. I mean, that would be great, right? I think emotionally we all are rooting for Tawnyport. But realistically, you're going from a 2-mile race to a 1.5-mile race. His last win before that was in August 2023. That was when Twitter became X. It's been a long time between drinks.
Horrible moment.
So, I mean, I would love to see him win, but I think he's really up against it.
He said 2 turf wins. They're both over this racetrack. I think that's the one thing you can lay your hat on.
I agree with Tom. And I think if you look at the horses that ran behind him last time, they're sort of 10 points worse than that figure suggests. And I think they all kind of, the ones that were effective, improved because it was a 2-mile race. Tom nor I are not, we're not saying Tawnyport's not a good horse.
Right,
He's a
no,
really
we're not.
neat horse, and he shows up and runs respectably well all the time. But he's the longest shot on the board for a reason.
I'll be rooting for him.
5:06 Eastern tomorrow. Christophe Clement Turf, part of Fox Saratoga Saturday. The Galway as well, and then Sunday, the Mahoney to look forward to as the rain has just about officially stopped here.
We should mention, Mahoney's named from the Mahoney family, but the last living one was Pat Mahoney, who I had the pleasure of not only working with, but being friends with, and Pat Mahoney passed away this past year as well.
We'll have the nightcap coming up. Off the turf, mile, main track, about face. Would have been the favorite on the turf, still is the favorite. Move to the main track for Brad Cox. Tyler Gaffalione will be aboard. We'll have the nightcap when we come back on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
America's #1 sale for New York's finest yearlings. Recent top performers include Grade 1 winning grads Iron Orchard, Rhetorical, and Usha. Plus these 2025 New York bred champions. With an expansion of New York's first parity program, there's never been a better time to own a New York bred. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. Nightcap coming up. Mile main track now on the sloppy sealed surface, and there's about face. Brad Cox, Tyler Gaffalione will ride the 3-2 favorite. Let's go to Maggie.
And we'll check in with that favorite, About Face, and obviously the merits are there. He is the one that has more dirt form, if you will. He has run okay on the main track, including a sloppy racetrack last time. He looks fantastic here. He is a horse that carries his weight and conditioning particularly well, and I don't think he's going to be absolutely devoid of speed either here. Hopefully not breaking from that rail position here on the main track, because he is sharp. he was, kind of bubbling over here as we do see Blake Cox on his head for his dad, who he's also his assistant trainer up here in Saratoga. But he definitely needed Blake on his head when they were getting the tack on him. He's since chilled out, but just, very bold in his demeanor here in the paddock. Looks the part. I have no problems with your favorite, though I'm going to try to beat him with a bit of a wild card. Not really a big price, as he's your second choice, with number 8, Duty, for Miguel Clement. And look, he's in Omaha Beach. They handle the dirt. They usually handle it a little shorter distance, to be fair. But on the bottom side, while he is have to a very nice turf horse, and hello, Don Julio, there's also some dirt winners in the pedigree as well. And yes, physically might be a little bit more turf meant, but because it's a sloppy sealed racetrack, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. And furthermore, he has that speed, so maybe that does help him here. It's not a great option to take him at 3-1, trying something new for the first time, but I just thought that him being forward could be an advantage in here, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post parade coming up shortly. So what do you guys think here? 3-2 on About Face, who has had 2 starts on dirt.
I think that's valid. I mean, if you're going to go by what Brad Cox does, which is very similar to what we saw Mike Maker do with Glen Airy earlier, he tends to get ahead of his horse a little bit, particularly with this group, this ownership group, Gary and Mary West, that when they feel like the horse isn't going to be a big-time horse, they'll put him in for a claim. And Brad's done very well dropping those horses into claim.
With a race, Andy, on a sloppy track.
Yeah, which is not really particularly better than the dirt races Luz de Guia was running on dirt tracks. I understand that it's Brad.
Yeah.
It was Brad, and stuff, but Greg and I, we talk about this a lot. The best value in horse racing is probably off the turf races, because should this horse really be 7-5 in here on a surface? On the dirt, on the turf, this horse should be 7-5. I totally am with you. Maybe even shorter. On the dirt, I don't agree.
Post parade coming up shortly. Let's go back to Acacia.
And pleased to be joined by trainer Brad Cox, who does send out the number 2 in here in About Face. Ran okay on the dirt last time out. Should handle the conditions again.
I'm hopeful. Hopefully he can get away well, forward position and stay on. Obviously, configuration mile shoot here. I think inside post is somewhat important, so we'll see.
Tomorrow in the Galway, you'll be sending out Cadenza. How have you seen her develop, as she really seems to have found her home sprinting on the turf?
Yeah, very consistent filly. Physically, she's improved throughout the spring and into the summer. She's done very well up here. Obviously, no Sci-Fair tomorrow, so that's a positive. But she's doing well. I thought her work last Sunday was really good across the street, and I think she's set up for a big effort.
Thanks for the time, Brad.
Thank you.
Greg?
Man, having an incredible summer here at Saratoga. Brad Cox came into today winning at 27%, Paul.
Yeah, and 21, 27. He's 50% in the money, and he brings in some nice horses. The top side of this pedigree, you would think of all the horses, the 2 should love the wet, like the Candy Ride.
So here is Brad Cox's runner About Face, Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, and we talked about what Brad's ability is, dropping from maiden allowance to maiden claim, 28% in recent starts.
Mortal Lock has not been that in 14 starts so far.
No, he's never been in the dirt. 28% at 7-5 is a losing wager.
Manny Franco for George Weaver. There's Mortal Lock, 4-year-old son of Audible.
Yeah, just never tried the surface before, but who knows? It's a wild card.
Here's Ghost Driver, blinkers on, New Gelding.
Yeah, New Gelding, blinkers on. A lot of changes being made there, including a change of trainer. We'll see how much it helps.
Rick Dutrow Jr. Barn just a few wins away from 2,000 for his career, his languid.
The only thing I'll say is it's unusual for Rick to stay in an off-the-turf race, and this horse 2 races in the dirt give him absolutely no chance whatsoever.
Here is Duty, who has never been on the dirt, likes to be forward.
I think this is the speed of the race here. And remember, this race is going from a 2-turn race to a mile shoot race. Speed could be good here.
And the best dirt form of anyone in the field. Here we go. Luz de Gaia.
Yeah, I agree. I think the 8's a real threat to wire the field, but the value in here might very well be the 9, Luz de Gaia. What about the 6 as a total wild card? First time for the Nodas, who've won a bunch of races here, a new gelding, blinkers on. Isn't this horse kind of a wild card to throw in at 11-1?
Yeah, I mean, the 9 is an intriguing horse in here because coming out of the mile and 1/8 race on the dirt going to the mile, it seems like those kind of horses have won. So 50-some-odd to 1 last time when this horse ran
It was
third.
a pretty good race, too. Copious and Hadrian's Wall.
Oh, ridiculously better than these horses. Copious would be 1 to, well, couldn't be in
But-
as a maiden. Hadrian's Wall, they'd be 1 to 9 shots in here.
And I realize with scratches now, Tom, it's post 6, but still, Katie Davis has her work. Oh, it's at a mile, sorry. Out of the
Yeah.
Wilson chute. But yeah,
It's,
outside
no, it's
post
not a
again.
great post, but it's 6 horses.
Yeah, I mean, aren't we, like, don't we have to talk about the change in distance? It changes the whole complexion of the race going from 2 turns to
Well,
out of the chute.
Not as much as going from turf to dirt.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, that's obvious. Everybody can see that. But, I mean, so look, what about Duty making the lead here and just continue to keep going?
That's why I picked him. I think Duty's going to wire the field.
They've both been gate to wire. Now, obviously, rain has come for this race, so we don't know what's going to happen.
I haven't heard Duty since they were in the pool at Caddyshack.
Okay. Well, it's almost time for us to go home. And
3-1. We'll
really
see if
falling
Jamie
apart here in the
Rodriguez
set.
can wire this field on that red. Do you guys see anyone else who could try and keep that one company? It does not appear so, does it?
The only thing I would say is that the 6 is a wild card, right? If you think the 6 could be, I mean, the 6 might just be terrible and run last. I'm not. But if you think the 6 is a wild card, could be forward. But, I mean, I got to imagine Miguel and Jamie Rodriguez are all about going forward in here. This horse faster than these horses.
You know, the 9 is kind of maybe one of the other
She'll be
faster
close.
horses in here.
Oh,
yeah,
she'll be
right?
safe.
Best
second.
dirt form of anyone in the field, bar none.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, the 9 is a dirt horse. The 9's not a
6
turf
to
horse. The
1.
9's actually a dirt horse.
And to make about face even money is
awful. It's just
it's bizarre.
I mean, all I'll say is it seems like overbet favorites are winning a lot of races, but that doesn't mean you're supposed to not bet against the 2 at this price.
Yeah, we all kind of trying to talk ourselves out of the 2 more than realizing that's the horse.
No,
Let's go back to
that is the
Acacia.
horse at even money.
Yeah, the favorites do make sense in here, but talking about a couple of those wild cards, the number 9, Luz de Gaia, as Andy touched on, this is a dirt horse. I even wrote down in my notes, does not look like turf last time out. And furthermore, 2 starts back, where he actually finished 3rd, I was pretty dubious about him getting the 2-turn mile in an 1/8 distance. So as we go to the mile on the main track, I actually think this is perfect for him. He is a bigger bodied sort of horse, but he seemed to warm up just fine, jogging nicely with the pony over this wet track, as there were a couple of horses that didn't seem to appreciate it. He was not one. He might actually really like what these conditions are giving today. The number 6, Ghost Driver, total wild card in here. First time in the new barn, gets a drop in class, did no running when debuting at Keeneland back in April on the dirt. And there wasn't a ton of turf pedigree in the bottom side. In fact, there's a little bit more synthetic than anything else. But this horse actually does have a little bit of a turf look to him. But I actually think he should get over this sealed track quite well. He has been gelded, blinkers going on, and he framed up really nicely on track. I have no idea what to expect from Ghost Driver in here, but he definitely will like more distance as he's so long and tubular in his frame. See if either of these horses can step forward, as they do have dirt experience, Greg.
I'm keying the 8, and I'm using with the 6 and 9, and I'm betting against the 2, and I think we got to take a little shot in an off-the-turf race to try to get a little value here. I'll do a personal wager.
I think that bow on top of her head has gotten brighter with the rain.
That's a cute little girl there.
The 6 at 12 to 1. Well, the Nodos are what, 3 for 6 so far with a 3rd place finish. Even money on the 2.
That's ridiculous.
Wild to make that horse
They're
that
betting
short of
this
price.
race like it's still on the turf. And once again, none of us are saying the 2 can't win. But I'm not really sure the 2 is more likely to win this race than the 9. How's that?
So we're looking at a sealed racetrack right there. I mean, obviously we all understand what that is, but for the people out there, I mean, they're going over with the floats to pack it down as much as they can. So I think to a certain extent, although there'll be some kickback, this track will be pretty fast. This will be the first race. No, right here. This will be the first race we run over this dirt course since it started raining. They've sealed it for 2 races.
I have no opinion.
I think it'll play fast.
So, wow, very short price on a runner who was meant to be the favorite on a different type of service.
Win or lose, this horse is a horrendous gamble. Just a horrendous gamble.
And, I'll go back to what Acacia said, too. The 6 did look great. Ghost Driver made a nice appearance.
This horse wins. A lot of people are going to say, how did I do this? The first time no to New Gelding. I missed out. This horse is very live, potentially. I hope.
See how it plays out here in the nightcap. Switch to the main track on this sloppy sealed surface, mile distance out of the Wilson chute. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Coming up, Duty and Luz de Guia. One more. They're in the gate. And they're off. About Face is going out to battle for the early lead. Duty matches strides through the opening stages. 3 lengths back to Luz de Guia in third. They are followed by Ghost Driver, who is in the 4th spot. Languid is next, 2 clear of Mortal Lock. Onto the backstretch, and Duty will show the way. Prompted by About Face, who is now switched to the outside of front-running Duty. The opening quarter went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Another length and a half back to Mortal Lock, who has advanced steadily in a short period of time to take that 3rd position heading to the half-mile pole. Then comes Ghost Driver, Luz de Guia, and Languid between those two. Half mile behind them in 47 and 3 around the far turn. It's Duty in front, 3 parts of a length to About Face in second. These two have now pulled 3 clear of Luz de Guia. Mortal Lock made a brief bid, but is dropping back steadily. 2 lengths in front of Languid as they come to the quarter pole. The distant trailer is Ghost Driver. They're at the top of the stretch. Duty, About Face, joined by a strong Luz de Guia on the outside. And with 1 furlong to go, Luz de Guia has moved to the front under Katie Davis and starts to open up out in the center of the racetrack. A late run from Languid trying to get second, and very much will. But it's all Luz de Guia. Luz de Guia for the Hall of Famer Nick Zito over Languid in second. Then it was About Face finishing third, Duty fourth.
Luz de Guia, Nick Zito, Kentucky Derby winning Hall of Fame trainer, gets one here on the surface switch. Katie Davis. You could see that move coming around the turn here, Tom, and powers away.
You could. I mean, you had About Face, our big favorite, and Duty set up in a big speed duel down the backside. Katie from that 9-hole had to get position by the time she got to the far turn, which she did. Came around and was much the best.
We set it up here. This horse should have been favored based on its dirt races.
Yeah.
This horse had the best dirt race of anybody. It just paid 5-1. Off the turf races, the 2 was a bad third at even money.
Steal of the meat to this point.
And here's the
Off
thing,
the turf races.
You could tell she was up close. Coming out of that 1.8 race, the horse was just the horse to beat. And congratulations to Katie Davis.
How about Nick? Let's give him a little love for our man Nick. Gets his first win in 2026.
And congratulations
Absolutely.
to Mike Luzzy, Katie's new agent.
Let's give the
Mike's
love
the
to my
greatest.
man
Do you
Nick.
know him?
Yes,
He's the
best.
greatest.
Yeah.
And so is his son. Lane's a wonderful person and a great rider.
And so is Nick Zito.
Whoever gets this right gets a bonus prize. We had another trainer win for the first time at this meet. How many have we had now at this meet win?
91.
I'm going to go with
85.
I'm going with 91.
You heard the answer.
No, I'm just that good.
Hey, do we both get a prize? if we guess
Paul's
the same,
right.
we get the same
91st trainer to win at the meet.
First of all, that's an amazing statistic. When you think about it being Saratoga and the big stables that come up here with so many numbers and horses in every one of these races and favored oftentimes, it's amazing that the wins are that spread out up here.
9, 7, 2, 8, 5-1 on the horse. Really the only horse with good dirt form in the field.
Well, we said it on the air, so it's not like we're saying it after the race. We said it before the race. We're betting the 2 horses at even money in this race.
So Luz de Guia at 5-1. Let's go to Acacia.
Hey, look who's here.
One of my absolute favorite people to interview, Nick Zito with the win. Nick, this horse had arguably the best dirt form in the race. You had to be actually pretty happy when it came off.
Well, there's a great young trainer. He's going to follow his father, Miguel Clement. Guess what he said? He goes, Nick, he goes, I know you love this race being off the turf. I said, Miguel, now he's a handicapper. He's getting to learn from you.
He wants to take Andy's job. But getting your win here.
Sorry about the emotional because.
It's okay. Take your time.
I'll tell you why. Miss Nina Moss is an angel. What can I say? Water. No, I don't need no water. I need whiskey. No, I need whiskey. You know Nick Zito by now. Come on, man.
Do you have a win bet?
Of course. What are you kidding? Of course I did. And the funny thing about it is, when it came off the turf, I just knew today's the day. Crazy. Anyway, but tell Miguel thank you.
We couldn't be happier for you, Nick.
Good for Nick Zito. And good for Katie Davis. Takes advantage of this race moving off the turf. And for some reason, we talk about it a lot, Andy. We see it happen a lot on this program. These races get misbet.
It's something, when you started working with me, and you spent a lot of time in California, not off the turf that much, and I was drilling it into you, and you became like, we got together as some of the best opportunities. I remember one night in the pitch black at Aqueduct, they were off the turf at Churchill, and you and I made a bunch of money. Remember the day it was a big speed track, and Bar 14 won, and it was like 12-1, longest shot on the board, and the lone speed. You got the point on this is, and I think it's a little bit the point that came up last Sunday as well, is you can handicap in advance. As a public handicapper, you make your picks in advance and you live and die with those. But as a horse player, you have to always be paying attention and be ready to adapt the situation. And when you do that, those are when the best situations come up. And this was one where if you adapt the situation, horse won at 5-1 that should have been 2-1.
Nick getting emotional. He's been in the winner's circle here at some big moments. He hasn't been in the winner's circle in a while, and I think it kind of hit him a little bit, and got the W there. And I think it's just kind of relief going away from
his win last year was by DQ.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the winner's circle's addictive. It's addictive to trainers, and it's hard to break. Once you've had that feeling of being in the winner's circle, you want it back. I mean, it doesn't matter how many years you've done it, and it doesn't matter what the level of race is. When that happens, it's the feeling that keeps coming back in the morning and that 4 a.m. wake-up call.
I wish I could square up one more baseball.
Any more Caddyshack references you're making on the show today, or one was enough for you?
Spalding, no.
Tom did not know that Caddyshack was written as a Marx Brothers movie.
His new sponsor is actually Baby Ruth. He didn't even tell us. We have a big one tomorrow. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Christophe Clement Turf. We talked about the €3 coming in there. You guys going to wait to reveal selections until tomorrow?
Well, I picked the horse on the rail in the race. I mean, and my picks been on the website for 2 or 3 days. I wish I could make my picks when the actual odds were up. You know what I mean? Because I have no idea what the price is going to look like.
Difficult race. Ancient Egypt.
That's the horse I like.
Who's on the rail? That's who Andy likes.
Changing my pick.
Lose the guy at $12.66 for the win. All's in the pick 6, pick 5 as well. Our coverage continues tonight. Harness Racing. Dan Patch, 9 Eastern start time, Fox Sports 2, 9 to 11:30, and then back tomorrow, early start time, beginning at 11 a.m. Eastern. Check your local Fox Sports listing, but we got a long day ahead on Saturday afternoon. We hope you join us. Smart and Fancy, outlasting the weather, outlasting the speed. Zeitlos from off the pace, getting your first ever win on the lawn. Steve Asmussen, Jose Ortiz with the victory. Another big day for him. 51 wins at the meet, Minaret Station. And Will Walden shine in the Christophe Clement Turf. Old Crazy Bone coming off that Bowling Green win. We'll try and do it again for the late, great Christophe Clement. We'll see you tomorrow.